All right, everybody. We are live, I believe. So let me know in the stream if there are, in the chat, I mean, if there are any issues that come up. I am doing, as I always do, I'm doing the modding myself. I have had some great people great people offer their services to me, particularly if she's on this or she hears Nessa. She goes by Nessa online. Um, anyway, Nessa or Vanessa, but she had offered to do it, and other people had as well. And I'm sure that at some point I will need it, and maybe I need it right now. I don't know, but I just I'm still just getting a feel for streaming and just for the chat and what people are doing in the chat. And so, unless I start having some big issues, I think I want to just continue to moderate the chat myself. That having been said, because I am moderating the chat myself, I do really appreciate those of you who can be on the lookout for certain things. And so I don't mind if people are aggressive. I don't mind cursing. I don't mind edgy humor. But if something seems like, people are allowed to have their say, but like if it becomes repetitive and it becomes really annoying, or it does push the line in terms of needlessly offending people, or we're harassing, then I want to know about it. So if there is something going on in the chat and I'm not seeing it, then just make comments, people, and let me know, that I need to take a look at something or block somebody or whatever, and then I'll try to figure out what's going on. So that's one thing. And then if you do a super chat, if you leave a super chat and I miss it and I don't acknowledge it and talk about it, then just let me know and keep reminding me. E-Hacker was on here weeks ago. Maybe it was longer than that, but he was on the 20-hour live stream that I did in the audience, and he left me a really big super chat, and I completely ignored it. But luckily though, he did call attention to it in a joking way on Twitter, and so I was able to see it and then rectify it and thank him. But I do feel bad if people are giving money or they're paying for super chats and I'm not seeing what they're doing, then call my attention to that. Okay, I'm going to skim the chat, see what I think here. Yes, thank you. Be careful who you give your address to. No, I totally agree. I have a post office box, actually. So I do not give my post office box out just because I still don't want to receive a bunch of random stuff or whatever. But no, I do have a post office box for that reason. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, Nessie. So I was just talking about you. Hello. And if it is you, and how you had offered to do some modding for me, and how I probably will definitely need that at some point. But I was just explaining, not quite yet. Hello, AJ. AJ, did you not hear that I was doing a Patreon only stream an hour ago? I figured you would see the alert, but I don't think I actually told you, did I? So anyway, I'm sorry about that, but you can still catch it. It's on there. It's still going to be on there. It was actually a really weird, excuse me, really weird conversation on my part. So I did a patron only for Patreon. I did a patron only live stream an hour ago, and I didn't want to talk about the topics that are on my thumbnail because I wanted to talk about those with my big audience. And so instead, I just talked about some really random, inappropriate. I think I spent most of the time arguing as to why it may not ethically be that bad for someone to cheat on someone else. So anyway, do you ever just get into like these philosophical conversations, or like where you're talking about things and then you kind of start down a road and it's making sense, and then you realize you get to the end of that road, you're like, wow, I'm arguing for a position that's really kind of far out there, perhaps. So anyway, I actually don't personally believe in cheating or practice it. But yes, I did go down the path a bit. So you can subscribe to my Patreon, and you can see all about that. But AJ, yeah, I know you're a patron, so you can check that out. Hello. Hey, Robin. I know you sent me a message on Instagram the other day. Sorry, I need to get back to it or look at it. I'm terrible about keeping up with messages right now. I'm so inundated. Adriana, I just wanted to say a huge thank you for all the time and dignity you've been given to the Manson case. You're a fucking gem. Thank you. And obviously I'm doing it because I think it's also I mean, I'm not doing it, out of the goodness of my heart, although I care about his case, but I just have this, maybe I'm crazy. I just have this feeling, maybe it's delusional. I have this feeling that this is a really big deal, not because of who Marilyn Manson is. Um, sorry, take this off. Not because of who Marilyn Manson is, but because this hoax, this thing that's happened to him is just so, it just seems like such a big story to me. And I know that no one in the mainstream media has really picked it up. I know that Candace Owens, and I know a number of people have big problems with Candace, and I get it, right? I'm not Candace Owens cheerleader. I don't even like hardly ever listen to her, right? But I know that she talked about the Manson thing for like 5 minutes on a podcast. And I know that, here and there, like Jessica Krause, House and Habit, she's mentioned it some, and she said that she was going to probably start getting into it later. But like nobody has really focused on this. And I guess that's because his personality, and well, and the image, not his personality, but the image that he has cultivated, it is, I guess, so distasteful to some people. And I think this is the thing. People only have a certain amount of, and I was trying to explain this to someone earlier about a different case. People only have a certain amount of like psychological energy to devote to caring about some celebrity and what their problem what their problems are. And so Johnny Depp, the reason why I think Johnny Depp, that thing attracted such a big audience and such a big field of interest is, well, partly it took a trial actually to do that, because actually there were a lot of people who didn't have any clue until the trial happened, but also is because he's perceived as being this really, amazing, cuddly, humanitarian person. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong or whatever, right? Like I've never met him or talked to him, but he seems like a cool guy. But he had that image, and people and almost everyone had an experience with Johnny Depp through cinema. I would imagine if you polled people, you would find that above a certain age, particularly, that almost every person has seen a Johnny Depp film or even remembers a Johnny Depp film fondly. And then Amber Heard turned out to be like such an awful person, if we want to use those terms. And I don't like calling people bad or good or anything, but I mean, just in the ways in which we all kind of mean it. She turned out to be such an awful person. And that scam. And so once people found out about that scam and what she had done to him and that trial and everything, it was a huge story. Well, the Manson thing, he's not, obviously doesn't have a cuddly image. Most people do not have some kind of deeper nostalgia for him. It's hard, I know, to get past like some of the stuff that the outrageous stuff that he said in early interviews when he was trying to get more attention, be edgy, or like some of the stuff like in his book, some of the fictional stuff in there. I know it's hard to get past that. And plus, it's also, let's just face it, Evan Rachel Wood, and I'm not going to talk about Manson stuff the whole time. I'm about to move on to another topic, but Evan Rachel Wood is a much better version of Amber Heard. Some people don't like me saying Amber Heard 2.0, and I understand why. I guess it sounds kind of like cheeky or stupid or something, or obvious, but I really do actually mean that, in the sense that I do think that Amber Heard, I don't use the Westworld metaphors. She's kind of like the prototype, and then Evan Rachel Wood is like the new and improved version. Or it's like if you think about like Terminator versus Terminator 2, like the T9000 or whatever, but it was like better than Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger was like clunky compared to the thing that was like so good at, shape shifting and everything. That was one of the first instances. That was one of the first instances of CGI being used in a mainstream film. That was a really big deal. When you watch Terminator 2, that guy's his face and his body like turns into liquid and it like shifts around stuff. That was a big deal. So that's Evan Rachel Wood is what I'm saying. She's the more advanced version that like can change its shape and stuff, and people have no idea. Whereas Amber Heard is like sort of clunkier Arnold Schwarzenegger. She's a better actress. Amber Heard is a better actress. Evan Rachel Wood. Malfunction. Evan Rachel Wood is a much better actress, much more believable, and she constructed a much more elaborate hoax. And she has a 2-part documentary on HBO backing her up, and a lot more media and stuff than Amber Heard ever dreamed of getting. So Anyway, everybody knows this if you watch my show. But I don't even know where I was going with that either. But no, but all that is to say that it's going to that case is going to be going on for a while, and it is a challenge to get someone in the mainstream media to really bite on it. And hey, oh, by the way, the Manson cases is here. Speaking of, if you want to stick around, Lisa, I want to get to some other topics, but if you want to stick around, Lisa, of the Manson cases, or come in later, come back in an hour, we could talk about Manson a little, or not. No pressure, but I'm just saying. But check her out. She always has the up to date information on the Manson stuff, and is much more knowledgeable, even generally, than I am about what's going on and everything. So find her on Twitter, Instagram, and then I know you have a website that you just started. You're still getting up stuff up there. Anyway, long story short, I would like for the Manson case to get more exposure. I realize there's obstacles to that, but I do think eventually something is going to happen, or someone's going to get on this who matters, or I don't know. But I don't think that the last shoe in this has dropped. And I just have this feeling, and maybe it is delusion, but I do have this feeling that by the end of this saga, even if the end of this saga is like, I don't know, 3 years from now, that by the end of this saga, it will have become a really big story. And I don't know how that's going to manifest itself, or, and maybe I'm just delusional, but that's just a feeling that I have. And so all that is to say, thank you. I appreciate your thanks and stuff, but just understand, I'm not some kind of a martyr for Marilyn Manson cause. Like I stay in this because, to an extent, because I think in the end, it's an interesting story. It'll pay off. Shot Bix Supreme, literally follow her cause. She knows her shit, but for some reason, I think she's cute. I can't be the only one. Are you talking about Evan Rachel Wood, Amber Heard, or me? Or Lisa at the Manson cases? Okay, so let's see. We got a super chat. Gina, thank you for that. No comments, but Gina. Adriana says, beyond just being Manson, but the fact that it's a huge deal to the Me Too movement. Exactly. And flipping the script, that was much needed. This has been huge. This exposure is much needed for everyone. Yeah. So the big story here is the Me Too thing. And what I think everyone is aware of the fact on some level, almost everyone, except people who are hardcore activists or in denial. I think most people are aware of the fact that something disturbing has happened since Me Too, involving the media, that there's been this kind of perfect storm here with the Me Too politics, and then the mainstream media. And I've talked about this before on my shows, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but just the way that journalism has changed, and people aren't even aiming to try to get anywhere near the truth anymore. And it really is, we're just really kind of we're lost at sea in just a sea of bullshit, trying to find something to anchor ourselves to. And it's becoming increasingly more and more difficult. And so you have this kind of change, or this revolution that's occurring with technology and with the mainstream media and social media and all of that. And this sort of detaching from truth, a foundation of truth, or an appreciation, at least, for like objective facts, or reality, or facing realities. And now we're just kind of adrift and just crazy thinking, crazy land. Anyway, so I do think that when something like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard situation, when like that trial, and also the Marilyn Manson thing, and there's some other situations, I do think that when attention is drawn to these, that it is kind of a wake up call for people. It's like, no, there are a lot of people who are being canceled, regrettably. And there are a lot of these Me Too cases that are BS, especially the ones that are not being brought before any court or any real, juridical authority. And it's just, oh, the Hollywood Reporter. So now we're just, we're just ruining people's lives based on what, some activist reporter at the Hollywood Reporter wants to tell us. All right. So I did say I wasn't going to talk about Manson stuff the whole time, so I'm going to change to something else. AJ says that Dio expression on your face was priceless. You should have taken a picture, because I don't know which one. I can put it on a thumbnail. Okay, so what did I put on my thumbnail? Let's see. I added Harry and Meghan at the last minute. They were not on my original thumbnail image for this live stream, and I added them at the last minute because I've heard, tell me if this is wrong, I've heard that Harry is going to the coronation. Meghan is not. Is that correct? I know it's a great relief to the new king that Harry is going to be there because, I mean, it wouldn't really be a coronation without Harry there, right? So thank God we've got Harry on the way. I don't do a lot of shows on the royal family situation, even though when I did cover it, when those documentaries came out, speaking of documentaries that are not providing the truth or the whole truth, when their big documentary series came out, I did some shows on that because I had some things to say. But in general, the reason I should cover it more because I got a lot of views on that and I got some new followers. But I guess that I kind of feel sometimes bored with the Harry and Meghan saga because it seems like they're just kind of a one note situation is that they just kind of like, okay, complain and do some like sort of vacuous, celebrity pseudo charity appearances or whatever. I don't know. Go to the UN, give a speech, complain some more. It seems like sort of the same thing over and over. And so I guess if they do something to me that merits more coverage, and there's just a limit to like how much I can psychoanalyze them. Let me put it this way. I really like psychoanalyzing people, and you can see that if you watch my show. And there are some people that I could spend hours, I could spend days if I had to psychoanalyzing or talking about different facets of their psyche or what I see or speculating. But there are some people that are just kind of boring to me. And I'm not saying that I think that Meghan and Harry are stupid. I don't think that. I think that they're not nearly as well educated or insightful about the world and about life as other people's lives as they think that they are. And I think that it is definitely unfortunate that instead of Meghan helping him to get through some of his resentments and issues and get through his resentment at the fact that he is second in line and he's in this secondary position. I think it's sad that instead of helping him to work through those things, that in fact she's just trying, it seems like, as much as possible to reinforce those things. So I mean, I think those are aspects of the situation that I guess are interesting, but I just don't find them to be particularly like compelling people. And so I run out of things to say about them. And I feel like there's so much that's been said about the royal family that people have enough information or they there's enough stories and everything out there for people to, I guess, figure out how they feel. And honestly, I guess the stakes aren't really very high because we're not. I know that the royal family has some power, that the monarchy has some power, if nothing else. They have power even beyond just the PR stuff and the tourism stuff. I know that. And that symbolic power, one could argue, is every bit, if not more important, even than actual physical power, maybe. But and so yeah, I know all of that, but I just don't feel like there's really much at stake here. I feel like it really is a celebrity story. Whereas with the Manson thing or the Johnny Depp thing, we were talking about ways in which there was a targeted effort to destroy these men using, the feminist movement and Me Too and weaponizing the modern media and stuff. So I don't know. The tabloid culture is an interesting part, definitely, of the story of the Harry and Meghan story. And I think that it's not that I don't have sympathy for the fact that it must suck at times, maybe a lot and deeply, to be the object of such a frenzy and so much tabloid interest or media interest. But my patience with that runs very, very thin when, as the South Park episode basically said, they keep seeking this limelight. They could go away. I mean, they could step out of the limelight. And so it's just, I guess from my perspective, as somebody who I'm putting myself out here every day and making videos and saying controversial things. And at times there's some people who get on my nerves or there's some things that get on my nerves and I'll vent about it. But it would be really ridiculous for me to make the centerpiece of my channel, my YouTube channel, the idea that I am being harassed by the viewers. I mean, can you imagine if I know I complain sometimes about certain people's behaviors or responses I get, but no, normally when I'm doing that, it's actually to try to explain what's going on. So like with the Nexium thing that I'm going to talk about in a little while, I was reluctant to get, as I've said, to get into looking at the Nexium situation or covering that, even from a non-aligned perspective, right? Just okay, I'm just going to look at this, and I see issues. I see issues with this guy clearly. I said in my first episode that I think he probably deserves some jail time. So like, even from looking at it like that, I still got some people who were freaking out, right? And so I talk about how sometimes that stuff gets is a problem because it hinders me from maybe delving into certain things as much as I want to, or showing them as much on my channel because it gets that response, right? But in terms of just coming out here and just like complaining about, wow, it's so hard. Imagine if every video I made, every single video I made was me complaining about how much I'm oppressed and harassed by all of you. Like, so like, if you're going to become a public person and you are going to take this role, and this role is going to do a lot of things for you. I mean, I am not getting out of my stuff what Meghan Markle is getting out of her public role. That's the other aspect of this too. I come on, complain occasionally, usually with a reason, about some things that are going on. I'm not raking in the dough, and I'm not getting, like some hunky prince as part of the package. No offense to my guy. So, no, I'm not secretly wed to Marilyn Manson and his wife, despite some of the rumors I've seen. So I look at someone like her, she's getting all this great stuff from this situation, from being a public person, and you have all this like love and support, from this guy. And it seems like the royal family, I thought, actually were being very supportive and tried to initially. And you do have a huge chunk of the public that loves you or initially loved you, and you're just going to keep obsessively focusing on this minority of coverage that you're getting from these dumb tabloids that everybody knows were dumb tabloids. And so they say something like Straight Out of Compton or whatever, and you're going to lose your shit over that. I just don't understand. I don't understand. So, um, yeah, so I find them annoying, and I have an issue with their behavior in those respects and in others that I've talked about. And you can go and look at my channel because I do have some videos talking about them and the situation. But yeah, it just doesn't interest me as much. I don't know. What do you think? Let's see what we got here in the comments. AJ says selfish individuals too wrapped up in themselves to see how others view them. Well, AJ, the thing is they know how other people view them. It's just that they cannot, in their minds, make the leap to seeing the validity in how they're viewed. So, like, they're obsessed with the fact that they get all this negative coverage, and they know how they're perceived and how people, their haters at least, or those of us who are negative about them, regard them. But what they don't get is that they are doing something to contribute to that impression. And they just don't see I don't think they see their flaws, and I think there's some narcissism mixed in there. I don't know if either of them is actually a narcissist. I know people, I've seen what's his name's channel about knowing the narcissist, HG Tutor. His videos are interesting. I like his videos. I would like to collaborate with him sometime, but anyway. Legal minded friends, Karen Cole. I'm not a royalist, though. I think airing dirty laundry is wrong. Well, especially when some of the dirty laundry they were airing, they were either lying or they were slanting it and misrepresenting it in such a way so that it looked really bad. And I'm not talking about their documentary right now, although there were some things in the documentary that I took issue with too. But I keep going back to that Oprah interview. I'm just never going to I'm never going to be able to get past that Oprah interview unless Meghan and Harry were to admit that they've screwed up some stuff in relation to the things they've said and how they've conducted themselves and presented themselves in the media. But I'm not going to be okay with that interview, because there were things that they said in there that were just either flat out lies. And you can go to Piers. I don't want to be like that guy, the BBC guy that Elon Musk was interviewing. You can't come up with specifics or whatever. Like, if you were to ask me right now, because I'm kind of tired, I'd have to think about it. But Piers Morgan, who I know is not necessarily one to trust on everything, because he's got a ridiculous chip on his shoulder because Meghan Markle ghosted him when she met Harry. And so he can't put on his big boy pants, Piers Morgan, and get over that. But he did make a list of like 19 things that those two lied about in their Oprah interview. And I thought almost all the things on that list were legit. And there were issues that I had as well. Andrea Burkhart also, we've done shows together because she's very interested in this topic and she concurs. And so they lied about a bunch of stuff and or misrepresented and cast everything in a sinister light. So, it's like the joke that one of his relatives told, or the question about, is it going to have ginger afro hair? Is that, I mean, so they're maybe they're relating to the race thing in an awkward way. Yes, they're old, rich, British white people. I mean, do you expect them to understand fully like the intricacies of like how to deal with uncomfortable, racial dynamics when your son or your grandson or whatever dates someone who's mixed race? And so, yeah, there's some awkwardness or whatever. But people joke around about babies' looks. I don't understand. Are you saying, look, for this to be a racist comment, then it would have to be an insult to say that a baby would have afro hair. So those of you who have a problem with this comment, are you saying that it's bad to have afro hair? Because otherwise, what's the issue? Some of the people who are pushing this stuff are actually the ones who are racist. They're racist, or they've got internalized racism or whatever. And so they see it in everywhere. They see it in everybody else. Do you know the Queen didn't even know that Meghan Markle was mixed race, was black? Do you know she didn't even know that? Look into it. She didn't know that. This is one of the things that's come out recently. Initially, when she had tea with her or whatever and first met her, I didn't know Meghan Markle was mixed race when I first saw her. I really didn't. I'm not trying to be culturally insensitive or whatever. Racially insensitive. I'm just saying I really didn't know that. And so it's like you got a situation here where I don't feel like Meghan has suffered a lot due to her race. I don't. And I memean, she's even kind of admitted that as well. And so now to like recast her as this like emblem of African American suffering, and I just okay, let's see what else. Renovatio. Do you renovate houses? Depp and Manson false allegations relate to billions of people. That's right. It can happen to any man and is already to many. Some don't even know they have been falsely accused. Most can't relate to Harry and Meghan. Yeah, that's true. And what you say there about some don't even know they've been falsely accused, like the fact that there are situations, like for instance, the Sabatini case. David Sabatini, you can Google him. Well, I'm going to start. Actually, I thought on this stream I wanted to start showing pictures more because I know that makes it more interesting. I still feel kind of awkward streaming, and so that's why I don't really play things or show things, but I should start doing that. Okay, so I'm going to show you a picture of this guy. So I have done a couple of videos on him. I should do more, but the thing is, he's not a celebrity case, so it doesn't get many views, and I really do, I care about how well things do and how many views I get and stuff, if nothing else, for the longevity of my channel and my enterprise. So I can't report on things as often as I'd like. That's why I don't do very many of the philosophy videos, even though people really like those and some of these other topics, because they're not celebrity, they don't get the views. But this guy, Sabatini, you can look at the videos I did on him. Famous scientist. He had these huge breakthroughs and might have even won the Nobel Prize. He was in the shortlist for it, for anti-aging and anti-cancer, stuff like that. And he lost all of his jobs at MIT and at different like fellowships and whatever. He lost all of his jobs because he had a consensual sexual relationship with a woman. He was not her boss. It was a kind of a complicated structure they were in this lab, but he was not her boss. He was not her professor or anything like that. And the relationship ran its course quicker than she would like. And he started dating someone else whom he ended up marrying. And this woman then, as she said to a friend in a text that was leaked, she was going to Weinstein him out of there. And so she accused him of sexual harassment initially. Later, in a countersuit, after he sued her for defamation, she added a sexual assault allegation. And you notice these women like to do that, particularly in the Marilyn Manson case. I've noticed the same thing, that initially, like in an interview or whatever, or an initial lawsuit, they'll lay out some allegations that are not as serious. And then in the countersuit or later on, then there's new allegations piled onto it. It's really annoying. But this happened in his case. But initially, she was just saying sexual harassment because she was saying that she was coerced by his great stature. that I couldn't I couldn't say no, or I didn't know how to say no because he had so much power, not like direct power over me, but just like power. He's a big star and he's so smart and people like him. So he was out. And yes, it was true that one of the places that he worked at, it did have a policy that began after these two had started there. After they'd started seeing each other, actually, I think. But there was a policy that was instituted where they were told that all of them, all the people who worked here, that they had to report any romantic or sexual relationships to the administration. And they didn't do that. Strangely, though, she still has a job, despite the fact that she also broke that policy by not reporting the relationship. But he does not have a job anymore. So she's now an assistant professor at MIT, and she's a big deal. If you look her up, her name's Kristen Knaus, and I'm going to say her name because she's a liar and she tried to destroy this man, so I'm going to say her name. And so she's just going on about her life. Now, he did sue her, and he's lost everything. And I don't know why his wife left him, but he also has experienced a divorce since this thing happened. He has sued her for defamation, and so then she's countersued, and when she countersued, she added some stuff. But so that's going to go to trial down the road. Now, he did get a break in that a very wealthy investor, a man named William Ackman. And if you are into like CNBC or the stock market or Wall Street or stuff like that, then you might know who this guy is. This is Mr. Hell is Coming. So back when COVID first happened, this was in, I think, March. This was when the day that the stock market in March during COVID, several years ago, a couple of years ago, when it really, remember there was that day when it really tanked. And people like to blame this guy because when it was really tanking, right before it was really tanking, he went on the air and he said that, quote unquote, hell is coming. And so people got like scared. And I don't really understand, like, there's some question as to like if that was part of a strategy, because apparently when he said that, and then when the market really dipped that day, then he like got in and bought some stuff really cheap. So like, you never know with these guys, right? They're crafty. But I don't know. My apologies to Mr. Ackman if I got that story wrong. It's been a while, but I do remember you that way, Bill. Anyway, this guy, because he's got a shitload of money, he likes to invest, good for him, in different science foundations. And so he is a friend, and he was an investor in Sabatini's, or a contributor to Sabatini's work. And so he has come forward recently and has announced that he and another party, who's going to remain anonymous for now, that they are going to fund a new lab for Sabatini to the tune of, I think, $5 million over the next 5 years. And so it'll be enough, hopefully, for Sabatini. Now, Sabatini still, he's still got a lot of issues and still a long way to go, a long road to go. And this is not him getting his life back, but it is a big step. And it's kind of like Johnny Depp and the Cannes Film Festival thing. So congratulations to David Sabatini. But my whole point in this was that Renovatio was pointing out that some men don't even know that they've been falsely accused. And what happened in Sabatini's case is that long before he actually found out what he was quote or supposedly in trouble for, long before anyone told him, there were just these murmurings. He was getting this feeling that something was going on, but he didn't know what it was. And then when he was eventually told, he was not given the full information. Like there was this process where he kept wanting information, and they would say, well, we can't tell you that yet, or it's too early in the investigation for you to know that. And so it was this process of slowly being unblindfolded. Meanwhile, his accuser has basically had the free reign of the system to build up this case about him, and to talk to everybody behind the scenes, and to conspire and connive, and really just pull a kind of an Amber Heard operation in a way. And this guy didn't know it was coming until it had fully hit, until basically he had to resign. Was forced to resign. So yeah, you're right. It's important. Yeah. So this is funny. I was gonna read some of the comments that I got on the Frank Report, which is a site that reports on NXIVM, because one of the comments was funny and said, "How could this person be a professor? She can't even follow one stream of thought." That is true. I am very stream of consciousness. I usually, if If you pay attention, though, you'll see I do end up going back to where I started from. It's just that along the way, there are these things that I want to talk about, and I'm like, well, I can either frustrate people a little bit and go on this tangent, but at least I'll get to talk about it, and then we'll come back, or I can avoid it, but then I don't know, I'll forget about it. I should start taking notes. That would be helpful, and I can just write things down. But yeah, it's very stream of consciousness. That is true. Margaret says Dalai Lama involved with Ranieri and Bronfman sisters. Sorry, Bronfman sisters. Disgusting. Yeah, well, that's definitely an interesting. That is definitely an interesting part of that story. And I don't want to get into the NXIVM thing yet, but I see the Dalai Lama got some criticism for telling a kid to suck on his tongue, and he said it was just a joke. But I saw that. I saw that, and I was kind of like, that's interesting. Okay. What we got? What we got? Seeing if there's any other super chats. So I think that's all I have to say about Harry and Meghan for the moment. Oh, Harlot Oscara says that Dalai Lama thing was so fucked up, shaking my fucking head. Yeah. You know, when I see stuff like that, especially when it's reported by the media in this really breathless way, like, I've still got this one. Is that new? Is that coffee too? Oh, this one's cold though. That's what I'm talking to my guy. Do you want to come on camera? Want to say hi? No, you don't? Okay. I told them that you're keeping me in a small room like Joseph Fritzl, that I hadn't been out of this room in 20 years. You don't know who that is? So on my Patreon live stream, was that my Patreon live stream or did I do that? Yeah, I think it was that live stream. I was making a joke about a tasteless joke about having been trapped in this room for 20 years, like the victims of Joseph Fritzl. I'm not going to get into that right now, but if you're interested in true crime, that is a really disturbing story. I knew the outlines of it, but I read more about it the other day because he's written a book apparently about his crimes and who he is, or he's had someone else write it. He's after interviews with him, and anyway, it was very disturbing to read more about his crimes. But yeah, the Dalai Lama thing. So what I was trying to say, Harlot, is that oftentimes in situations where the media is really breathlessly reporting something like, oh my God, you won't believe what the Dalai Lama did. Or when I see people on my feed freaking out about something and saying, oh, this is so disgusting, or this guy is a pedo or whatever. I immediately, my response is like, okay, I'm going to guard myself against sensationalism here, because probably when I look at this, I'm going to see it. I'm going to think it's probably not a big deal, or people are blowing it out of proportion, or within the context of what's going on here, it's going to make more sense. And I do that simply because, not to be contrarian, but simply because I think that there is so much sensationalized bullshit that we are just constantly being like bombarded with by the media, that it's good to go into every story with a sort of an oppositional framework. And maybe that drives some people nuts. They think I'm too contrarian, or I shouldn't give so much credence to the other perspective. But anyway, my point is, in this situation, I saw that video and I was like, what? Because the kid was clearly not wanting to do it. I mean, who would want to suck the Dalai Lama's tongue, first of all? Probably not many people. Or maybe in that part of the world. I don't know if he's a revered religious figure. But there's no way, I guess this is what I'm trying to say. There's no way in which you could tell me it's appropriate, or there's a reason why a child should be doing that to begin with, even if the child wanted to do that. And then secondly, clearly the kid was not wanting to do that. And so it doesn't matter if it was some kind of joke that was not well thought out, or that we're not really getting, or like, there's just no, yeah, like, it's just gross. Now, do I think that means that, and it was gross and it was wrong. Do I think that means that we know something about the Dalai Lama's sexuality or his ethics based on that? No, I don't think so. But I mean, you all are free to make those judgments. But the money thing that someone brought up earlier, the NXIVM story and the money thing, if it is true, and I don't know, because this is a part of the story I haven't really looked into. I know the outlines of it and everything, but if it is true that the Dalai Lama, that his, how do I want to say this, that he is heavily influenced by money and by monetary contributions, then to me that seems very like un-Dalai Lama-esque, because it seems like I thought the Dalai Lama, it was the whole idea was like that you're going to focus on spiritual things and not the material world, and it wasn't about wealth and money and all of that. And of course, I'm not being naive. Like, I understand this is usually what it comes down to for most people, but I'm just saying it doesn't really, it doesn't make me think too highly of him if his agenda is being dictated by who gives him the most money. Now, I will say that I saw video from that meeting, from the Nexium meeting, where he's there with Nancy Salzman and Keith Raniere and someone else, maybe one of the Bronfmans, and he was saying this stuff should be investigated. These allegations against this man should be investigated, and if he has done something wrong, then he should pay. That should be known. So it's not like, I do want to be clear with everybody, it's not like the Dalai Lama endorsed Nexium or Keith Raniere. I understand he did go to some of those events and stuff, and it gave them some credibility. But I'm just saying that at least the guy, when he's sitting there to their face, I saw on camera, you know, he's not kowtowing to them or saying, yeah, this guy is great or whatever. All right, eHacker, eHacker, do you want to come on for a little while? You say yes, the Dalai Lama should have little interest in money. I do. I agree with that. eHacker, let me know if you want to come on, and I will post the link. Or I guess I can just post it. I'll just post it, and then if you want to come on, you can. You say sure? Okay. Okay. 1 second. What is this? Oh shit at CB. Huh? Okay, that's fine. I'm going to put the link right here, eHacker. Someone asked a while back, how do you get to be on the stream? Could anybody be on the stream? Well, I do like to know people ahead of time and have talked to them a bit. And so even just like DMs and stuff, because I did have an issue once with somebody that I had really almost no interactions with, and it turned out to be okay. But it was kind of like, maybe I should have maybe I should have tested this out a little bit. So, but if someone is interested in being on the stream, then can look into that. All right. So he said he needs 5 minutes. So I'll give you a few minutes, eHacker, and then I'll bring you on. Okay. So what else? So we talked about, yeah. So the Dalai Lama, the kid thing, definitely is definitely hard to come up with with an excuse or a good reason for that. Let me say this too, while we're talking about the subject of how people behave around children, or how people behave in general, even. I have always been someone who is not comfortable with a lot of physical intimacy from a non-romantic partner. Hugs kind of make me feel, and it's entirely probable that this is my problem, but hugs make me feel yucky. I don't have any A in my abuse in my background that I know of like a nature like sexual or so forth to make me feel that way. Who knows? But I don't like being hugged except by a romantic partner. It makes me feel weird. I don't like hand holding, or I just really just don't even really like people touching me. Now, like a massage or something is different, and a romantic partner is different. But I guess my point is, I think that we should be. I think that I don't want all physical contact to be regarded as some kind of like assault or whatever, right? But I also think that it's good to be respectful of the fact that we shouldn't touch people unless we have an indication that that is welcomed or that is wanted. And so to me, even just so there's that, and then there's the fact that with children, especially because children do feel, we as adults, seriously, when we're talking about kids, like we do have a large influence on them, and they can feel pressured by us. And so to make a child feel pressured into any kind of contact, and then obviously something is gross and like, what the fuck are you doing, dude, with the tongue, stuff. But I'm just saying, just in general, I have issues with it on multiple levels. Okay, what else I had? So we talked about Harry and Meghan, talked about Manson a bit. Okay, so Dylan Mulvaney. I do have, let me put it this way, I have some opinions about transgender stuff and certain aspects of the trans movement. And I have opinions on the sex and gender questions. I have read a lot of this stuff. Actually, I've read a number of the texts that are considered sources for the sort of the trans perspective on things. Like I did go to grad school for many years, actually spent too long in grad school. I was one of those who took forever to finish. Those kinds of programs, PhD programs, particularly like literature PhD programs, it can take a long time to get through because you kind of get sort of stuck or complacent. You're not making any money. You're living at the poverty level basically, but it's a pretty good life. The life of a grad student is particularly like if you're in a decent program, a good program like I was in, because you teach, a couple of classes a week, 2 or 3 classes a week, and maybe more, but in my case, 2 or 3 classes a week, and they would meet twice a week. Okay, but that's still not a ton. So you're teaching, and then you're expected to write a little bit if you're working on a project or your dissertation, or you're expected to take some classes. But 9 hours is a typical graduate student load. So it's not like when you're an undergrad, you're not, yes, the classes are longer at times, but it doesn't have that same hectic feel that you have if you're an undergrad. And so there's aspects of it that are kind of idyllic. You have a lot of free time on your hands, and you do spend a lot of time, even with the kind of the woke politics and all that I saw very early on and got tired of very early on. You still have a lot of time to spend reading interesting things and digging into literature and film and philosophy in my case, and whatever you're focused on. So anyway, I spent too many years in grad school, but let me just say, I started grad school in the mid 2000s, and that was e-hackers here, so I'm going to wrap this up and continue later. But I started grad school in the mid 2000s, and that was when a lot of this woke, for lack of a better word, and I know it's an annoying word, but it's shorthand. You all know what I mean when I say it. This woke theoretical stuff, when it was really becoming very, very powerful in academia, and when it was being taught very enthusiastically and very widely. So, for instance, one of the basic texts, if you're taking a class that is in any way oriented toward gender, or at least when I was, one of the basic texts is Gender Trouble by Judith Butler. And this is considered a seminal foundational text in like the idea of like that there is no such thing as sex, or gender is different from sex, and even sort of early, trans studies. So my point is, I saw a lot of this coming down the pike, and my thinking, and I think the thinking of a lot of people who were teaching this stuff, is that, oh, this is cool theoretical stuff, but people are not going to like really ever take this seriously. It's like one of those things like, yeah, I didn't agree with all of it philosophically, and I thought it was too woke. We didn't have that word back then, but I thought it was too woke, and I thought that it was oppressively leftist, and way too, everything was way from the left, politically speaking, and all of that in grad school and in my literature PhD program and in some of the classes. But there was also this feeling of like, well, look, I knew when I came to school in a graduate program, a PhD program, I knew that it was going to be from this particular slant. And look, I'm going to learn some stuff, and I'm just going to experiment, So yeah, I'll experiment with this idea. Like, yeah, you're right. We could say maybe that there is no such thing as a woman. I mean, when you think about it, really, or that gender could be completely detached from sex, biological sex. Okay. And so you kind of play with ideas, and you read some cool stuff, and it gives you a different perspective that you're glad you have. But like, I had no idea. I'm sorry, he's playing the drums upstairs, and so I'm probably gonna have to tell him to turn it down. But they're testing out some equipment, so maybe if you don't mind putting up with every now and then that noise. Anyway, bottom line, what I'm trying to say is that years and years ago, when I was studying this stuff in grad school, and when it was becoming really strong in the academy and being widely taught, I think there was this idea of like, oh, we're doing cool, like, or they're giving me kind of just interesting theoretical stuff, and we're going to fuck around with these ideas and whatever. But like, we don't really believe this, and we're not really going to live this way. This isn't going to really dictate like actual policy, or like who Bud Light is going to partner with and things like that. Like, and so what happened is that all of this stuff got taught in the schools, and people actually listen to it. And you had all of these young people. I know I'm oversimplifying, but to a degree, what happened was you had all of these young people who went through this kind of schooling and sort of indoctrination, and also apparently it's happening, in high schools and lower than that. But they go through this, and then that is their perspective, a number of them on the world, and then they become successful, and they become the director of PR for Bud Lights or what have you, and then they want to implement their vision. I just never thought this stuff would get taken. I guess what I'm saying is when I was learning some of this stuff as a graduate student, I just never thought it would get taken that seriously or be as widely as applied as it has been. And I have, to sound like a cliche, but I have some trans friends. I have nothing, a lot of trans people in my audience. I don't have anything against trans people or about or against people who want to experiment with gender or be who they want to be. That's not what this is about. This is about a certain ideology that I think is being pushed on us and is being used at times to obscure truths that certain people don't want to acknowledge. Okay, eHacker, I am bringing you in at the most controversial point in the live stream. Are you happy to be here?
Wait. Okay. Yeah, no, I'd love to talk about this stuff, but I always,
talk about what you want to. You talk about what you want to. We change the
No, it's like a hot button topic that kind of gets people in trouble and things. So I'd have a whole channel on this if I could. And
well, tell me what you would like to talk about.
Well, first let's talk about the anti-slap cancellation for the court date. That's just the first thing I want to talk about.
Tell my viewers though. Remind them what you're talking about.
Well, Lisa from the Manson case has just posted that the anti-slap, I guess you could say hearing or ruling, is going to be postponed because the judge can't make up I don't know, their mind. I don't even know the judge's male or female.
That's right. So basically, yes. So we're waiting on people know what this. I think what anti-slap rules are. This is why Johnny Depp sued Amber Heard in Virginia, because they didn't have these, and so it's a law that's meant to protect free speech. And so, like Evan Rachel Wood, the idea is that she should have a certain amount of free speech to say whatever she wants to say publicly, and her allegations against Manson. And so the judge was supposed to this week rule on the anti-slap motion as to whether some of Manson's defamation allegations could proceed or they would get kicked off of his lawsuit. And she delayed it. The judge delayed it yet again. And so this thing has already been dragging on so long. And so this is going to kick it back by like months.
Jeez.
Yeah. And I'm told then that whatever the ruling is, then the other side will appeal. And so that'll add months to it. So I'm told that we may not have a trial in this thing at least over another year, probably more, probably looking at like 2 years till this thing goes. It seems like it's taking a long time.
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it's just too much legal stuff in my head to wrap around, timing, things like that. I guess the courts have backed up cases, so they're just taking cases as they come. That's why it takes so long. But yeah, it just obviously we want everyone to be treated equal under the law, but you'd think since there were celebrities and like the higher power cases might get a bump up. I don't know. Like it's not really legally sound to think that way, but I just think maybe that's how things might work, like under the table or whatever I'm trying to say.
No, I understand. Well, it is a notoriously slow legal system, and and so it's just the wheels of justice going slow. But what were you a part of the fundraiser live stream for Make-A-Wish? Did you do that?
No, I don't do
popcorn
anything.
I put on. I saw they raised like $70,000. I was like, oh, that's impressive.
That is impressive.
But
that's very impressive.
So what do you think about, how are you feeling about the Manson stuff? Because you've been, as I've told my audience, you have been following this from day one, and you were really early on it, same time that I was, and have been covering it. So kind of what are your feelings about things?
No, I mean, I'm positive. The thing about Johnny's case is it showed us that, the facts can come out and there can be fairness. And once it comes down to a trial, the whole, man versus woman thing kind of takes a backseat a little bit to the evidence, it seems, right? Because, I mean, in the actual trial with Johnny, there wasn't too much talk about, well, he's a man and she's a woman. That was kind of like outside talk. They seem to be talking mostly about just the facts, the evidence, and what happened, when it was relevant. So, it's just that I kind of hit a wall with it because I don't follow the legal stuff so closely, right? I do more like,
Mhm.
theory and
Mhm.
opinion and pointing out why someone's lying and things like that. So I'm just kind of waiting at this point to see what happens.
No, I'm with you too. I've been accused by people of not being as up on things with the legal process in
Hmm.
this case as I should in these cases as I should be. And that's why I've never presented myself as a legal analyst because I really don't like Lisa in the Manson cases. She's much more up on things in terms of the legal stuff than I am, and others are too. So I'm kind of like you. I'm always just waiting for or looking for the big developments. And so if something juicy comes out in one of the filings that we didn't know before, we had a big, reveal or detail, I'll like that. Or if there's a big development in the case, like this was a big development that the anti-slap hearing is moved. So
Hmm.
those are the types of things that I keep up with. But I'm like you, it's getting bogged down in the legal details. Southern law is really good at that, Steve. Well,
Right.
not at getting
Yeah.
bogged down, but
Yeah. If I had more time, if I was doing YouTube, I guess full time, yeah, I'd definitely take an hour a day and just look up stuff, but I can't really do that. So
is it late there? What time is it in
no, it's
Japan
it's
right now?
uh it's 9 a.m. So this was
Hmm.
starting my work day.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So,
Yeah, we're kind of opposite. But I mean, getting back what you were saying before, I've got a lot to say on like there's a lot of confusion about what the word woke means.
mhm,
And if you weren't using it before it got mainstream, I guess you'd be pretty confused because it's used in like a lot. You could insert it into a lot of different places and areas, So like I think there's a lot of people who are woke, but they don't know it. They just
mhm,
think, well, this is my political opinion and I'm right about it. But it ends up being they're doing certain things for political reasons. And the main characteristic of woke is changing something not because of facts, but because of an ideology, because of someone's gender or race or the way you think about something, right? So it's a change. Like a great example is if you take Star Wars, like Luke Skywalker used to be this masculine hero, pretty much of the century in sci-fi, right? So they took him, they changed him to a weak man who's a hermit. He doesn't like himself anymore. He's bested by this young female Jedi, and they made that change. That's why it went woke, right? So it's not really about
mhm,
any one certain thing on the surface for what it is. It's about making that change. Or
mhm,
you could say it's about making that change because you believe something. Like people sometimes believe all women, and they think because Amber's a woman, then she can't be wrong and Johnny is wrong, not because of evidence, but because of her gender. That's woke, right? Because they're making
mhm,
that change in their mind, not because of facts and logic.
mhm,
So that's the basis of what it means. And there's like a lot of different definitions going around, and now a lot of people are saying, well, there is actually no such thing as woke, and
mhm,
in a way there isn't. I mean,
mhm.
it's something you have to see as far as a timeline and a change. It's not really something you can nail down as like a isolated incident, basically, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there's like a mood and like this point that Harlot is making here, it's definitely a great point. I mean, it's a word, it is a word that does not have a specific definition, and it is often applied it's kind of like people apply the word fascist to a lot of
But
things that
those
are
are
not
those aren't correct applications. That's the difference.
right. Right, that's true.
So
That's true. And I think what personally what I think of when I say woke is I'm talking about yes, it does tend to be leftist, right? It is leftist, but it's a particular what I would say extreme kind of leftism that has a real intolerance for other people's perspectives, that there's a strong self-righteousness and a strong judgmental quality and a desire to a real desire to kind of impose their vision on the world, even if the world is not ready or people are not comfortable with it. So, for instance, the idea, I'll give you an example. The idea, now it's a piano upstairs.
we can't
The,
hear it. It's all right.
it's fine.
No, I'm just saying.
The idea that someone should that I'm a bigot if I do not want to date a woman, or I'm a bigot if I don't want to date a woman who has a penis, like if that kind of weirds me out or whatever. Like that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about with woke, or the idea that children should be deciding that they want to take puberty blockers or getting surgery. Like these are the reaches, the overextensions and the kind of authoritarianism that I don't think that we like, and just this a delusionalism, like a detachment from reality, to say that there's no reason why someone should have a genital preference. It's great if people don't, but to act like someone is a bigot because they prefer a certain set of genitals or a certain look, sexually speaking, like you're asking people to override deep sexual impulses for the sake of a political agenda or to make you feel better. Well, not you, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, yeah. That's just meant to shut down conversation. You're a bigot. Conversation ends. Okay. Or they can't defend their point in another way. Or, like you've said, they went through college. They have this education. They have this kind of brainwashing, you could say, and they actually do think you're a bigot in some cases. And they
Mm-hmm.
do think they're
Mm-hmm.
doing the right thing. And those are the worst people who think they're doing the right thing and they're not. There are people out there who think that like Amber's innocent, or they think Evan Rachel Wood, is telling the truth. So like theoretically they are doing the right thing according to them.
Mm-hmm.
So they're
Mm-hmm.
not bad people. They're just kind of lost and once again woke because they're not looking at evidence.
So realist says two genders, it's rudimentary. Yeah, I don't know. You'll have to tell me if you mean that in a critical, like in a sarcastic way or not. Like
Mm.
I don't know. Leftist realist.
Well, here's the thing. Like, the whole bathroom argument has been going around for quite a while now, right? Like, should women be able to use, or transgenders be able to use men's bathrooms and things like that? And the whole argument is like, well, bathrooms, the gender doesn't matter, but bathrooms aren't separated by gender. They're
Mm-hmm.
separated by biology.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're separated by. Like, you have urinals for men, and women's bathrooms don't have those, right? Or like some higher class bathrooms have like women cleanly things or whatever for themselves,
Mm-hmm.
So they're not actually separated by gender, which is a huge misconception. Bathrooms are separated by biology.
Mm-hmm. Well, right. And so I guess that what people who are against that would be arguing is that we need to have a different perspective on the relationship between biology and gender, or maybe we don't, maybe we, I guess, don't need to be assigning bathrooms based on sex but on gender. So leftist realist was saying that it's dumb, just the idea of two genders are dumb. So when I was in grad school, we spent a lot of time deconstructing this idea of gender, and we looked at the fact that so the idea being, as this that they argue that biological sex, is different from how you present yourself, whether feminine or masculine, stereotypically. And I understand that, and I understand there is a spectrum of behaviors and of sexual attractions and whatever. So just to say, I understand that it is rudimentary to say man or woman, but also like we are rudimentary human beings, like classification and these rudimentary ways of seeing the world, like these are important and significant for us, particularly when there are so many important things that are attached to sexuality and gender. So I'm not trying to box anyone in to performing a particular gender role. Like there are things that I do and ways I conduct myself that are not stereotypically feminine. I don't want anyone to pressure me to have kids, and I'm not going to, for instance. But at the same time, I think that we have to understand that like these feelings and ideas that we have about what a woman is, what a man are, and biological reality, these are not things that you can just take your hand and just like wipe off, like you're clearing a desk or you're clearing a table of something. I don't know. That's my personal. What do you think?
I don't really care until it affects my personal rights.
Mm,
Right? So don't tell me what words I can use and what words I can't use. That directly, conflicts with
right.
freedom of speech. So that's
Right.
it. Freedom of speech, what I think a lot of people don't understand is freedom of speech comes before their right to call themselves whatever and explore these genders and things like that. Freedom of speech comes first. Freedom of speech is for everybody, right? Especially if that everybody happens to be like the 99%. So people don't understand the dangers of like letting freedom of speech slip, right? Because it's not just freedom of speech, it's freedom of thought. So if you're controlled on what you're saying, you're thinking what to say first. You're actually thought controlled. And then you get to a point where those thoughts, they can't always come back in the same way after years and years of thought control. That's it. Then you've been kind of sculpted in the way that the narrative wants you to be. So, people forget that. So, yeah, as
That's
long
a
as it
great
doesn't
point.
affect me. It also affects me on this platform and making a living, because obviously you tend to get
Mhm.
more demonetized and videos taken down and things like that for simply saying certain things. Even if it is leftist or rightist, it doesn't matter because the AI can get confused as to whose side you're on. So it really affects everybody.
Right.
So, certain words and things should be a lot more free to say. There's really very few words that you shouldn't be able to say because they hurt feelings. You
Mhm.
know,
Mhm.
there's like two that come to mind for me. I won't even say them, but there's really two bad words I think I guess you could limit as far as free
Mhm.
speech.
Mhm.
But there's very few.
No, I agree with you. I'm very libertarian about speech, and I love the point that you make about how when you limit speech and you limit verbal expression or written expression, you're also limiting and innervating, shrinking thought itself. And this is one of the things that I love. Those of you read 1984, this is one of the things I love about 1984 is there's a part of the book where Orwell talks about how in this fictionalized future, one of the main one of the main tools that the government used to stifle free thought was actually they destroy the dictionary, or they destroy the conventional way of speaking, and they prohibit lots of words, so you can only use certain words
Mm.
to speak. And what happens is over time, because people don't use the word, so like one of the prohibited words in 1984 was liberty, freedom, these types of things. And so the idea being that once people can't use those words anymore, then they won't think those words anymore after a while. And really, when you think about it, every time you think about something, you're typically, there's a word that's coming to mind, right? Like if I say thank you, like try thinking about something and not getting some kind of a word come to mind. So really, it is true that when you reduce expression, you're reducing thought. And that's what they're trying to punish thought crime. Some of these people that we're talking about, they're very authoritarian, they're very totalitarian. They don't see it, they don't see that they're fascist, but it is true.
Right, and they'll call us fascist for no
Mm-hmm.
reason, basically. I mean, but like I said, I think there's awareness on top levels, but unawareness on like mid levels, like the people you were talking about who went through college and came out just kind of thinking, oh yeah, this is kind of how things should be, and but on the top levels are exploiting that, and they
Mm-hmm.
see that those mid level people really believe it, and they're
Mm-hmm.
rolling with it, and that's what's
Mm-hmm.
happening with like corporations like Bud Light and Olay and all these other corporations that support ideas like that are just taking advantage of the fact that people actually believe it, and it's not just some philosophy or something. And you know
Right.
um
Right. Tanya, you say, I have to say, when I was into nightclubs and nightlife, if I was desperate for the loo, I've used many men's bathrooms if the queue for the ladies
oh
was too long. Yeah, I've done that too. And honestly, like, there are certain aspects of this debate that don't personally mean much to me, like the bathroom thing. But it is, to me, what bothers me is this thinking that if people don't jump on board with this grand revision to long-standing, like, gender norms, and yes, maybe stereotypes in some cases, but also biology, if people just want to wipe all that away, and then they're going to turn to the rest of us who we're not there yet, or maybe we're not going to get there, and act like we're the ones who are messed up and we're the bigots. Let's understand this is a tough
mm,
subject. There is a minority opinion that cannot force itself on the majority, or that itself is a kind of a tyranny. So
mm.
that's it's a delicate balance. One more thing, I want to get a super chat in, and then I want to hear what you
Oh
have to
yeah,
say.
definitely get super
Paul,
chat. That's a good one. Thank you,
hello, Paul.
Paul.
So no message there, but hello. And AJ, I'm sure there are those that believe that society is so screwed up they are leaning towards being an isolationist. Yeah. So anyway, okay. Anyway.
Yeah, you know what, I never actually, maybe once or twice, but because Tanya brought a good point, and once in a while, if I go to a theme park or something with my wife, watching the kids and things, and I'm like, oh, I got to go to the bathroom, and so does she, and like I go right in, her line's like around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Like you
Sure.
can't, you have to wait. I don't know. I'm not a woman, so it seems like you sometimes have to wait like half an hour just to like use the bathroom, right? Like,
Yeah.
isn't that like
Yeah.
annoying? Like, how do you live with that? Like, if you're at a theme park and you got to go really bad, and there's like a line of like 30 women, like, how do you?
It's a hard life. It's so hard.
Yeah, I mean, so, but that actually brought up a good point. Is that the whole thing is only going one way, right? You don't see women trying to get on the NFL, NHL, being like, this is against women. We've got to get on here. It's only going one way. You only see like transgender men going on the or transgender women going on the women's team. Like the bathrooms are only going one way. Why?
Oh, oh.
Why is it only
Well,
going one way?
I mean,
How
I
come we
know
don't see women like with female bodies being like, oh, I want to use the men's room? You don't see it. So
I
it
do
really is
you not?
telling.
I don't know. I mean, it feels like it's not
Mm,
really as often or yeah, I guess.
yeah, it's basically only going one way. That's from what I see.
Well, and I think that you kind of touched on something here too that is an important point is that Tanya, it may not be a big deal to men if you invade their space, so to speak, because of just the way things are between the sexes, but it is maybe a different thing for a man to come into your space when you're not expecting it or wanting it or you don't maybe it's not that thing for
I would
but
think so.
but yeah. So
I mean, generally, if a girl walks into a men's room, like, whatever. But I think the other way around, more women would be like a little bit, what's he doing here? Kind of,
I think so. Hey,
yeah.
do you know anything, E-Hacker, about someone asked what Howard Stern had said about Kid Rock? What did he say,
No,
Paul?
no,
Tell
I
us.
don't know. I'm sure it probably was against Kid Rock because Howard Stern's gone woke
Yeah.
these
Well,
days. But
Paul brought it up. I'm trying to find. Anyway, Paul, or if someone knows, tell us. There we
yeah.
go. Tell us what he said. So, um,
It's real
yeah.
sad because Howard Stern used to be like a favorite of mine. He used to be like, on the money all the time with his jokes, and he used to break social norms and walk on the edge. And, you know, then he just kind of fell off like totally. So kind of sad. He kind of flipped his viewpoints and
Well, I have not watched. Well, I don't really watch. I've never watched Howard Stern much, to be
yeah, because
honest
I'm
with
from New
you.
York. That's where he had his show for
But
a long time. So it's probably
I thought
bigger in
I've
his
you know what?
hometown or whatever.
I've watched a couple episodes. I saw the one where he had, Marilyn Manson on. Have you seen that one with the
No,
fan? You should check out so not to promote my own videos, but I did an
that's
interview.
right.
I did interview this woman. So there was a contest many years ago, back when Marilyn Manson was still pretty new. There was a contest to among fans or for fans to come on the Howard Stern show and meet Marilyn Manson and or something like
Okay.
that. And so the woman who won this contest, she was 18 at the time, really really beautiful, and she 18. And so Howard, what's interesting is in the interview, and you can watch it and see this. Howard Stern kept making all these really creepy remarks. He called her a prostitute at one point. He was trying to pressure Manson into being aggressive with her sexually and stuff. And Manson was trying to and was not only resistant to this and very gentlemanly toward her, but he kind of tried to put Howard Stern in his place a little bit at certain points. And so I think I thought that was interesting because it so flies in the face of people's impression of Manson.
Well, that's
That
the thing. Like,
predatory.
Stern used to go for that shock value kind of stuff. He took chances. I think like behind closed doors, he probably didn't mean all of it. He just wanted
Yeah.
the most attention, the best ratings. That's how he made himself. Was by
Mm.
turning to like, the weather girl being like, "Do you have sex last night?" or something, and that's what worked for him, for a long time as he was coming up. So I don't really think it was anything like weird
I
or
still remember
on
Ass
Stern's
Man. Do you
part,
remember
but
Ass Man or no,
yeah,
Fart
he did
Man
some
from the it was the what was the MTV Awards?
yeah, he did some stupid stuff too, but I just think he was like a hit or miss kind of guy and he knew it. He knew he was hit or miss, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah. But you think he's
yeah.
changed, huh? He's
Oh, he's definitely changed. Oh,
yeah.
100%. Yeah, he's gone, to pretty far left. Not totally. I mean, he still has these like, glimpses of reality, but he's pretty much lost it. And I think it's cuz when he went to Sirius, he got the contract, he got on a leash,
It was
so
a
he was like,
huge contract, wasn't it? Like 100 million or
yeah,
something,
I think it
as I
wasn't at the
remember.
I think it was at the time or something, but over the years, it kind of petered him out. You don't hear
Yeah.
about him anymore in headlines or he's hooking up with some celebrity. He kind of petered out to his own
Well, he did get
small
married.
show now,
He did
right?
get
So,
married. Maybe it was marriage that ruined him. No.
yeah,
Well, you do
and getting
find
older and stuff, but
well, I was gonna say, like, you find with artists, I think that it is definitely true that most artists, not all, but most artists, they do have a peak period, and they're is it, and they can have comebacks and stuff too, but like there is a time period when you can look back at their work and you can say, oh, this was when it was the most interesting or the most creative or the most edgy or the most of the zeitgeist or whatever. And so I think like you're saying, he got older. Yes, he had his time when he was really on it, and then people, things change, people get tired, they get settled, or they just, their politics change or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, no,
um
you're right. In most cases of artists and musicians, generally they have a peak.
so what
Mhm.
stories are you paying attention to a lot right now? Or it doesn't have to even be like celebrity controversies. Like you mentioned the Star Wars controversy. Like you're into some of that stuff too, right? Like some of the controversies of the film studios.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be heavily when we were trying to figure out what was going on with it because obviously there was a drastic change in the franchise, the characters, and like I explained before with Luke, there was a deliberate change which made it woke, right? So, that's what my channel was for a year and a half before Depp and Heard, but now I'm just following social media, and like Depp and Heard, there was more of like a fandom war with Star Wars because there's only so much information out on the surface. But same thing with Depp and Heard. Like the fans will be arguing for a long time now. That's what I'm covering on the channel. So, but that's kind of plateaued out too. And what I'm thinking is, like, there's kind of like this like calm before the storm. But when Aquaman 2 actually comes out, especially if Amber's in the trailer and people see her in the movie, they're going to start being more vocal about what she did. And I think there's going to be a little bit more of a resurgence. I guess it's coming out in December, so I think probably sometime a couple of months before there's going to be, a little talk about it. And that's kind of like, I don't know, kind of like the final thing for me about her is like if Aquaman 2 is successful or not. Because if it is, let's just say hypothetically it gets 1 billion. Let's hypothetically it matches the first one for whatever reason. Then, studio executives are going to be like, well, I thought, Amber was going to tank it. I thought she was this liability, but looks like it just
But
made a
she's
billion
not.
anyway. They're like, maybe some people be turned off and everything, but it might, make some CEOs and things who are kind of now just watching to see how it goes
Mhm.
be like, oh, I guess we can take a chance on her. Look at that. Right?
Mhm. Mhm.
So, and the most frustrating thing for me is we've got a lot of Johnny fans that come around, leave Amber alone, don't talk about her. She's irrelevant, which
Mhm.
is about the opposite of what you should do. Because
Mhm.
when you do that, she's out of sight, she's out of mind, and people who are on the fence about Depp and Heard or the general public will not be reminded of what she did. And when Aquaman 2 comes up, they'll never get to see it. That's exactly what's going to happen. Like, takes Kevin Spacey, for example. He had
Okay.
some big controversy a long time ago, right? I don't know about it. I wasn't reminded about it. So I'd see one of his movies, I guess. I don't know. I'm not going to go look up what an actor did to decide if I want to see the movie or
I
not. That's
agree.
not
No,
how it
I
works.
agree with that.
Just
Yeah,
see the
yeah.
movie. So if she's irrelevant and that's what she wants, that's what she's doing. Someone said to Amber Heard, listen, honey, you got to shut up. You got to make yourself irrelevant. You got to disappear. And that way, people stop talking about negativity and forget about what you did. And they'll go see Aquaman 2 possibly because that's the next big thing. And you got Johnny fans, leave Amber alone. She's irrelevant. Don't make the video. And they're just exactly doing the opposite thing. And it's very frustrating.
Well, I think that I definitely agree with you that people, that Amber Heard is capable of making a comeback of sorts, and that people can forget, even studio executives can forget. I guess the thing that makes me not really worried that she's going to have some big success or big comeback is that she is losing she's losing the thing that her looks. She's losing the thing
Mm.
that is her biggest asset. Now, I understand she could get, lose a little weight or get a makeover or some plastic surgery or whatever. But I mean, that's a tough battle if years of alcoholism and stuff, just to be frank, are catching up with you, and hard living. And so I don't see her. I guess this is what I'm saying. I think that her career from here on, it would have to be based on acting ability more than it has been.
Well,
And
it's
I
not
don't
about
see she's not much of an actress.
listen. You're
Go
absolutely
ahead.
right. It's not about a comeback. It's about kind of getting trust back from the industry
Yeah,
and
yeah.
being let back in. So I mean, yeah,
We'll
you're
see.
absolutely right. She's not going to make some big, you know, jump back into the industry, but oh, I don't know. That's just
It's
just the thing. So
It's just crazy to think about how if she had just had enough self-control and self-restraint and sense play her hand, the Johnny Depp hand, more effectively, I mean,
Mm.
she could be like making movies now and be like one of the big the toast of Hollywood, so to speak, if she had stuck with him. But because she's so crazy or whatever, she couldn't hold it together. Then she had to
Mm.
self-destruct. But like she had won. Get marrying him, it got her everything. It would have gotten her everything that she had wanted, including, I think, a continued film career, even if it wasn't, Academy Award winning roles. It was like, it would have been like Mira. It would have been good. Being married to him, she would have continued to have gotten a lot of press just from that. Like we know nowadays in this social media age that spouses of even smaller stars get tons of attention. And so if she had just played that card and played it well, but she had to self-destruct, she had to be, crazy personality disordered person that she was, and so and she's never satisfied. And so anyway, I just think it's funny though, because she had everything that she could have wanted to get, and
Yeah, I
screwed
totally
up.
agree. You know what? There was a somewhat new article on Marilyn Manson from Radar,
Okay.
and what they said that I didn't actually cover in the past was that Evan Rachel Wood had this kind of party girl image, and she was known for being kind of crazy and doing crazy things. And by accusing him and, in the 2020s becoming a victim, she could get rid of that and be seen as someone clean.
Mm.
And
Mhm.
this is what
Mhm.
Manson said about her. And that article, I never quite took that angle, but you know more about her past than I do. So does that make sense to you?
That's not one of his arguments or his side's arguments that I particularly like or agree with. I'll tell you one second. I just want to note Dan
Yeah.
Campbell, a super chat. Look up the argument map against Amber Heard. Google search. Do you see what the medium should Amber be canceled? Okay, E-Hacker's gonna either take a break or look it up. I think he's looking it up.
No, I'm not. I'm just taking a drink. I don't always
Oh,
want to
okay.
drink like right
Well,
on the.
I'll check it out. I'll check it out during a break.
I don't
So,
have to actually mute my mic, but
okay. I'll take a look then. I'll get back to you. Or you can
no, I'm here. I just want to take a sip. I don't like to just like drink right
No, I
right in
was
the front
talking
of
to
the
Dan.
camera.
I was
So
talking to the
like,
super chat.
no, I'm sorry, Dan. Yeah, I'm sorry. I interrupted. Yeah.
um, okay, that's cool. I'll Google it in a minute and we'll see. Well, I'll Google it right now. We'll see what it says. DC, what the medium should Amber Heard be canceled? It's kind of a weird Google search. Um,
Yeah, I'm not the best co-host. Like, oh, I'm looking up
no,
things. I
you're
got it.
fine. No, you're fine. It's a
I'm
live
pretty.
stream. It's a
I
live
got
stream.
four. I got 4 hours of sleep last night, and I'm just.
Okay, I Googled it and nothing's coming up. It says 0 results. I'm probably fucking something up, but I'll I'll go on a break. We'll have a break in a minute and I'll look at it. I'm
Money.
gonna Oh, that's a good movie. I love that movie. That was my
It's Amber
screenshot.
Heard and James Franco version, though.
Oh, I didn't even notice. Wait, put it back. Put it put it back. Oh, I like that. I like that. James Franco.
It is a good movie. Yeah, it's
That's a good
definitely
movie.
freaky. But
I was gonna ask you something. Shoot, what was it? I had it it was in my head. Oh well, we'll keep talking. Maybe it'll come to me. I don't know.
okay,
Where are we on the stream right now? Let's see. Is we started at 6, is 7:20. So I think I'm gonna go another to 10 minutes and
good
take a
one
little
for you.
break. If you want, you
Is
can
that
either
real? Is that real? Was she really in the car like that? You never know these days.
probably not.
Yeah, could be,
Oh, okay.
but
So Dan says you have to tell him a PDF. Okay, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. I have to go upstairs and tell them to shut the fuck up in a minute.
all right.
No, they're working out. We've got all this all of my guys' equipment. He's in a band and we're trying to start a band. And so anyway, he's got all this equipment upstairs and they're testing things out. Something. So, okay. So we were talking about stories that you're paying attention to. Hey, do you have any opinions on someone was asking me about the Nick Carter thing. Do you know
I have
anything
no
about
idea.
that?
No,
Yeah.
sorry.
I don't either. I just know that his accuser is being represented by the same Jeff Anderson, the same attorney that is representing one of Manson's accusers, the most ridiculous one, actually, Bianca, but that doesn't really tell you anything. Let's see who else. Who else is in the news a lot? Okay? Did you see Elon Musk's interview with the BBC reporter that
Yeah, I
people
just
are?
watched that yesterday, actually.
I wanted to show the audience that. Would you be interested in sticking around a little while, or you got to go?
Yeah, I got a little
Okay.
more time.
I tell you what. Let's take Let's take a 5-minute break because I need to find it and everything. So we'll take 5 minutes. Or if you want to take over, you can. Whatever. You want to take a break? You want to take over? I'm going to look for this.
Yeah, no, we could take a break for 5. That's okay because I
Okay.
gotta do that too.
Okay, cool. I'll be back then. So, guys, when we come back, I'm going to show you the Elon Musk, that little amusing blip of that interview with the BBC, and then we'll continue.
All right, figured I'd just come back for a second. I can't see the chat because this isn't my channel, but I could see you guys here. So, oh, good timing. I was just gonna
You
talk for a
can't
second.
you can't see the chat if you click on comments. Oh, I guess you'd have to go to the YouTube. The
Yeah,
BBC. Okay,
it's
I
not my
see.
studio, so it's a bad
Gotcha,
design.
gotcha.
I should be able to, but oh well.
All right, you stay here for a minute. I'm still trying to find. I mean, I found one, but it's not. It doesn't have everything that I want. So I'm gonna leave you here. I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. Right, so Elon's original conversation with the BBC reporter was from Twitter. I guess it got to other places, but he was generally talking about hate speech and how you can't really pin down who defines what hate speech is. Obviously, there are certain things that are definitely hate speech if it's about violence, a personal threat, if it's clear, but there's too many muddy waters these days on hate speech. And this is one of the reasons that Elon claims he bought Twitter is to have a free speech platform. Not totally free speech. There's going to be some limitation, but free as far as nobody determines what hate speech is and nobody makes the rules on what's good and what's bad, theoretically. He hasn't been perfect on it, but that's theoretically what he's been doing, and he's been pretty good on it with certain issues, I think. So, I don't know. Elon Musk is just a
Okay, I
weird,
found
weird
something.
guy.
It's
I
not the
really
full
don't.
thing. Sorry, it's
That's
not the full thing, but it's good
what I
enough.
saw was 7 minutes
Oh no, I
on
wish I had
Twitter.
that one. That's pretty cool. All right, well, I'm just gonna play a
I,
little bit
I
of
could
this
I could
here.
try
Just
to
one
find
sec.
it. Okay.
I think so to me, hold on one second, I'm putting it up. To me, what's most interesting is that this guy he said that Twitter had become, since Elon Musk had taken over, that Twitter had become more hateful, and that he personally, the reporter, had seen an increase in this hate speech. And then Elon Musk tried to nail him down on that and said, well, okay, give me an example. And the guy couldn't give him a single example. And so Elon Musk, held him to that. And it's like, wait a minute, if you're going to tell me that all this is happening, you're going to have to show me proof. Okay, here's a bit of it. All right.
Go between Elon Musk and our technology correspondent, James Clayton. It is one of his first interviews since he bought Twitter for $44 billion. He defended his decision to lay off a massive number of staff, saying that Twitter only had 4 months to live unless drastic measures were taken.
In rough numbers, revenue dropped from 4.5 billion to 3, and expenses went from 4.5 to 6, creating a $3 billion negative cash flow situation.
No, that's not the right one. I was like, that's not it. 1 second.
Trying to find it on Twitter.
I want to watch the full interview too. Okay, here we go.
I might have retweeted it actually.
Oh, if you did, well, I've got this.
Yeah,
I'll play it.
Yeah, I did. I actually
did?
retweeted it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, cool. All right. So let me just go. It's on your Twitter.
Yeah, it's on my Twitter account. It's from this Ian Miles Chung guy who's very
Oh,
right wing,
yeah.
by the way. He's pretty controversial, but yeah, I tend to, I'm pretty split politically as far as the actual issues. I'm really 50-50 down the line. So it's really tough for me.
Fine. We're not going to judge you.
But no, I lean right, but I'm pretty open to a lot of left arguments on certain issues. But most of the social and, kind of free speech issues, I'm pretty right on that.
I think that you and I are very, very similar. And I tell people I am right of center, but I have a lot of eclectic views, and I have a number of left-wing views. And like, I'm very staunchly pro-choice. I'm very hardcore pro-choice.
Well, the thing that's going to be impossible for a lot of people to understand is living in Japan and seeing society has changed my political point of views when I look at America, like 100%.
I would like to talk about that maybe in a minute or later. Let's play this and then some of this, and then we'll see. Okay, and y'all let me know in the chat if you cannot hear it.
Well, who's to say that something is misinformation? Who is the arbiter of that? Is it the BBC?
You literally asking me?
Yeah.
Well, no, you are the arbiter on Twitter because you own Twitter.
Yes, I'm saying who is to say that one person's misinformation is another person's information? The point at which you say that there is this is misinformation, like who is going to decide that?
You accept that misinformation can be dangerous, that it can cause real world harms, that it can potentially cause
Yeah, so the point I'm trying to make is the BBC itself has at times published things that are false. Do you agree that has occurred?
I'm quite sure the BBC have said things before that turn out to not be true in its whatever it is 100-year history. I'm quite sure.
Yes. Even if you aspire to be accurate, there are times where you will not be.
Right, but
and I think in the grand scheme of things, the BBC does aspire to be accurate.
But you accept there has to be a line in terms of hate speech. I mean, you're not looking at total 100% unrestricted speech.
I generally of the opinion that if the people of a given country are against a certain type of speech, they should talk to their elected representatives and pass a law to prevent it. So, for example, you cannot advocate murdering someone. That's illegal in the United States, everywhere really, I suspect. So there are limits to speech.
I mean, I guess taking your argument to a logical conclusion then, do you accept that there's more misinformation on the platform if it's not being policed in the same way?
I actually think there's less these days because we've eliminated so many of the bots which were pushing scams and spam. And previous management turned a blind eye to the bots because their bonuses were tied to user growth. And if your compensation is tied to user growth, well, you're not going to look too closely at some of the users. That's part of the problem. So I think we've got less misinformation because we don't have the bot problem that we used to do. And we also have given a lot of attention to community notes, which corrects, where the community itself corrects misinformation. It's been very effective.
I mean, I would only just add that we have spoken to people who have been sacked that used to be in content moderation, and we've spoken to people very recently who were involved in moderation, and they just say there's not enough people to police this stuff, particularly around hate speech in the company. Is that something that you want to address?
Talking about?
Your mic's muted.
The BBC is censoring me. No, I was just gonna say, like, before we get into this is actually where it starts to take off. But I hate the use of the term. I hate the way he keeps using that term, policing the journalist. You can tell, like it has such a charge behind it, the way he says it too. You can you can see that he really thinks that they should have a lot more people on this, moderating this stuff and cutting down free speech. It's really annoying. Okay, but this is where they I'll rewind it a little bit. This is where they get into it. 1 second.
Around hate speech in the company. Is that something that you want to address?
Talking about? I mean, you use Twitter,
right?
Do you see a rise in hate speech?
I mean,
but just a personal anecdote, like what do you do? I don't.
Personally, for you, I would see I get more of that kind of content, personally. But I'm not going to talk to the rest of for the rest of Twitter.
You see more hate speech personally?
I would say I would see more hateful content in that.
Content you don't like or hateful? What do you mean to describe a hateful thing?
Yeah, I mean, just content that will solicit a reaction, something that may include something that is slightly racist or slightly sexist, those kinds of things.
So you think if something is slightly sexist, it should be banned?
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm
just curious. I'm trying to say what you mean by hateful content. And I'm asking for specific examples. And you just said that if something is slightly sexist, that's hateful content. Does that mean that it should be banned?
Well, you've asked me whether my feed, whether it's got less or more. I'd say it's got slightly more.
That's why I'm asking for examples. Can you name one example?
I honestly don't use. Honestly, I don't.
Can't name a single example.
I'll tell you why. Because I don't actually use that feed anymore because I just don't particularly like it. And actually, a lot of people are quite similar. I only look at my followers.
You said you've seen more hateful content, but you can't name a single example, not even one.
I'm not sure I've used that feed for the last 3 or 4 weeks, and
how did you see the hateful content?
Because I've been using Twitter since you've taken it over for the last 6 months.
Okay, so then you must have at some point seen that you hateful content. I'm asking for one example.
Right.
You can't give a single one.
And I'm saying
I say, sir, that you don't know what you're talking about.
Really?
Yes, because you can't give me a single example of hateful content, not even one tweet, and yet you claimed the hateful content was high.
Well,
that's false.
No, what I
You
claimed.
just lied.
What I claimed was there are many organizations that say that that kind of information is on the rise. Now, whether it has on my
Give me one
feed or
example.
not, I mean, right, and if you
Literally,
look
can't
at
name
something
one.
like the Strategic Dialogue Institute in the UK, they will say that. So
Look, people will say all sorts of nonsense. I'm literally asking for a
Right.
single example. You can name one.
right, and as I've already said, I don't use that feed. But
Then how would you know that?
I don't think this is getting
You
anywhere.
literally said you experienced more hateful content, and then couldn't name a single example.
Right, and as I said,
That's absurd.
I haven't actually looked at that feed.
Then how would you know this hateful content?
Because I'm saying that's what I saw a few weeks ago. I can't give you an exact example. Let's move on. We only have a certain amount of time. COVID misinformation. You changed the COVID misinformation.
Has
rules.
BBC changed its COVID misinformation?
The BBC does not set the rules on Twitter, so I'm asking you.
No, I'm talking about the BBC's misinformation about COVID.
I'm literally asking you about, you changed the labels, the COVID misinformation labels. There used to be a policy, it then disappeared. Why do that?
Well, COVID is no longer an issue. Does the BBC hold itself at all responsible for misinformation regarding masking and side effects of vaccinations, and not reporting on that at all? And what about the fact that the BBC was put under pressure by the British government to change its editorial policy? Are you aware of that?
This is not an interview about the BBC.
Oh, you thought it wasn't?
I see now why you've done Twitter Spaces. I am not a representative of the BBC's editorial policy. I want to make that clear. Let's talk about something else.
All right, so that's the end of that. Yeah, I don't. PA Musso, I don't know anything really about Elon except I know there's the drums. I know his romantic history. I did a video on the many loves of Elon Musk, and but then I ended up having to pull it. I can't remember, there's some kind of an issue. But yeah, I don't know. Some people say, so eHacker, what do you think? Some people say that he is a charlatan, that he...
Well, let me answer this comment right here. I don't care. So, no, here's the thing. Like, I know the most controversial person in the world is Trump, and he's done a lot of things that I just don't care about because there's a certain times he says things I really like that no one's saying. And I accept that he's done some bad things. I don't think people are wrong about everything they say about him, right? Including a lot of people from my family. But there comes a time when there's push and shove about certain issues where I specifically really need someone on my side with that issue, like Elon Musk here with hate speech. So
Yes.
Elon Musk slept with Amber and Cara Delevingne and did all this weird stuff. That's got nothing to do with hate speech and the point he's making. Nothing. Zero. It's a flat zero on that. So for me,
it's true.
this is the issues I care about with Elon Musk and what he's doing. There might be some other issues like, car batteries that are messing up families in the Congo and terrible things like that. But we're not talking about that right now. So when Trump says something I agree with, I'm not talking about his time, with the Miss America pageants and things like that and what he said about Mexico. I'm talking about the one thing that I agree with about Trump or Biden for that, So with hate speech, Elon Musk is dead on here. And I got to tell you something real quick. Dan Wooten, who, when I say the name, everyone cringes, wrote an article I agree with 1,000%. 1,000%. Like, and Dan Wooten, obviously, we don't like the guy. He's like one of the worst. But in isolation, with this article, I was like clapping. I was like, I couldn't even believe
he's written some good articles. Aside from the Depp stuff, I think Dan Wooten is right on a lot of things. So, but go ahead. So he wrote about this.
That's my point is, with getting back to Elon Musk, I agree with him on this issue, so I don't care what else he did in his past or whatever. Maybe this person's totally right. Maybe he's a charlatan. Maybe he's a loser. Maybe he's a scam. I don't care. With this issue, he's totally correct.
I will say too, like the person, I don't think they were trying to slam Elon Musk. I think they were more saying it might be an interesting topic for me to look into. But your point is
No, that's
taken.
true. That's true. But yeah,
No, but your point is taken, and I think that one of the problems that we have in our society in these conversations is that a lot of us are in these ideological boxes, and I'm guilty of it too at times, and it makes it hard for us to listen or accept the valid things that people say if it's coming from someone that we have an issue with. So I just appreciate and I think you do too, that Elon Musk is one of the few people, as much as I hate what he did to, participate in that stuff with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, although I think Amber kind of suckered him too. But as much as I dislike all of that, I do feel like Elon Musk is one of the few people that is trying to talk some sense to this sort of bullshit. And these smug journalists, these smug reporters, they are so used to people just accepting their platitudes. Like when it's just becoming a more hateful place. Okay. And so when someone actually calls them out and says, well, like, tell me what that means. Do you literally think that if something is somewhat sexist, it shouldn't be allowed on the internet? I mean, it's good for him. He got him.
Yeah, that was a slightly. What does he even mean by slightly sexist? Like, if it's slightly, that makes it even worse. If it's even slightly something like this, maybe it should be considered hate speech. So
well, that's that's where they get us. They get people like us. Is that just by standing up for falsely accused men, we're seen as being slightly sexist or very sexist. Tanya, thank you for being here and for your comments. Good night. We'll see you later. So I wanted to acknowledge, I got a couple of super chats.
Oh yeah, go right ahead.
So I got a couple from Dan. I'll do the first comment first. It says, wow, it almost sounds like Musk is a human being with strengths and weaknesses and virtues and character flaws. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is something that I get into with a lot of the guys, or just a lot of the people that I talk about on my channel at times, is that, human behavior is complex. And it's hard it's not good generally to see someone one-dimensionally, unless it's Amber Heard. Then she's just pure evil. No, I'm kidding. Sort of. And then
I know what you mean.
And Dan says, yeah, so it's funny that you bring this up because actually eHacker and I had a conversation about this a while back. And I don't think you think it's good strategy for me to answer this question, right, eHacker?
Okay. No, yeah. All right. This has been going on since the beginning of Super Chats. Is some YouTubers will say, oh, YouTube takes this certain percentage. Don't Super Chat me here. But the fact is, YouTube right now is still by far the best platform for us creators to get to you guys, get to the viewers, and for us to have a successful channel, right? There's Rumble, BitChute, and these things are in early stages. They're not there yet. So it's not wrong for YouTube to take a percentage. They can't work for free. They can't just have a free service where, they set it up for us. We get Super Chats and they totally manage everything. You just give them your bank account. They give you the money. It's on time every month. They do all the work. So they deserve some. Do they take too much? Yeah. Okay. Maybe it's debatable. But if we stop supporting YouTube, then what happens? Then we lose the platform to an extent. You know what I mean? So it's not, YouTube in itself is not a bad thing. The software, the system is good. It's the people behind the scenes, like this journalist is, like Elon Musk is talking about here with the hate speech and all the rules and things like that. But the actual software and service we get's fine, so.
Well, yeah. So basically there's the sort of there's the larger like theoretical argument or ideological argument there about supporting YouTube. And then but the answer to your question is YouTube does take considerably more than PayPal. But what you're paying for with YouTube is but you are paying for the service, you're contributing to that. And then also like, I recognize that people just enjoy the super chat aspect of it. And so when people, the PayPal, so I do get more money, considerably more from PayPal than I do from super chats for the same amount of money. But I appreciate the super chats. If you do want to contribute to PayPal, the link is below. And yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate eHacker that you're not one of these people that's just always like whining and complaining and stuff, because it would be very easy to whine and complain about how much money YouTube takes from the chats, and it's not half, but they take from the chats and they take from the advertising.
Also depends on what country you're in, by the way. So I actually get a little more because I'm in Japan. The end's not worth exactly as much as the dollar, and I get paid in dollars. So if you're in France, I don't know, France, England, Germany, whatever, you're getting based on the currency. Yeah. So if you super chat me $10, that goes a little bit over what I get because your currency is worth more. So for me, I actually get a little more. Mm-hmm. So if you're in France and there's a different balance or whatever, the creator is actually sometimes just getting the same amount based on their currency. If you get my drift, they are technically getting the fair amount, but to me, I'm getting like even a little extra. So as far as supporting someone personally, it all really depends on where they're at, so. Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Yeah. So let me see here. I thought that I did have the PayPal link below, but I don't. So since
PayPal's great too.
But Hey, tell me while I'm doing this, tell me what are some topics that you have. We're talking about like things that you can't say or that you get pushback on. What are topics that you've gotten the most pushback on over your YouTube career?
Well, they used to in the early days before Virginia demonetized a lot of Amber videos. But that was partly because I didn't know what I was doing as far as
It's still
keywords
do
and things
for
like that.
me. I might not know what I'm
Well,
doing
okay,
either, but
here's what
tell
you
me.
do. You can never have Johnny and Amber in the same title and tags,
Is that it?
right?
Okay.
So
Okay.
what that umbrella guy does is he misspells Amber,
Okay.
and it doesn't matter because once you type in AM whatever, it just comes up.
Uh-huh.
So you just misspell Amber. It doesn't work so well with Johnny, right? Because you can't really
Mhm.
misspell Johnny, but Amber works with Johnny. And from my experience, I've only got like 2,600 videos, so it's just my opinion, is that if you
Mhm.
don't mix those, then you'll be
That's good to
safer.
know. Well, that's
And
good to know.
you could change titles. If one title doesn't work, if you have like the word cringe or something, maybe it picked
Mhm.
up on that. Just change the word cringe to the word fail, and you could mess around. And I haven't had a video demonetized in like a year because of what I've been doing. And I had one talk with Tug like a year ago. He gave me a couple of pointers that seemed to work. So
Well, that's good. I am getting better, or it is getting better. Like it used to be that just every one of my videos on Manson and on Amber Heard got demonetized, and I still get a lot of demonetization on the Manson. I guess because there's just there's so
well,
many bad words mixed in.
if you put Shock Rocker instead of Manson in the title, they generally don't get demonetized. But you put Manson on the thumbnail real big so everyone knows what it's about.
Okay, okay. So, well, maybe what I need to start doing with some of these then is being a little more subtle, even though it doesn't. So the problem is, it's it, the problem is like you want to get a lot of views, and so putting Marilyn Manson in there is kind of the easiest way to do that. But at the same time, it's getting it if it's getting stuff automatically demonetized, and that's an issue, like it is for me. So I probably need to try to be more careful and try some things like what you're talking about, like putting. You said don't put Johnny and Amber in the same tags or sentence.
Okay. It's
Don't
kind
put
of like Legos, right? If you've got like a bunch of Legos like red, green, and white, you just kind of build them in different ways until you hit the way that, works for the system. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
If you build
Mhm.
them all up like this, maybe try going like this, and then eventually, oh, that's the shape that works.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
it's kind of like
no.
that. Take a few minutes, but I rarely have things demonetized. Once in a while, after 24 hours or something, but, oh, they got this one. What's the difference? But it rarely
Mhm.
happens now.
Mhm. So what has been the most controversial for you kind of after the Amber stuff? Are there topics that like you've covered them and your audience has kind of said, "Hey, don't do that," or freaked out or not really?
Well, I think obviously Andrew Tate's like heavily misunderstood, but with good reason.
Mhm.
Like he says some brilliant things. Like he says some brilliant things that personally changed me as a person and the
Really?
way I go about my day, right? Just like his basics, he's got motivational videos, right? Like you've seen those
Okay.
motivation, like make money. He does those. And it's got
Okay.
nothing to do with like how he feels about women, right? So, and those videos he's got is like on the money, right? They're like dead on the money. He's a great motivational speaker. So then he'll go and say something because he's, I think, Islamic. He'll say something about marriage, but whoa, people get so turned off by him. And I agree with those people. He's saying some pretty stupid things about like traditional marriage and relationships, but his advice on motivating yourself to make more money, be a better person, the passage of time is like gold. It's really good. So
Well, I mean, I've seen a lot of people online saying that, and of course, we've seen in many other cases how people will take things out of context and they'll take the worst or most outrageous things that people have
right.
said, and then they'll make that representative of them. Let me ask you this: what do you what have you seen of his, if anything, that does give you pause, or do you feel like there's nothing that he said that's incriminating?
No, as far as his case, as far as these women.
Yeah, because some people have told me, I haven't looked into it hardly at
Okay.
all. Some people have
I
told me
think
that he admits to criminal activity or
we
on
went
his
over
video.
this. We went over this last time.
Right,
Is
right,
that just because you say something doesn't make it true?
right.
You still got to prove it. Like I think Marilyn Manson famously said, "I want to smash Evan's face in with a sledgehammer or something." Right?
Right.
Just because he said that doesn't make it true. It means he said it for some reason, for a shock value, for something like that, right? Or the example I gave was, I slept with 1,000 beautiful women. Now go dig this podcast up 10 years from now. Is that proof that I did it because I said it?
Right. Right.
If
No,
it was a
it's not.
negative, it's the same
No,
thing.
it's not.
And some people believe that if the person says it, they got caught because they said it. That's not how it works. They've got to
Right.
kind of modernize their mind a little bit about podcasts and videos and being a personality online. So just because someone said it doesn't mean they don't have to prove what they said is true. Their
Right.
word is as good as anyone else's.
Right.
Right. So
Right.
that's, I think, what happened to an extent with Andrew Tate and this case is people like, well, he said, on camera that he did this or on this podcast. So that's not evidence in a court necessarily. That could maybe help the jury make up their mind when presented with the larger body of evidence, but that's not evidence in itself. Now, there's one thing he said, and this is, I guess, you got to search yourself deep sometimes and really realize who people are, okay? So I think he said something like, I was choking you during sex and you liked it, okay? Now, maybe he did that with a woman, but you've got to think, he's not just having missionary position with girls who are like fives.
Right.
He's having sex with dozens and hundreds of women. And when you do that, you get bored with certain things. Okay. So he might want to role play out the situation. You got to really think about people in lives. He's a billionaire. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's got hundreds of women who want to do all kind of crazy things also. And at a certain point, they're not just going to say, let's do a 69, have sex and fall asleep. They're going to try all kind of crazy things. You know what I mean? And one of those things might be where she's getting choked and they play this role playing
Mm-hmm.
thing. And people can't start to think deep enough and put themselves in someone else's shoes. Okay. So I think that element happens too, where they go, oh, he said that he was choking her and he got accused of it. He did it. But wait, I mean, look at who the guy is. If he was like, a garbage man, I'd be like, maybe, probably the guy did choke her. Garbage men have their, choice of how many women in their lifetime. I know
what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean.
So a garbage man would want that, let's just do regular sex in 69 and I'm floating in the clouds. But Andrew Tate has probably had 200 women, and that's not what turns him on anymore. And you got to think of things.
200 might be lowballing it. On his account.
Something like that. But you know what I mean.
What you're saying. No, I do.
And people can't think.
No, this is something I said with the Manson case as well. And again, not trying to equate them. I've not looked into the Tate thing hardly at all. I have seen that there's indications perhaps that he's overestimating his wealth, but that's not a crime for throwing in jail for. But I think what we're saying,
Maybe.
what you're saying about him, what I've said about Marilyn Manson, people who it is in their interest when they've cultivated these images to say certain things on camera. And when people are talking on camera, they are performing. And so so who you see, I try to be real as much as I can, but what you were seeing of me on camera is not necessarily always the totality or reality of who I am. Or sometimes I make jokes about my relationship that aren't even really based on reality, just because things just sometimes oh, it's kind of a funny shtick, yeah, I've been in this room 20 years. He's holding me hostage or whatever. Well, someone could clip that if they wanted to and make something out of it. And so when someone's career is based partly on being outrageous or saying outrageous things, and then also when someone is living a really edgy life where there's a lot of sex going on and there's a lot of women who want things and all kinds of stuff going on, and it gets complicated. So I appreciate what you're saying, and I don't think we should rush to justice. I hope that the Romanian justice system is good, but
don't forget he was actually put in jail for 2 months or something. We're not talking about he was accused and his career. No, he was actually in jail.
Yeah. So yeah. Gina says, why are we talking Andrew Tate? Well, I asked eHacker what are some controversial topics he's been interested in. But I mean, the guy's in jail.
So that's it.
Tons of people watch.
He's out now.
Or he was in jail. Tons of people watch him. So anyway, but like I said,
I was just answering your question. I go off.
No,
sometimes.
I know. I don't think. I don't think it should be an issue to talk.
But it's related to Manson. It's not just about him. It's related to Trump and Biden also. And
there's a whole syndrome going on.
You hear them say one thing on a clip, and you're like, "We got him. That's a bad president." But it's one. And I'll say this bad about the right wing, is I see a lot of right wing clips out of context, So maybe more so than left wing. There's problems on the left, but one problem on the right is they definitely use clips 9 second, 15 second. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. That's one thing I see on the right hand side a little bit more than the left. So, but that kind of
Interesting.
opened my eyes to my opinion too, and I'm like,
Well, I appreciate it. I don't think it, and I don't think it should be. I don't think it should be off limits. And just and entertaining another perspective doesn't mean that you're absolutely promoting it. Although you're free to do that too. Dan Campbell says, "Okay, thanks, Colonel. One more question: Do you think the false allegations have been discouraged or reduced since the Depp Heard affair?" Um, no, I actually don't. In fact, I think they might have increased, not because that event caused them to increase, but I just think has been a progression since Me Too, an accumulation of more and more people speaking out and more false allegations. And so I feel like there's a lot of stuff that I've been seeing in the media about different men have been accused just even recently. Now, what I do think this is going to do, the Depp Heard thing, is it is a huge example or object lesson in Me Too hoaxes. So it may not have reduced the number of false accusations, but it's reducing the seriousness or the credibility with which people will receive those allegations, especially in the absence of evidence. So what do you say, E-Hacker? Do you think it's
yeah, I think for me personally, I never thought about them so hard. I didn't take them as fact, but I never thought about them, critically. Like, are these allegations true? I just kind of made my own opinion and moved on with my life, right? Like again, Kevin Spacey's a good example. And I don't, still to this day, I haven't researched it, so I don't know. He's been accused of all this stuff. People say he's canceled. This
well,
and
his
that,
primary accuser is full. It was full of, I think, a lot of shit, or based on just what I read about his story.
Right,
I don't know about
so-
the other ones. I mean, he could be groping a lot of people. I'm just saying the case that there was a
Right.
reason why the jury let him off in that
Right.
particular case.
I mean, my point is, people didn't think about it so hard. Like, oh, maybe he is, maybe he isn't. This is what the court's decision was. But now, you've seen a whole court circus, let's just say, on Amber's side play out, you think about it more now. So if Kevin Spacey happened now, after Depp first heard, I would be like, Kevin Spacey, maybe not.
Right,
No.
right.
I'd be like, well, let's see what's going on here, like
Right.
Dan was saying. So I think, I think the answer is yes, basically.
Tammy, yes, yes. Tammy Cobles. I had heard something about this, Tammy, but I didn't really know it was a lawsuit. So the senator who helped Evan and Esme, I guess you're talking about Susan Rubio, is being sued for a Me Too hoax on her husband. I definitely will check that out. I'm not sure why I was not really aware of that. I think I heard a little something about it. That would be interesting, an interesting story in and of itself. What there was something I just recently I wanted to ask. I was going to say Johnny Depp, Cannes Film Festival. You think it's a really big deal? Do you have any thoughts?
I don't know much about the Canes' history. They've been around for a long time. I don't know how much the people in the industry find it important. I know the fans love it. For fans, it's important. But how much does it influence the actual CEOs and people in the top who can actually rehire Johnny, get him in contracts for Hollywood movies and stuff? I don't know. But if it is important to them, then it's a great thing, because obviously he's opening, and it looks pretty damn good.
It does. Well, that director has done a lot of good stuff. Now there's an interesting story and a very controversial story with her, or involving the man that she used to be married to. Do you know about this, right?
I did a video on it. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
On I'm talking about like the she maybe started dating her first husband when she was 12, and then
that I didn't. There was something else on her she got sued by somebody.
Oh yeah, I saw that for
something.
Supposedly slapping someone or something. I don't know.
Yeah, spitting in someone's face and slapping someone. But the article was one-sided. They didn't get into their past or what. Like, you don't just walk into someone in a restaurant and spit on their face and slap them for just random. Like, I don't like that person. I'm gonna go spit in his face and slap him. Just because I kind of don't like him. That doesn't happen. To push someone to that point, he must have done something or deserved it in some way. And, then they were saying something like he had a connection to somebody that she didn't like a political point of view or something, which is not enough to make you go slap someone in the face and spit in their face either. The reasoning they gave didn't really match up either. So I just don't think we've gotten the full story. And they mentioned Johnny Depp's name in the article title, so I have to think once again, is this smear indirectly towards Johnny in the movie coming out from these publications who have been doing it all along?
Yeah, she has a really great reputation in France as a director, as an actress too, but mostly as a director. And I've seen a couple of other films that she did, French films, and they were really good. And it does seem to me really questionable timing to see, this lawsuit and these negative stories about her. But there is an interesting story, and maybe I'll do it in a little bit later tonight if I keep streaming for a while. There is an interesting story though about her first marriage, and this is no reflection on her. It's a controversy around the man that she was with, but her first husband was, well, I'll get into it later, but her first husband was the guy who directed The Fifth Element, Luc Besson, huge director in France. And we know that they started dating or we know they were dating when she was 15. Now that is the legal age of consent in France. She had his child when she was 16, but there are some indications that it might have started earlier than that. So that's a whole other story. But anyway, whatever the case with her, her relationship with him, she is a really accomplished director. She's made a name for herself, and I just have tons of respect. I did a video on this if anybody wants to see it earlier this week. I have tons of respect for her for taking a chance on Johnny Depp. When she signed him to do this, that was back before the trial, and so it was back before he was a good bet. And so she took a chance on him, and it's good, and I think it's paying off, and I think that it's getting a lot of good publicity and new fans for her stuff. So anyway, okay, I think I'm going to wind this down. I need to take a break, so I think we'll let you go to bed, or no, we'll let you go to work, or whatever the fuck we're doing today.
Yeah, that's it. Go to work.
So I'm going to put your link though one more time. I want people to check out your channel.
Yeah, sure, it's appreciated. And thank you, Dan, for all the support over here. Dan's been super chatting.
Oh yes, of course. So eHacker, do you like giving out your Instagram as well, or you're mostly like a Twitter guy?
I have Instagram, but it's really, I just use it to talk to a few people. But my Twitter, yeah, I'm trying to get to 3,000 followers. It's been like 3 months. It's just going up and down around 29 something. So.
Yeah, mine tends to hover too. So anyway, okay. So I'm posting this link. This is eHacker's channel, or you can just look him up if you can't
it's all
copy
good.
and paste
Whatever.
that. But anyway,
but
yes.
Good. So I got stuff like that on there.
Oh, that's a real inducement. Oh man, no. So check out his stuff. Like I said, he was
that's hot. That's the hot stuff.
He's not only, but if you have a puke fetish, maybe he's not only or not only has been on the Amber Heard Johnny Depp thing for a long time, but he was along with me. You were like one of just like a few people covering the Manson thing from the beginning. So good for you for that too. So. Okay, everybody, thank you so much. At some point, I think we'll have the Manson cases, Lisa, come on in a bit, but I need to take a break. I am going to continue streaming. So if you want to stick around, let's to the audience, let's come back in like 20 minutes. So that'll be 8:30 Central Time. And we'll pick it up again. And I'm going to move on to some new topics. So I'm going to talk about some other things. I kind of wanted to finish up with the Bud Light Dylan Mulvaney controversy, but then I move on to some other things and also any of your suggestions. We'll see what you got. And yeah, okay. Thank you so much, eHacker. Yeah. Everybody, we'll see you in a bit.
Have a good.
So it's the anniversary of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. It was a year ago that the trial occurred. Normally we can say, oh, time has flown. I feel like it's actually really dragged by this year. Maybe that's just me, my own personal subjective filter. But I'm thinking back to the trial and what we have, I feel like what we've learned or how collective opinion has evolved during the past year since that trial. And I know that there have been a lot of positives, huge positives that came from it. And I've talked about this before, but one of the biggest ones is the fact that we all, the public, the entire public, got an object lesson in Me Too hoaxes and in the idea that you cannot believe all women and that there are such things as false allegations and so forth. And that women are capable, even like really beautiful women are capable of constructing elaborate hoaxes at times. And I don't think some people either believed that was possible or they thought that it was so unlikely and unusual as to almost be impossible and not worth considering or mentioning. But it seems like until what happened with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp recently, that there were things that people were just not grappling with. And I guess I woke up with this the kind of a foreboding today, despite the fact that it seems like it's a happy anniversary. It should be a happy anniversary, especially for those of us who were covering the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing a lot before the trial and during the trial. But I guess to me, it feels like there is so much unfinished business related to the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing and related to Me Too and related to what I believe are the significant number of false allegations, of false Me Too type allegations that have come up, mostly in the media and not even in a court of law. You know, that's the thing, is that almost all of his stuff, it never even gets brought before a court to be adjudicated. And it's just, you know, it's just basically adjudicated by whatever the Hollywood Reporter feels like printing. It's not a very high standard, let me tell you, especially not as of late. I guess that what bothers me is that I feel like we are going to have to go through a lot more of these Johnny Depp, Amber Heard type situations, or some version of them. I'm afraid we're going to have to go through a lot more of them, because I don't feel like society, and particularly the mainstream media, I don't feel like society has fully internalized the lesson here. I feel, well, look, there's two parts to society. I feel like there's the let's get real part, the let's get real page that most people are on. And this is like when you take away all of the sort of the woke, you know, politically correct BS, or maybe even the political posturing from either side or both sides at various times on certain issues. And you just get down to like if you were talking to a friend or a neighbor or a family member or something, and you're just going to get real with them. What do you really think, right? I think that most people, when it comes down to the what do you really think question, I do think that most people are cognizant of the fact that there's not an insignificant number of false allegations, that in fact there are a significant number of false allegations, Me Too type allegations, particularly in these media cases. Like, I think that's something actually that most people get. I think most people have a huge problem with cancel culture. I think most people have a huge problem with the runaway Me Too agenda and with all the false accusations and with what Amber Heard did to Johnny Depp, or what Evan Rachel Wood and a gaggle of other women are doing to Marilyn Manson. And I could go on and on and on. I've talked about other cases, and they seem to just come up all the time now. You know, it's like every week there's a new Hollywood Reporter article. But I don't see there, but there is another part to society, and that part is whatever term we want to use, the more often the more prominent part, or the more sort of public facing part, and that's the mainstream media, and it's you know, the corporate world and all these institutions that have actually become, in a lot of ways, woke or activist, or whatever term you want to use. Like, there is a generation that was brought up in the hyper woke environment of academia, and they didn't realize that academia is really, you know, the people who work in academia, like professors and stuff, that they really ultimately just kind of view all of this as like a theoretical playground. And oh, we can dabble with the idea that there's no such thing as a woman. That's a cool thing. Like, when I went to grad school, I saw all this stuff coming down the pipe. And so this was, you know, and so it was mid 2000s, maybe even a little earlier. And I'm taking classes where I'm reading Judith Butler, and I'm reading some of these different theorists who talk about the fact that there is no such thing as a woman per se. And you know what? It was fun in a way when you were in a theoretical setting like a classroom and you're just tossing about stuff, because it's fun to play with ideas. And you don't have to become wedded to ideas to play with them sometimes, or at times. But there were a bunch of people younger people, my age and below, who came up through the educational system as it got more and more woke and politically correct, as it became more and more a purveyor of these types of slogans like "Believe Women." There was a whole generation or more who was coming up not in this environment, not realizing that this was just a theoretical playground. We were not really supposed to take any of this seriously. And so they took this shit seriously. You know what I'm talking about, right? They took all of this sort of woke theoretical BS stuff. They took it too seriously. They didn't realize that the adults were just kind of playing around and nobody was really like, hey, come on, So they took it too seriously. And now they're running things. It's like some kind of Children of the Corn scenario. I'm serious. I feel like I'm in some kind of woke Children of the Corn. If that reference makes no sense to you, you can look it up. Okay. But anyway. Eli, Samuel. I actually like that horror movie. I don't know why that got such a bad reputation. That was an early Linda Hamilton. Anyway, I've heard that the most recent movie sucks, or I've seen it. I'm going to check it out. But anyway. So you've got this like fully indoctrinated group of people who are running society now, or at least who are running some of these major institutions like the mainstream media. And you've got the people who know better in these institutions, like they're just way too cowed because they know in a way like the inmates are running the asylum. There was an article I read, maybe a year ago by a former Washington Post reporter, or maybe he was still a Washington Post reporter, and he was talking about himself like an old guy, like an old veteran, of journalism. And he was talking about how, like, regardless of one's politics, there was just something fundamentally different about this new group of journalists coming up through the ranks, that they just didn't seem to have an appreciation for real journalist ethics, or at least the supposed desire to get to some kind of objective truth or just present facts without posturing and proselytizing or whatever, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say to you in sort of a roundabout way is that there are these two aspects of society. There's what most people still really think, but that they can't say, and they can't even almost really think it anymore, right? Because it's like a thought crime. You just don't. There's some things you just want to stay the hell away from, because you can't. Because to even think it, it might mean if you think it that it's going to slip out one day. Some kind of like Solzhenitsyn hell, right? Like I don't want to think about this too much because then it might slip out what I really think, and then it slips out. Oh my God. Like if people actually found out that I thought that there was actually such a thing as a woman, like, ooh, how controversial. I have a complicated position on the trans thing, but I'll talk about that some other time. That's another one that people are like, oh, you shouldn't touch that. Everything I want to do, people are like, oh, you shouldn't touch that. I know, I'll get used to it. I'll just do what I want. But I have not seen anyone in this year since the Johnny Depp Amber Heard object lesson that we all had, defamation trial, and we learned about that whole hoax. We even heard Amber Heard. We even heard her talking about it on tape. Like, that's what's so crazy about the people who are still carrying water for Amber Heard. That's what's so just astounding, is that those people have actually heard those tapes that the rest of us have heard. They've actually heard those tapes, and they came to the conclusion that she was the victimized party in that. But people buy into these narratives, and as you know, they buy in psychologically, they buy in emotionally, and then logic can come along later, or it just won't come along at all. So let me tell you one, as they like to say, hard pill, or one hard truth. And I've just been talking last week with a couple of people about this. This came up in conversation with a couple of people. A friend of mine brought it up the other day. I think it was the Manson cases. We have still not had a serious conversation. I want everybody to listen to me, okay? We have still not had a serious conversation about several things. We have not had a serious conversation about how common false accusations are. I'm just not going to listen to any more of this BS about, oh, it's rare. I don't know what planet you're from where it's rare, but on planet Earth, and particularly planet Hollywood, and I'm not talking about the restaurant, is not rare, I don't think. That is not the impression that I have been getting as I have been paying attention to this for the last several years, even before I started making a channel to cover it. False allegations are not rare, and we have not even begun as a society, certainly the mainstream media, but as a society in general, we have not even begun to really grapple with that. The research on false allegations is shitty. It is all over the board. There is in my opinion, there is no good research yet to tell us how often allegations, Me Too type allegations, or even criminal allegations of that type, how often they are false accusations and how often they're legit. But I am entering middle age, and I have had a lot of experience in life now with lots of different types of people over the years. And I feel like I have a good enough grasp experientially of female human nature and all of the variations and just in human nature. But specifically, we're talking about women and we're talking about instances of Amber Heard like behavior, false allegations against men. All right. And I'm telling you that I know enough experientially about female human nature to say that there are a significant number of women that I absolutely think are capable in this world, a significant number that I absolutely think are capable of lying about this stuff and of persecuting men falsely and of even to some degree constructing Amber Heard style hoaxes. I absolutely think that, and even in the normal world, not even Hollywood, just in the real world, I absolutely think that there have probably been a lot of false allegations and men who were falsely convicted, in the absence of like DNA evidence, men who were falsely convicted, or at least falsely convicted in society, in the media, like Johnny Depp and like all the other men who have been canceled. Armie Hammer, Marilyn Manson. I've talked about lesser known stories, Sabatini, Roy Price. There's a ton of people, on and on and on and on, in my opinion. And I don't think that people have come to terms with the impact that the evolution of media, the impact that evolution is having on our psychology and on the ways in which we relate to each other. I don't think that people have an appreciation for the fact that we are truly in uncharted territory with all of this tech stuff. And we know that. That's not even something that I have to explain to you. We all feel it. We all feel that existentially we are in the deep end of the pool with all this technology stuff because it has come upon us so fast and we have not had time psychologically or evolutionarily speaking to come to terms with it. And I've talked about this before. I'm not going to get into a philosophy lecture here. I'll try to link to it below. It was an early lecture I did, but I've talked about this, the fact that for millions of years of human evolution, you have this gradual, very, very slow, finely tuned, delicate process of evolution occurring in our biology. And yet during that time, more or less technology remained static. All right, I'm back. I'm going to have to step away in a minute because I have pizza cooking in the oven, so I'll have to grab it and bring it back. But yeah, so hello everybody. Thanks again to eHacker for joining us earlier, and check out his channel. And so let's see, before we get started with something new, I'm going to go for at least another hour and we'll see, maybe longer. Once I get going, it's like oftentimes I'll keep going into the night. Not going to do a marathon, but I'll keep going into the night. So anyway, I'll go for another hour and then I'll probably take another little break and then maybe come back and keep going. But anyways, I want to remind people because I did want to put it down there in the description below the video, and it looks like I did not. That yes, I do have a PayPal link for tips and donations, and I love the super chats if that's the way you want to do it. If you don't care about super chatting, yes, the PayPal does give me a lot more of your donation. I know PayPal has its detractors, and PayPal I'm sure has its issues and everything, but I've never had an issue with them, and everything's always gone smoothly. And they do take a lot less than YouTube of donations. But like eHacker was saying, I get a lot out of YouTube as well, and it makes sense that they would want to be paid for this service they're providing. So anyway, regardless, though, let me give you the link. Oh shit. And then we'll move on. Okay. And it's also, if you go to my Twitter page, it's at the top of my Twitter page, the link, and it's on the about section of my YouTube and so forth. So there's plenty, and any YouTube video of mine that you click on, it'll also be in the description in the comments. It's just for some reason I forgot to put it in the live stream. But anyway. Okay. So I wanted to finish up the Dylan Mulvaney conversation. And I don't want to get into a whole conversation right now about my opinion on the trans issue because it is complicated, and I tend to come down, generally speaking, on the side of individual freedom and individual's prerogative. So I have absolutely no problem with people wanting to represent themselves in a way that is stereotypically of a different gender or different sex. I have no problem with people wanting to act more stereotypically feminine or less, or dressing in pearls and makeup or not. And I don't have a problem with people taking whatever drugs they want to take, or engaging in whatever form of body modification they want to engage in, as long as they are adults and it's not something that we are encouraging in children, or that we're I don't think that children should be able to decide that they're going to take puberty blockers or they're going to get surgeries or things like that. But in terms of individual, like, adult liberties, I think that I think that people should be able to do all of these things, and I think that society should be open-minded and tolerant. Again, where it becomes complicated for me is that I do believe that there is such a thing as a man and there is such a thing as a woman. I realize that there's a small minority, a tiny minority of people who are born intersex, who are born with hermaphroditic, with the genitals of each, or some of the genitals of each, or whatever. But that is not the norm, and we don't decide what a male and female is based on a tiny minority of exceptional cases. And by the way, even when people are born hermaphroditic, typically there will still be one gender that kind of prevails. And also, when you look at their actual chromosomes, you can still see if someone is male or female, right? So there are biological ways to determine sex. Now, do I think that one's biological sex should determine one's life? I certainly don't. And let me tell you kind of the where this concern with biology started. Okay. A while ago, decades ago, a woman's biology was considered to be much more determinative of the kind of life that she would be allowed to have. And so it is true that decades ago and throughout much of history, a woman's biology was thought to be her destiny, in the sense that, okay, you've got a womb. Oh shit, am I burning the pizza? Right back. I hope that the next thing you see isn't a fire. Well, the pizza's a little charred. Got a little carried away, but in my opinion, it is still edible. Would this be too charred for you? But the bottom of the crust is not too charred, so we've got a little bit of damage on the perimeter. But I think, as hungry as I am, it's still edible. Okay. Anyway, I won't claim to be not even a good cook. I won't claim to be a functional human being all the time. Self-swatting. That's right. Ilma Gore called someone. That's what that was. The police coming to my house. All right. Well, I'm going to eat this charred pizza, but what were we even talking? Oh, we're talking about Dylan Mulvaney. So yeah, I'm for freedom. I do think that, like, we cannot expect everyone to get on board with the idea that biology doesn't mean anything. Oh, I know. I was talking about feminism. Okay, yeah. So decades ago, a woman's biology, it really was in many ways determinative, and in a very negative sense, in that it was like, okay, you have a womb, clearly you're meant to have children and not be a physician, right? Or not go to the university or whatever. And so, look, I don't have to go over the history of all this. People understand, right? But I feel like what's happened now is a kind of, and the same too for men. Like, I understand that being a biological male, there are these different expectations and aspects of that are not appealing. You know, each sex has its upsides and its downsides in different ways. And so even in the more patriarchal periods in history, I understand that women didn't have a lot of rights, but also men were the ones who were going to war, and life was, and having to do a lot of physical labor outside, and life was just sucky for everybody. Mostly throughout history, mostly what we see, and Jordan Peterson has talked about this too before, most of what we see is just people trying to barely survive. We are living in a time of really unusual, historically speaking, of really unusual prosperity and freedom, and we have a lot more leisure time, and also people increasingly, not most people, but increasingly more people have come to see work, have come to have the expectations that you should enjoy your work, or you should have a fulfilling career. Like, all of these things come out of a society that is ahistorically plentiful. That is to say that we enjoy so much that most people throughout history have not. Most people throughout history have just been trying to survive, unless you were the rare aristocrat person born into an aristocratic or wealthy family. I mean, there wasn't even really such a thing as a middle class historically in a lot of societies. So most people were poor, and very poor, and trying to get by. And so a lot of these gender roles, and I've talked about this before, but a lot of these gender roles developed, not that we see as patriarchal, developed not so that men could just lord over women and make their lives miserable, but developed because actually there were perhaps reasons, like maybe at times some good reasons for these things. Let me give you an example, and I've talked about this before. The double standard when it comes to female sexuality and virginity, and the fact that up until recently, throughout most of history, traditionally, women's reputations took a big hit if they had a child outside of wedlock. And there were lots of cases where women were forced to go away and have their kids and then give them up, or whatever. And it was understood, that when a man and a woman had a sexual encounter, that it could be very dangerous for a woman in terms of nothing else, pregnancy, right? And back then we didn't have DNA testing. And we didn't have a government safety net. So let's take us back to 1,000 years ago, or whatever, maybe even just 100 or 200 years ago, or whatever. There wasn't DNA testing to determine paternity. And there also was not a government safety net or social programs or whatever to help women get by who have children and couldn't pay for them. So those sexual strictures, or those sexual constraints, or those standards that women were held to, unfairly or disproportionately, they were there in a lot of cases. I think the underlying reason, whether people realize it or not, is this issue of, like, children. Like we don't want people having kids who shouldn't be having them or aren't stable enough for them or can't afford them. And since the state historically wouldn't step in and fund those children, and also since paternity was impossible unless the kid looked like someone, it was impossible to assess. Yes, this makes sexual activity more problematic. And of course, it was unfair that the burden fell more on women than men, but it's also true that nature places more of a burden for sexuality on women than men. Okay? It's not the patriarchy's fault that if I have sex with someone, I can get pregnant from it. But that is a very real consequence. So what I'm trying to say is that biology, it is real. And there were reasons for attitudes in the past that we might disagree with. But now I feel like the pendulum has swung the other way to where we're not supposed to acknowledge that biology has any ramifications on anything, or that it might be significant for anything, or that being born a woman versus a man, it does mean something. And so what I don't like about certain aspects of the trans movement, and I'm not talking about all trans people, and like I said, I have a number of trans, friends and supporters, and I've interviewed a couple of trans, I think 1 or 2 trans people on my channel. What I'm trying to say though is that I support these people, and I support people's right to live how they want, generally speaking, if it's not hurting anyone. But I do not like this idea that this sort of delusional idea that we all have to go along with a kind of delusional thinking that there's no such thing as biology, or that we're not allowed to have basic biological reactions to things. Like I'm small-minded or bigoted if I don't want to date a woman with a penis, or if I don't want to date a woman, or I have sexual preferences. Like, that's bigotry. You see stuff like that now. And so when I look at Dylan Mulvaney, what I would say about Dylan Mulvaney is that, and I have no problem calling her a she, although I don't want to be forced to do that. And I think that's wrong too. And to be forced to verbalize what is really unreality, because she really isn't a woman. But I'll go along with other people's preferences for how they want, to a certain degree, for how they want to be perceived and discussed. But when I look at Dylan Mulvaney, I have no problem with her wearing pearls or wearing makeup or acting in a stereotypically feminine manner, although I personally find it a little annoying, but I find it annoying when women act that way too. A stereotypically feminine manner. But what I do have a problem with, and I have no problem with her calling herself a woman. I'm calling myself Colonel Kurtz, but I'm not a real colonel. And that's where it gets complicated, because if I demand that you all in the audience start thinking of me like someone who's actually attained the rank of colonel in the military and is actually like ordering troops around or something, and then I tell you that you're fucking bigots if you will not concede that reality and you will not talk about me that way or view me that way or whatever, or that the army should let me in. I'm a colonel. I say I'm a colonel, so give me some men and women to order around in the military. It's crazy. And what I don't like about the Dylan Mulvaney thing, or certain aspects of the trans movement, is this idea that it's incorrect for me to view that as a man when it is still obviously a man, or that it is bigoted of me to have opinions on whether I'm looking at a woman or a man, or whether that distinction means anything. I've seen Dylan Mulvaney without the face filters and without the lighting. I'm sure some of you have seen it. There was a picture going around, and it's very clearly a man up close. It's very, and I don't mean it, but I'm saying she's very clearly, it's hard to say she's very clearly a man, actually. But what I'm looking at there, he is very clearly a man. Now, I am fine going along with this vision of how Dylan wants her life to be, and if I were around her, I would call her she, and I'd be happy to, look at her pearl collection or her dress collection or whatever. But like, I'm not going to be forced to say that that's a woman. And I know that there are cases, and I find it particularly insulting. Let me say this too. I find it particularly insulting when we're told that we should consider someone a certain sex when they're not even pulling it off very well. And so, it's one thing like Blair White. Now, I don't know, maybe she's using filters too. I don't know. But Blair White is someone that it seems like if I saw her on the street, I would think that was a woman. Everything about her looks like an authentic woman. I know she's paid a lot of money and gone to a hell of a lot of trouble and discomfort and pain to pull that off. But I feel like she pulls it off. And I've seen people up close who pull it off very well. I was in Thailand years ago, and I stopped a prostitute to ask for directions. And it was one of the most beautiful. She was one of the most beautiful women that I'd ever seen. And then when she started talking, it was a male voice that came out. But it was like, other than the voice, then I could have fooled me. Much prettier woman than I am. I think that if someone is truly pulling it off well, then sure, it's easier for all of us to go along with it. And I'm fine if someone can pull it off. Like, if someone can pull it off and they're being accepted as a woman, then great. But there are a lot of people, no offense to them, but they're not pulling it off without the filters. And to me, that's even a step deeper into the ridiculousness, because like, this is truly like insanity when I'm looking at someone and I'm clearly picking up basic biological signals that they are one sex. And then they're telling me, and society is telling me, or certain woke elements of society are telling me that I am a bigot if I'm responding to these basic signals, or if I'm seeing these basic indicators of what they are. So to me, it's like, what if, okay, look at all these Hollywood stars who are getting plastic surgery and getting Botox and fillers and lasers and all of this stuff. And it's getting to the point where there are a number of people in Hollywood in their 50s who look like they're in their 30s. And as technology becomes more and more advanced, and the kinds of interventions that wealthy people can get become more and more advanced, increasingly we will see that people of a certain financial means will not look who choose to, will not look their age anymore. And I know people can pull it off to greater and lesser degrees, and some people look faker than others or whatever. But I'm saying that the age thing is the same thing. Do you think, what if, let me put it this way, people give Madonna a hard time for having too much plastic surgery, and I agree she went too far. Now, she has the right to do that, right? Just like trans people, but for my taste, it looks strange. What if Madonna took it a step further and she started demanding that we all think of her as a 25-year-old? And that we're bigots if we don't think of her as a 25-year-old. And look, I'm doing all this stuff to be 25. Look at my smooth skin and my plump skin. I don't look like a 25-year-old to you. Well, no, you don't. But even if you did, even if you were pulling it off really well, you still wouldn't be 25, unless we're going to change the definition of 25 to mean something other than actual chronological or actual like numbers, in which case it's not really 25 anymore. It's something else that you've made. So look, there are realities that we all don't like. I don't like the idea of aging. I think I look younger than my age. I'm 42, almost 43. I do a lot of stuff to my skin and whatever to look younger. And I'm very happy when people think I'm younger. But I would never tell you all that you were bigots if you don't think I'm 25. And that's just so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. And it's that I feel like certain extremist elements of the trans movement, this is what's happening. I'll tell you something else that I don't like. And I talked about this on Twitter. ESV, the big deal. No, I don't think you're understanding. No one is obligated to watch. That's true. No one is obligated to watch. But watching is one thing. Accepting someone else's distorted version of reality is another, especially when it's being pushed on me. So as you know, it's not just Dylan Mulvaney staying in her lane, so to speak. It is a whole ideology that is in various ways being pushed on people. And you may say, how's it being pushed on you? Well, I taught college for many years, and there were there were times when I was basically forced to go along with this idea, even though I didn't really believe in it. And I had students who wanted me to call them by certain pronouns that just were not indicative of what their biological sex was. So it does actually, after a while, it does sort of start filtering into normal people's experience, or people who are not, are outside of just Dylan Mulvaney. So anyway, I should eat this pizza before it starts getting too cold. But I'll tell you something else that's a little bit irritating to me, and I don't mind it per se, but to me it's kind of symptomatic of something deeper. I went for 35, well, more than that. until I started my YouTube, until a few years ago, I had never had anyone misgender me. And I regularly now, misgender, missex, or whatever, I regularly now have people asking me in YouTube comments or even on the stream or on the chat or whatever, asking me if I'm trans. Now, and asking me if I'm a boy and telling me that I'm a good looking boy and all of this. Now, I understand that's not indicative of everyone, and maybe there's people who are just kind of strange, but I've gotten this comment enough that there are clearly some people out there who, when they look at me, they're getting some kind of masculine signal. I don't know if it's maybe my bone structure. I don't think I have I kind of have like a jaw. I guess that's a little more defined. Maybe it's the sort of some of the tomboyish stuff I wear sometimes. Maybe it's the way I carry myself. I don't know. But I frequently now have people asking me if I'm trans, and that would not have happened years ago because there wasn't this confusion that had been introduced, that's been introduced now into people's minds. And is that a big deal? Is that a great burden in life? No, it doesn't even particularly bother me, but I'm just saying that these ideologies, they do have profound effects that filter down into society. And the thing with the aging and with movie stars, it's great if movie stars and wealthy people or even normal people like me can because I get mine for free through a family connection. But if people can do things to make themselves feel better about themselves or to feel younger or sexier or whatever, have a better image, great. But the day that I demand that you think that I'm 25 years old or that you relate to me as a 25-year-old, or I'm going to call you a bigot, that's going to be a problem the day that comes. So anyway, that's what I'll say about that. Now, as far as Bud Light, I don't care who Bud Light. I hate alcohol anyway, but I don't care who Bud Light wants to get behind. And so I really don't see the fuss over the Bud Light thing. Like I'm not angry at Bud Light, and even if I liked Bud Light, I wouldn't be angry at Bud Light. I guess the reason why people are angry at Bud Light is because what they said on those cans, the commemorative cans of beer that they gave Dylan Mulvaney, was congratulations on 365 days of being a woman. So I guess what people are angry about is that Bud Light is endorsing this kind of fantasy world that this person is living in, is projecting, and this kind of ideology that's problematic, what I've been talking about. But I really don't get what the big deal is with Bud Light. So that's not my issue. And I don't have an issue with Dylan Mulvaney anyway. I have an issue with aspects of the trans movement and with people and with a certain mentality that I've just described. So anyway, I think that's understandable. I think everybody gets what I'm saying, even if you don't agree with it. I will say this though. Okay, I will say this. My last comment. Human beings, we are increasingly, as technology advances, and it's advancing now exponentially, we are quickly getting to the point where human beings will not be bound by biological destiny, and where we will be able to do all kinds of things to ourselves in terms of physical enhancements, whether we're talking about implants, we're talking about pharmaceuticals or whatever. And like the age interventions that I was talking about, they're getting more and more sophisticated. We are quickly going to get to the point where biological sex will mean less and less, or where it will be more malleable. And the same thing with age and all of these things. And so even though I don't believe that a kind of unreal view of the world should be pushed on people, I do think that we are going to evolve to the point where these distinctions, they won't mean as much, or they will be more malleable. And so that's, I guess, the other thing I would say is that I do recognize that I'm getting to be a middle-aged woman now, and that one of the things that happens when you get to be middle-aged is you look at the younger people and what they're doing and thinking, and you're like, oh, that's crazy. What are they thinking? So I understand that, and I understand that we are moving to a place inexorably where people, one day someone will be able to go into a physician's clinic and say, I'm ready to become a woman. And you'll just if you're a man, and or vice versa, and you'll get to a machine and it'll just go like in Face Off, was it Nicolas Cage or is it John Travolta gets in the machine and then does some stuff and then they've got a brand new face. I do think we'll be there one day. And then your sex will be on some level a matter of pure choice, but we're not there yet. And for people to act like we're there, or we should all be in that headspace, or that a woman with a dick is the same thing as a woman without a dick. Like, I'm not there. And I think it's kind of a crazy making way of thinking. But I respect your opinions and your experiences if they are different, and I'm open to talking about this more. But I did, I learned a lot of this stuff in grad school. I spent many years in a very, leftist English PhD university program, and literature is very leftist in general. The field of literature, very leftist, very woke. I read all this stuff about gender and trans and biology isn't real and all of that. Like, I read it all. Probably read more than most of the trans people who watch my shows. But I think there was this feeling that a lot of us had that this stuff was just theoretical games that we were playing, and that it wasn't going to actually seep into the culture the way it has. And that's why you should be careful what you teach your kids, or what's passed on to the next generation. Anyways, okay, enough of that. So ESV says, I just care that people turn violent over others living their lives. Well, people do that in all directions, though. It's not just trans people. I understand. And I don't know the statistics on violent crime and trans people. And so I'm certain, but there are people who would turn violent with me if given the opportunity over things that I've said. I don't even have my address now is a post office box, because I'm scared of someone showing up, finding out where I live and showing up and doing something to me. As you know, there are, and we can debate to what extent their crimes were affected by their trans ideology or whatever. We know there are trans people who've killed other people, and shootings and things like that. And I'm just saying, like, yes, I don't doubt that there are a number of trans people who, because other people feel icky about them or threatened or whatever, that they've been subjected to hate crimes and violence and stuff. But I'm saying that I can support those people, or I can say that stuff is awful, while at the same time also seeing these, I think, significant issues with certain elements of the trans ideology. Okay, what else did I have to talk about? Hold on a second. Let me get this off the... All right. So I know my pizza. So this is what we're going to do while I eat my pizza. I want to show you something, because I wanted to talk a little bit about NXIVM, give you some updates on that. I'm actually putting out a video tomorrow on the NXIVM thing. Tomorrow's actually edition is not going to be about NXIVM so much. It's going to be about this idea of a cult. I want to this week and next week in my NXIVM series, I want to look at this idea of like a cult and the history of this idea, and look at it sort of in other contexts. But one of the things that somebody sent me is this Saturday Night Live skit about the bridesmaids cults, and maybe the bridesmaid cult. And maybe some of you have already seen this, but I'm going to eat my pizza and have you watch this. It's kind of a good sort of entry into talking about give you some NXIVM updates. So it was an SNL skit. Here we go. Yeah, that was just 3 minutes. 1 second, and I'll get it loaded. They did on SNL, and it was meant to be in the vein of some of like The Vow and some of these, and Wild Wild Country, and some of these quote unquote cult documentaries, but particularly I think The Vow, about the NXIVM cult. So anyway, it's kind of interesting. Okay, 1 second, I'll get this set up. Never mind. Okay, so like I said, I heard y'all insulting my pizza earlier, but it is almost gone. Now, I like the way that this SNL skit, it points out the ways in which the things, the traits that we attribute to a cult, when we're thinking, I'm not talking just NXIVM at this point, but I'm just thinking about in general, like cult-like traits and activities, that you can actually find them in a lot of different places in society. And I'm not saying that being a bridesmaid is the same experience as joining an organization, that people label a cult or whatever, right? But what I'm saying is, it is really, when you actually, one of the questions that I wanted to get into is this question of, well, what do we mean when we use the word cult? Because there are a lot of things, organizations that we join and things that we do that actually do have sort of cult-like behaviors. And I have something to say about the bridesmaid thing specifically. I have never been married, probably not ever going to get married. It's just not my thing. I had not one moment as a young woman, or since then, where I dreamed about a wedding. I fantasized about a wedding or a wedding dress or what my wedding dress would look like, or, I mean, any of that. And so I'm in a committed relationship, long-term relationship, but just not doing the marriage thing. So that makes me extremely unenthusiastic about going to other people's weddings, because you can imagine that if I don't even find it interesting enough to do it myself, why would I find it interesting when other people are doing it? And I know that's like a narcissistic asshole thing to say, but it's just the truth. And I have only been a bridesmaid twice, thank God, in my life. It was only twice, and that was 2 times too many. The first time it was for my cousins, and they had a pretty simple wedding, so that was not a big deal. The second time it was for my best friend, and she ended up getting a divorce, which is fine. Although there is kind of this part of me that, like, well, this is an asshole thing to say, but there was like, oh, I spent all of that money and went to all that trouble, and then you just ended up like cheating on him anyway. But her life has gotten a lot better. She was going through a rough period, to say the least. But no, but the second one was a lot more trouble, and it was more expensive, and it was just a lot more. And it's like, it is kind of like cult-like. Like you spend a lot of money and there's a lot of pressure, and there are all these rituals and none of these things that I really particularly enjoyed, but you're supposed to pretend like you're enthusiastic about it and whatever. Now, I know it's not like a real cult that's hurting people, but I'm just saying it is interesting to see how many of these things, how many things in our life could be given a label of being somewhat cult-like. I was having a conversation the other day with someone, or I think I talked about this in the stream, about money, and about how people will say, oh, cults, they take too much money from people, or people pay too much money. And there's a lot of things in life that are real money sucks that don't end up paying off, where people are actually taking advantage of other people. Like basically any internship. Okay. An unpaid internship is taking advantage of someone's free labor and time. Or tithing. Why it's churches, many churches love to harp on the fact that you owe God 10% of your income. You owe God a significant portion of your income. And so you've got these people who, well, I want to do what God tells me to do. And it says in the Bible, bring the tithe in the storehouse, and my preacher or my priest or my rabbi or whatever is telling me that, God wants me to support this. And so, okay, I mean, to me, it's messed up that people give 10% of their income to the church, especially since most of the time, church, it's okay, I think, if churches are actually helping the poor, but a lot of that money that people give to churches just goes into replicating or reproducing or propagating one's religious views. So my point is not that you shouldn't give money to your church. I'm just saying that there are lots of things that you could look at and say, well, these people are being in some way taken advantage of. To me, the question is always, well, is it voluntary or not? And what do people mean when they say brainwashing? The mainstream media is engaged almost all of the time in brainwashing. So if we want to give that a word. So anyway, I just thought that was kind of interesting. And I guess all of you should never ask me to be a bridesmaid, since you know now what I'm really thinking about it. What I also didn't like about my second bridesmaid experience with my best friend is that she chose a really ugly dress. And what happened was, when I went with her to choose the bridesmaid's dress, she was like, "Oh, I really want your opinion, because you're going to be the maid of honor, and I want you to feel great about how you look, and I want you to just, you're spending a lot of money on this dress and everything, and I want your input, and I love your taste and all of that, right?" So I go with her, and she narrows it down. First of all, I didn't even really get much input. She basically narrowed it down on her own to 2 dresses. Okay. So she narrows it down to 2 dresses. Now, one of those dresses, thank you, Gina. One of those, will I come to your wedding? Only as an audience member, not a participant. Okay, so anyway, she chooses this friend of mine that I'm going to be a bridesmaid or maid of honor for. she chooses 2 finalists for the dresses. One of the dresses is absolutely gorgeous. It was a deep red color. Red is one of my favorite colors, particularly to wear. It was a deep red color. It was very flattering to the figure. It had this kind of, as I remember, this sort of like a sash or sort of mini train or something on it. It was just a beautiful gown. Like, I would have loved to have worn that as an evening gown for something. Like, that is something that I would have definitely worn again. And it's also something that I felt really great wearing as her bridesmaid. So that was option number 1. The other option was one of the most hideous dresses that I've ever seen. And certainly one of the most hideous dresses that I've ever seen in a wedding. Thank you, Eddie. It was brown. Now, I know under certain conditions, brown can be okay, but it was just like this ugly brown color. And it was just one of those, off, off the shoulder, kind of princess cuts on the top, and then it was not, and then the gown just went straight down. Like, there was no, it was just like basically having a brown towel wrapped around me, a shiny brown towel wrapped around me that went all the way to the ground, and that I would never want to wear anywhere else ever again. Which one do you think she chose? And do you know why she chose it? She chose it because, and here I'm going to be an asshole, but all of these brides, I've been dreaming about this day. It's my day. It's my day. Everyone's going to be looking at me. I'm going to be the queen. I'm going to be the princess. So I don't want my bridesmaids looking better than me or even anywhere remotely in the vicinity of me, because I'm going to put them in the ugliest fucking dresses that I can find, and I'm just going to pretend like I think this is pretty when everyone sitting here can see it's fucking ugly, and that I've clearly overlooked the much more attractive dress because I am too narcissistic to have my bridesmaids looking good on my big day. So that is what happened there. And you can see that I'm clearly not over it all of these years later. And let me just tell you that however much this dress cost, I don't remember, but it was expensive. I definitely resented having to pay all that money for the ugly dress. So if I ever get married, which I don't think I'm going to, but if I ever do and I have a ceremony, I'm going to put my bridesmaids in, well, first of all, I'm not going to make them buy expensive dresses, but if I did, I'm going to put them in the prettiest dresses I can find. So yeah, so that was my experience with that. And so if you want someone to talk you out of a wedding ceremony, you've come to the right place. I do love wedding cake, though. I will say that is one aspect of the weddings that I really look forward to, or that I really like, because it is very rare that anyone will have a shitty wedding cake. So you're guaranteed that if you can stick it out through the boring parts of the ceremony, like the marriage part and all of that, then you're going to get some really good cake. And especially if they've got a chocolate groom's cake, because then you can get, the light wedding cake and you get the chocolate groom's cake, and you just got the best of both worlds there. Now, I did go to a wedding one time where the cake was absolutely the most disastrous thing I've ever seen in my life. I am in Texas, and I had some relatives on my guy's side. It was like a distant cousin of his who decided to get married and have a country-themed wedding. And so they had it in this like barn. The wedding was in this barn, which is fine, whatever. They had the wedding in this barn, but here's where I got really disappointed. Because at first I was like, oh, this is cool. I like this Western theme. And it's clear like they're not, at least they're not like shelling out too much money for this because it's kind of simple, right? But the wedding cake. So the wedding cake was a single-tiered, really gross-looking yellow cake on top of a tree stump. So there was a tree stump that someone had brought in. Someone had cut off around, I guess it was part of the stump, right? So like a layer of the tree stump had been cut off, like with a chainsaw or something. And it had been brought into the wedding reception area in this barn, and it had been placed there. And someone had put the cake directly on it. So like the cake was directly on this dirty tree stump. There wasn't even like a sheet or whatever. So it was this ugly, gross looking yellow cake that's like directly on top of this tree stump. I mean, I hope they disinfected the tree stump. Whatever. So that was like a little bit of a letdown. And then also the margaritas, they served margaritas. That was all you could. It was either water or margaritas, which, okay, that's fine. Except the margaritas were so weak. Like, I don't even like alcohol, and I couldn't detect the alcohol in it. And I was really wanting to, because the wedding was kind of a drag. And I'm like, well, at least I can drink and maybe just gotta get a little out of my mind or whatever. But like, you had to drink like 5 margaritas to get an effect. So that was not my favorite wedding to go to. But I do think that themed weddings are interesting. Like, I wish people had more fun. Let me tell you, there are 2 things that I wish people had more fun with, among other things. But 2 things I wish people had more fun with. I wish they had more fun with weddings. Because look, my concept of weddings is that I actually don't see a lot of people having fun, particularly the people who are getting married. I see a lot of people who are stressed out, who are in the wedding or running the wedding or getting married. And then I see a lot of other people who are kind of like bored. But maybe I'm projecting. I don't know. But I like it when people like have fun weddings, and fun doesn't have to be expensive, but just like go somewhere different or do something different or kind of shake up the ceremony, or I don't know, like play strip poker or something. I don't know, just something different, right? So I like that. And then let me tell you something else that I feel like people should have more fun with. I do not understand why wealthy people's houses look so similar. Now, what do I mean by that? I'm saying that if you go into a wealthy neighborhood, and why am I just talking about wealthy people? It's because people assume that people who are lower income are not going to have like fancy, intricate homes, right? So like, there's obviously a reason why most people's homes, they more or less kind of follow generally the same look or layout or whatever. But if someone has a lot of money, if I had a lot of money, I would build a house or make or renovate a house to where it was like really cool. Like, not just like, oh, that's a nice carpet, or oh, I like your wallpaper, but like, oh, there's a moat in your house, or something, or like, oh, there's a Ferris wheel in your bedroom, like a miniature Ferris wheel or what, like make your house, if you have the money, make your house like a cool movie set, or like someone's gone to a different universe or something. Like, do like like make it like a ride in Disney World or something if you can. And I just don't understand why so many wealthy people, their houses all basically look the same. Like, do something different. Now, there was a woman who used to date Hugh Hefner. If any of you ever watched The Girls Next Door, you might remember her. She was an old girlfriend of Hugh Hefner's named Barbie Benton. And she was his girlfriend like in the late 60s, early 70s, and whatever. And they were still on good terms, apparently. But after she dumped Hugh Hefner, then she married this other guy, and they built a house. And they built a house like what I'm talking about. Like, they wanted it to be like interesting and different and fun and unique and not look like anybody else's house. Now, the house is fucking hideous. And if you want to look up Barbie Benton house, then you'll see what I mean. Like, it's not what I would want to live in. But at the same time, I'm like, well, good for them. Like, they're doing something different. Let me see if I can find some pictures here. Just a second. But I think they might have sold it too. But like the Barbie Benton house, I was like, well, it's hideous, but I really appreciate that she and her husband like decided to make something really different. Okay, I've got some pictures. Hold on, I'll show you the Barbie Benton house. You'll see it is ugly by my taste, but it's interesting. All right. Okay, so like for instance, this is one of the I guess it's a theater. Yeah, it's a viewing room. That's the house. I should make these pictures bigger, but I want you to see something. So that is a room in the house. So you see like the hallway here. Look at the exterior of it too. It's got these like these views, these big windows, and look at that. Now again, this sculpture. This would not be this would not be my aesthetic, my choice of aesthetic, but at the same time, I do appreciate they've done something different. So anyway, I just always wonder that about people, like spend so much money on a house, or like you go into a wealthy neighborhood It just seems like more or less like kind of all look the same. But anyway, I don't know. I saw Brad Pitt recently bought a house. It's called the Steel House. He bought it from Eileen Getty. Did you see this? I thought it was cool. It had some different stuff going on. Just a second. On this. So apparently Brad Pitt is downsizing. Oops. Just a minute. Apparently Brad Pitt is downsizing, and so he bought this house from Eileen Getty, one of the Gettys. And so this is his version. It is smaller. It's his version of downsizing. But, oh, come on. Pictures. Here we go. I think that's cool. So it's called the Steel House because it's got this metal, a lot of metal frame, and that's to accommodate the big windows, I guess. Lots of the outdoor views. Okay, like this. I think that would be really fun to live there with those big windows. And anyway, it's kind of fun. It's like bittersweet to look at rich people's homes. Ooh, a wooden hot tub. It's bittersweet to look at rich people's homes because on the one hand, I'm really like interested and I'm like, wow, what are they doing? And that blue carpet's interesting. And what a pretty house and all that. But then also it's kind of the bitter part is like, well, I'm never going to live in a place like that. It's like my mom used to say that, oops. My mom has always said that shopping is kind of bittersweet or going shopping because she said that it's fun to try on clothes and it's fun when you find something that if it looks great and it fits and it's also something you can afford. But most of the time with shopping, what you're doing is you're seeing a lot of stuff that you can't afford, that you shouldn't be buying or that you can't buy, right? So she always said that that she had to be in the right mood to go shopping because sometimes it was painful to go shopping, which I think, yeah, it's interesting. I've never predictably been a big shopper either. You can see that by some of the clothes that I wear, or the fact that I rewear so many clothes. I actually have a pretty good number of clothes in my closet because people have bought things for me over the years. My mom actually will buy me a lot of clothes, or guys that I've dated, because I don't like going shopping. So my mom will be like, I know you don't shop, so I bought you all these things. This is something my mom bought for me. I wear it ironically because because it is not my personality to wear a shirt that says strong, because to me that's like some kind of cheesy, corny, like feminist message, like, oh, I'm a strong woman, I'm strong, let me tell you about last time I was sexually harassed at work. Uh-oh. That might have been God telling me that I've gone too far. Okay. You remember I used to have the Elvis thing hanging up here, the Elvis live in Acapulco picture, and I still have it, but I don't put it up very much because that whole teenage thing, I'm not sure it's the messaging that I want for my YouTube channel. Come on. Well, I'll have to put this up later. I'll put this up in a minute. What happened? Oh, there we go. Okay. Hearst Castle. I see you, Eddie. That is right. I actually follow the Hearst, Lydia Hearst. She's like his granddaughter, right? Hearst's granddaughter. I follow her on Instagram, and Hearst Castle is really cool. You're right. And then even her house, the one that she's building, is also cool. But yeah, William Randolph Hearst, Hearst Castle. There are definitely some interesting homes out there. Okay, I don't even remember what I was talking about. It says Jesus just sent you a message. That's right. Jesus may not approve of some of the things that are being said. Oh, the shirt. So this shirt, to me, it's like really, I wear it ironically because it's really kind of corny. It's like some corny sort of feminist message. I'm such a strong woman. But anyway, but it fits well. I like it. Okay, so I was going to give some NXIVM updates. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I was going to read the negative comments that I got on the NXIVM, the big anti-NXIVM blog, and I got some comments. I didn't know if they were going to cover, if this blog was going to cover my new show. As some of you may know, I'm doing a new series on the NXIVM story, and unlike Johnny Depp or Marilyn Manson, I am not promoting Keith Raniere as being innocent or we're going to get him out of jail or anything like that. But I do think it's a very complicated story with lots of angles. And I've been talking to a lot of people involved in it, reading up on it. And so I wanted to jump in on my channel. But there is an anti-NXIVM blog. Hold on a second. And I've talked about it a bit before. It's called the Frank Report. It's done by a guy named Frank Parlato, and basically he was NXIVM and Keith Raniere's biggest, you could say, nemesis for many years. And he runs a blog or report that discusses different aspects of NXIVM stuff. And so anyway, I didn't, and there's a lot of stuff on here, to be honest with y'all. I think it is just, I can't discern what is truth and what is fiction on this site. And there's so much gossip and there are so many things that have been put on this site that I know are not true. And so, along with other things that are true. And so, it's not something that I would recommend to anyone right now. But at the same time, it is like one of the big names in this whole story, and it is considered to be one of the big sources. So I didn't know if I was surprised that they were covering me, but they did. They have an article about me, so I'm going to bring it up. All right, 1 second. Let me share with you. Share my screen. And this, by the way, is where Nikki Klein, who just recently renounced Keith Raniere and renounced NXIVM and the things that she's been working for the last, however many years, this is where she announced that she was leaving Keith Raniere and was not going to be defending him anymore. But here they say YouTuber Colonel Kurtz goes down the NXIVM rabbit hole, promises weekly series. And I thought that the article that they did on me was fair. I appreciate it. It was not a negative article. And really all that they did was they kind of reviewed, they introduced me, said who I was, and then they reviewed some of the points that I made in my video and what I said I would be covering in the coming weeks with regard to NXIVM. But I wanted to look at some of the comments here because a lot of them are not fans of me. Let's put it that way. Okay. So Anonymous says, Colonel Kurtz is a scam. She latched onto the dossier women. I'll explain who that is in a minute. She latched onto the dossier women and conducted the most fawning interview imaginable. She loves male victims unjustly persecuted by women. It's her favorite narrative. Well, it is true that I do mostly talk about male victims unjustly persecuted by women. So that's not a lie. I don't know. They're talking about these dossier women. So there's a group of women of which Nikki Klein used to be a part, who their aim is to tell the truth, or their truth as they see it, about this secret society in NXIVM called DOS, that they were involved in. And this was the thing that got Keith Raniere in a lot of the trouble that he was in. I'm not going to get into it now. If you don't know, you can look it up, or I'll talk about it in later shows. But anyway, so there's this group that is still basically that is basically a proponent still of NXIVM and is trying to give people a different perspective on what went on there in this secret society. So that's the dossier women. I don't know what they mean. I latched onto them. So I did an interview with Nikki. I didn't do an interview with the dossier women. Now, I've been accused of it being a fawning interview that I did. Oops. I've been accused of this being a fawning interview that I did with Nikki because I was nice to her and because I listened to what she said and because I didn't tell her she was a liar, every 2 minutes. And I guess because I smiled. But as I've said before, I actually did challenge her repeatedly on a number of things. But some of these people, they are such zealots that it's just unacceptable to them if you do anything but just, publicly castigate someone on TV or on YouTube. Okay, so here's another comment. So she says, Natashka says she's too late in the game to offer anything remotely accurate or interesting. There's 5 years of information, and that's just since his arrest. Then going back decades, there's so much more content to cover. On that basis alone, it's pointless. Okay, so this is what I love. Some of these people are so stupid. And I don't mean these people like particularly, just in general, there are lots of stupid people. Notice how she's contradicting her argument here. First of all, she says that it's too late in the game for me to offer anything accurate or interesting. And then she says there's 5 years of information. And then she says, then going back decades, there's so much more content to cover. So her argument basically is that because this is such a long case and there's stuff going back years and decades, and because there's so much to uncover and it's so complicated and all that, her argument is that because of those reasons, there's nothing for me to talk about. Okay. So you're telling me that this is an extremely complicated case going back years and decades, and there's so much to uncover and so much to talk about, but yet there's nothing to talk about or uncover. Gotcha. That makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what there is to talk about. There's just decades worth of, years worth of intricate, complicated human relations and activities and organizations, whatever. Yeah, nothing to cover. Nothing that I could add a perspective to. Sure. She says, nice guy says, Colonel Kurtz is an attention junkie and trying to be relevant. Kurtz should date Alonzo. Well, you probably don't know who Alonzo is, but that's someone that this group doesn't like either because he questions the narrative. Attention junkie trying to be relevant. Well, I don't think going after this Nexium thing is going to make me relevant. I think actually staying the hell away from it would be the best for me. Anonymous says Kurtz uses the Johnny Depp case to build a pulpit, basically preaching that no claims of abuse are ever legit, and the lack of proof of abuse always means it's a lie, and tearing apart every accuser for every single thing that can be dug up. She's just awful. There is video of her where she describes being sexually harassed in a workplace and goes on about how she had the appropriate response, which was to be flattered. See, it's always suspicious to me when these people who are trying to criticize or debunk me, when they then make false claims in the very same post. So I did describe a situation when I was in high school, and probably most of you have heard it, so I'm not going to belabor the point again, but I did describe a situation in high school where I worked for a guy who would sometimes talk inappropriately about his sex life or make sexual jokes, or even one time brought out a Playboy at work, not just to get a reaction. Now, I'm very sure that I didn't say that I was flattered to get the Playboy. All right, because I wasn't. What I said about the Playboy was that I didn't want him to think that he had gotten to me, because he didn't. I didn't see it as being a big deal. Looking at naked bodies in a Playboy, it was not a big deal to me, even then when I was a Baptist and a virgin. So all I said is that when he gave it to me, I flipped through it like it wasn't a big deal, because it really wasn't, and I gave it back to him. And because I hadn't given him the response that he wanted, he kind of chuckled and put it away. And that was it. Now, what you may be referring to with the flattered comment is that I did say that there have been times through the years when I've been at work and when guys have flirted with me. And that when they flirted with me, my reaction was to be flattered rather than to take it as that they were creating some kind of a hostile workplace. But of course, this kind of nuance is lost on these types of people. What else? Colonel Kurtz is a little wacky and has mostly no idea what she's talking about. Oh, that's nice. And a little wacky, that's got to be the understatement of the year. Mostly no idea, completely gone fishing. She takes 10 minutes to say one thing. Well, I do take a long time to talk. Her boyfriend or girlfriend must drink or have a ton of patience. Well, he smokes a lot of weed. I'm sure she stole that. Okay. That's about it. Oh, it says the last thing Colonel Kurtz needs is more attention. She's a misogynist and she defends abusers. So, yeah, so it looks like I've got a great built-in audience with these people. It looks like I can look forward to them loving me as much as the pro-Amber Heard anti-Manson people have. So anyway, yeah, so with the Nexium thing, I am going to, like I said, over the next couple of weeks, I'm going to start looking more generally at this idea of a cult and unpacking that, and looking at sort of the history of these different groups in America, and then more specifically, then we'll zero in on looking at the Nexium story. I do think that one thing that's interesting, and this is not just limited to Nexium. I do think that one of the things that people have a hard time wrapping their minds around in life is the fact that most of the time people who set themselves up as gurus or religious figures or great teachers or whatever, most of the time they have big failings in their private life. And I'm not even getting into like Keith Raniere and Nexium right now. I'm just talking in general. Like, for instance, Billy Graham. Okay, I grew up Southern Baptist, and I've talked about it before. East Texas, Southern Baptist. Billy Graham was considered to be a hero. And by all accounts, Billy Graham was a generally good man. And he definitely worked very hard to spread the word of God as he understood it. Now, from the perspective of someone who doesn't believe what Billy Graham believes, you could also kind of view that as a waste of time. But I understand that he really thinks this is the truth, and he really thinks that people are gonna suffer for eternity if he doesn't save them. So he did a good job trying to spread the word to people that if you are not born again, then you're in big trouble. Do I personally agree with that message? No. Do I think Christianity is the only way? No. I don't even know what I think about Christianity. We don't even know if Jesus was real, although he probably existed in some form as a historical person. But beyond that, I don't know. But this was Billy Graham's message, and he put it out there, and he was friends with every president, and he was seen as being one of the most moral, ethical, good public figures in our nation. And when Billy Graham died, he was mourned as such. Now, I'm not going to tell you that, as it turns out, Billy Graham was like this horrible guy who was sexually assaulting people when no one was looking, although there are certainly many figures in the church who have been guilty of that. One guy was a man named Ravi Zacharias. Ravi Zacharias was a huge figure in Christianity and had a huge Christian organization. And it turns out he wrote all of these books on Christian apologetics and why Christianity makes sense, why it is rational, why it is the only way, why it is real. And he had a huge ministry, and he was someone like that people I know looked up to. Well, after he died, it came out that Ravi Zacharias had been basically a sex addict, and that he had paid a significant amount of money to set up fake spas, fake massage parlors. And I say fake, he set up these massage parlors so that he would have an easy way of getting sex from women, paying women for sex without people realizing that he was basically getting the service of prostitutes. Because he could say, look, I own this spa. I own this massage parlor. So like, clearly it's just a business thing. Meanwhile, he's going there regularly, any chance he can get to get, more than a happy ending. And he was even apparently traveling around when he was going around the world doing these different evangelizing initiatives and speaking at these big conferences and speaking at these big venues and bringing people to Christ and telling people about the Christian way and all that. Apparently, he was also bringing with him one of his favorite masseuses, so that in between telling people about Jesus, he could get blowjobs and stuff from this woman who wasn't his wife. Now, I'm not prudish, and I am not trying to uphold any particular kind of sexual morality, but clearly there was a giant gap between what this man was preaching and what he was doing. And there are some allegations of sexual assault and sexual coercion. Now, again, I don't think we should take these things at face value any more than in other cases, but I'm just telling you that when this guy died, he had a big secret history that just exploded, and his wife and his children and those people that he had employed and who had followed him were left to pick up the pieces and deal with it. So Billy Graham, though, I was talking about Ravi Zacharias, but let's go back to Billy Graham. I'm not saying that Billy Graham led a double life or anything like that. By all appearances, he was faithful to his wife, and he did not get caught up in any kind of scandal or deep, dark sin or anything like that, right? But do you know what also has come out about Billy Graham in the last few years since his death? Sounds like he wasn't a good dad. Sounds like he was a shitty dad. Sounds like he was a pretty shitty husband. Absent a lot, detached, uninvolved, and basically felt like, it seems, that because he had given his life to God, that his family was just not nearly as important. And his children have talked about their resentments and how they had to come to terms with the fact that their father apparently loved strangers and cared about strangers more than he cared about his family. And apparently his wife had a really hard time having to basically raise their children alone. Now, am I saying that that makes him a bad guy or that he should have given up the ministry or whatever? No, I mean, none of these things, I don't determine these things. And I also don't think that having children is ultimately the point of life. But I also think that it's just very interesting that this man, who seemed to be and was to some such a great spiritual leader and an exemplar of morality, also seemingly kind of failed at really the two most important roles that he had, father and husband. And all that I'm trying to say in that is that we as human beings, I'm not talking about NXIVM here, I'm just talking about in general. We as human beings, we really loathe hypocrisy, but it seems like we tend to focus on certain hypocrisies to the exclusion of others. And I don't know, which is worse, getting a blowjob from a prostitute or failing your children as a father? Which do you think God has more of a problem with? I don't know, if any. So all of that is to say that these are the types of issues that, before I get into the NXIVM thing, that I actually want to get into with this series, and I'll start tomorrow, have a video coming out in the next week, is looking at some of these larger ideas and sort of unpacking them before then we get down to brass tacks of like, what does it look like was really going on with this group? Anyway, so that's where I'm at. It is 9:39. I feel like I'm running out of gas a little. Those of you who want to stick around, I will take, I know it's a weeknight, whatever, no pressure. I'm going to take a good solid hour off, and then I'm going to come back and we'll start up with some new topics, and I'll take more feedback from the comments if you have some suggestions and stuff. But I think I definitely have a couple of more hours in me, but I need a break. So everybody, I appreciate you. If you need to leave, that's fine. I will be posting this live stream. It will stay posted, and so you can watch it later. But I do appreciate all of you. If, like I said, I appreciate the super chats, but if very much appreciate it if you want to leave a PayPal donation instead, as they do, like I said, pay more money, or nothing at all, that's fine as well. I know the economy really sucks right now. And the Fed, apparently the Federal Reserve minutes were released today, and they showed that the Federal Reserve's own people think that we're about to go into a recession. So that's what I like to do. I like when I try to raise money and try to get people to donate money to me, I like to remind them right before I ask for the donation that we have a really shitty economy, and that way I'll get like as few donations as possible. It's a real great technique. I remind people that the economy is shitty and that they probably shouldn't be spending money on other things, and then I ask them for money. I think it works out really well. It's a real great strategy. Jordan Belfort, Wolf of Wall Street, he should have hired me back then. All right. But anyway, that is my PayPal link for those who want. And otherwise, everybody, thank you. I will see you later. I'm going to be back in an hour. Let's see, it's 10 till 10, or 20 till 10. So let's say 10:45 Central. I will be back if you want to come back. All right. Otherwise, everybody, thank you. Good night. Gina, I'll check my Twitter DMs. Thank you. Bye-bye. See you in an hour. I haven't done a video in a while on a non-celebrity topic. I haven't done a video on a deeper subject at all lately. And so I wanted to talk about something that I used to teach in my classes, in some of my college classes, and that I've given a lot of thought to. And I think this is really one of the central conundrums of life. And I think that we exert a lot of mental energy to figuring it out. And unfortunately, there's no clear-cut answer. So what I want to do is talk about it. And then I want to give you some different perspectives. And I think you're going to find this to be really interesting and relevant, because I think it's relevant to everyone's life. We all face this conundrum. And that conundrum is the question of what do we owe others And what do we owe ourselves? What do you owe others? And what do you owe yourself? And this might seem to be, in some ways, kind of a simplistic or a basic question, but actually it structures a lot of conflict that we go through, internal conflict and external conflict that we experience as human beings, this question. And so what I want to do is actually, instead of getting into some of the philosophy right away or getting into some of the perspectives, I actually want to talk about, and bear with me, I know that as soon as this comes out of my mouth, people are going to be like, oh, boring or whatever, right? It's everyone's knee-jerk reaction. But I want to talk about Hamlet. And I'm telling you, even if you have no fucking familiarity with Shakespeare or that play, it doesn't matter. You're going to get something out of this. But I want you to listen to me. I want to tell you the story of Hamlet as it's provided in Shakespeare's play. You know, Hamlet is considered, and those of you who are into literary stuff, you may know this, Hamlet is considered to be Shakespeare's greatest work. It's considered to be one of the greatest works of literature, bar none. And so when people talk about, great literature, they talk about, literary genius. They're talking about something like Shakespeare's Hamlet. It is a tragedy. It is Shakespeare's, I believe it's his longest tragedy. It's a very long play. Those of you who had to study it in high school or college, you can probably agree with me on that. And unfortunately, I think that it's often not taught very well. But if you can, keep two things in mind. First of all, you have to remember, and those of you who've seen Shakespeare in Love, you know what I'm talking about. Shakespeare was writing plays to be produced in front of the masses. And so, you would have, might have the elite, some of the elite sitting in the boxes, but on the ground floor, you would have a lot of ordinary people, and it would be very crowded, and it would be a lot of unbathed people and gross people and whatever. And people were coming to Shakespeare's plays to be first and foremost entertained. Okay, they were not, yes, back in Shakespeare's day, there were a number of people, contemporaries, who appreciated his genius. But at the same time, the common person who was familiar with Shakespeare, who saw his works, they appreciated how interesting, how entertaining they were. And so it's a shame that today, because it's because the language is difficult for us. And I understand that the Shakespearean language is difficult. And what I tell people is it's a lot like rap music. When I first started listening to rap music in the early 90s, whenever it was, when I, NWA and all that, when I first started listening to rap music, I couldn't understand almost anything what they were saying. But then after listening to more and more rap music, you get sort of an ear for it. And then after a while, you can understand it, right? Well, it's the same thing with Shakespeare. When I studied Shakespeare in high school, when I studied Shakespeare in college, when I would go to a Shakespeare production or I would watch it on TV, on TV or in the movies, I couldn't understand it, right? It was very hard to keep up with any of it. But then after a while of just spending so much time, in school and stuff, as a literature major, and over the years, seeing so much of it, I have an ear for it now, right? And once you really have an ear for it, and you can really just get past the language and just take in what's being said, it's really interesting. So I want to talk about what the hell is going on in Hamlet, and what does that have to do with how you live your life and what you owe other people. So you have to understand, that in the play Hamlet, what's going on in this play is that you have this kid, this guy Hamlet, who's young. He's home from college, basically. He's home from Wittenberg, and he's a prince. As a prince of Denmark, he comes home and he finds that his father has been murdered, probably by Hamlet's uncle. The father has been murdered, and Hamlet's mother has now married the uncle. So if you can imagine just, how a really queasy situation, like you're home in college, you're away at college, and you come home, and your father is dead, and your mother has married the person, this sleazebag, who probably killed him. It was a lot to take, right? And so Hamlet, experiences all of this angst, and he's also depicted as being a depressed character anyway. There's a lot of evidence, and you look in the play, that Hamlet is someone who's suffering from clinical depression, even apart from what's the tragedy that's going on with his parents. But that's neither here nor there for the moment. Anyway, so what happens in the play? Toward the very beginning of the play, a ghost of Hamlet's father, a ghost of the king, appears Okay, and Hamlet hears about it, and so Hamlet wants to go and see this ghost. And so the ghost appears out in the courtyard late at night to these guards. And so Hamlet goes out there and he hopes to see the ghost. And lo and behold, the ghost of his father appears and says to him, your uncle, who's now married to the queen, your uncle killed me. And Hamlet says, oh my God, right? And then the ghost of the king, the ghost of Hamlet's father, says to Hamlet, you must, and I'm paraphrasing, but he says, you must avenge my murder. In other words, you must find a way to get revenge on my murderer. Now, the problem with this is twofold, okay? First of all, the murderer is now the king, right? The brother who married the widow, and she was the queen, now he's the king. And so for Hamlet to take any kind of revenge against the murderer would be tantamount to treason. And how is treason dealt with traditionally by most governments and most legal systems? It's punishable by death. And often by torture, historically speaking. If you've ever seen Braveheart, at the end, remember when all of that stuff is being done to him, you know, like they're taking his entrails out and they're spitting him around in front of him and everything? Well, that was part of the torture that was reserved during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance for those who committed torture. And you would be drawn and quartered, which would mean that you would be stretched out basically until like your limbs might be broken, and then you would be tortured in some way, and then your body would be sectioned off, your dead body would be sectioned off and quartered, and it would be, your pieces of your body would be sent to all different parts of England as a kind of a deterrent. Sounds very nice. It's what happens in Braveheart. Now, what is my point with all that? Where was I going with all of that? What I'm trying to say is that what Hamlet's dad is demanding that Hamlet do is basically run the risk of sacrificing his own life. Hamlet's dad says, hey, this guy who's now the king, he poisoned me and he killed me and took my place. All right. And now you, if you're going to be a good son, Hamlet, you need to go and avenge your father, meaning you need to kill the king. You need to commit treason and give up your life. So basically what the ghost of his father is demanding that he do is that he just hand over his life to him. Right? And that he basically just run the risk of being executed, all to avenge his father's murder. And that's one problem, is that it puts Hamlet's life at risk. But the other problem is Hamlet's response. Hamlet doesn't stop and deliberate. He doesn't say, well, gee, Dad, you know, I mean, this treason thing is really not what I wanted to do with my life. You know, I'm just now growing up. I'm away at college, basically. I'm just trying to figure out who I am apart from this whole palace thing. And now you're telling me that I have to give up my entire life, run the risk of, you know, torture and execution to avenge your death. Does Hamlet deliberate? Does he do anything like that? No. According to Shakespeare's play, Hamlet immediately gives himself over to what his father is requesting and demanding. And not only does he say, I will do it, but he says, yea, I will wipe from my memory. I hope I'm paraphrasing it correctly, but basically, I will wipe from my memory every other thought or concern save what you have demanded of me now. In other words, I'm going to make what you have demanded of me, Father, the sole intention of my life, the sole focus of the life that I have left. I will wipe from my mind every other concern. And so the real tragedy of Hamlet, the play, is it's not what happens at the very end when like everybody dies. You know, it's a real trope of tragedy is you have those dead bodies, you know, everywhere, right? But that's not the real tragedy. The real tragedy happens at the beginning of the play, when Hamlet just gives up his life's narrative to his father, just gives it up. And that is why Hamlet will spend the remainder of the play, English teachers, we cry over stuff like this, but that is why Hamlet will spend the remainder of the play in a kind of existential agony, almost unable to move, almost unable to act, constantly neurotically going over this and that and this and that, and basically losing, in a way, kind of almost losing his mind or appearing to lose his mind. It's because he has already given up his life's narrative, and so he is cut off from himself. And he is now going down the road of what the existentialists would call bad faith. Now, the existential philosophers refer to someone as in bad faith if they were in a state of inauthenticity, either to others or to themselves. In other words, when someone is lying to themselves, or when someone makes a decision or goes down a path that is antithetical to one's nature or one's own desires or priorities, then one is said to be in bad faith. And so what we see at the very beginning of the play is Hamlet gives up his life's narrative. He gives up the right to write his own life script, which I believe is a basic right that we all have, a basic kind of autonomy. He gives up that right and to write his own life script. And he goes down this road of chasing after his father, his dead father's demand. You know what he should have said to his dad? Did he think about saying, hey, you know what, Dad? I appreciate where you're coming from and all, but you know, you had your fucking shot and now it's my life, right? Did he think about that? And he could have said it in a nicer way, right? He could have said, you know, gee, Dad, what happened to you? It was so awful. And, you know, I wish I could, you know, but I can't. It's my life. I can't. But he couldn't say that either. And so this play, Shakespeare's greatest work, arguably one of the greatest works in Western literature, maybe in literature period, is all about a character who shows a profound lack of intentionality about his life, or I should say a profound lack of ownership over his own life. And it takes a real strong will and a real determination to write your own life script, because there will be too many people in life who will constantly, whether well-intentioned or not, constantly be tearing at you and trying to pull you toward their way of thinking or their view of life or their priorities or what they want for you. And oftentimes it is our parents. You know, I'm speaking generally here. I'm not speaking specifically to my mom who might be watching. But in general, you know, like I said, I used to teach college, and in general, what I would see is in my life and in the lives of others, and probably in the lives of almost everyone, is a great deal of conflict about what we owe our parents. You know, we owe our parents a lot, I would say. If they were good parents. Gets a lot more complicated if they weren't, and it gets even more complicated when you think of the fact that most people are both good and bad, and so it's hard, you know, as an adult looking back, and I know you'll all relate to this, looking back at your parents and trying to sort out the good from the bad and trying to sort of make a cohesive sense of that whole person. But we do, I believe, in general, if they were decent parents, I think we owe our parents a lot of things, you know, love and respect and so forth. But I don't believe we owe them our life script. And there are a number of people who are in a real kind of existential agony because they are on a course. And I see this in my students, you know, the students that I've had when I taught college, because college is a time when people are starting to break away from their parents and starting to try to figure out, okay, who am I and who am I apart from my family or apart from my parents and the way I was raised? And there's a great deal of tension and friction because the child knows that the parent has sacrificed a lot for that child, right? I mean, there's no getting around that. Parents, if they're decent parents, they sacrifice a hell of a lot for their kids in every way possible. And I'm very well aware of that. And that's one reason why I don't have children, is because I just can't do it. And that's not a judgment on whether it's worth doing it or not. Obviously, it's worth doing it for most people, but I can't do it. But I will say, you know, that the fact that our parents sacrifice so much for us, that does create a sense of obligation. And I think quite often, in fact, people believe that they have to sacrifice some fundamental element of their life script to their parents in terms of anything from a career to a religious perspective to choice of a spouse. I mean, I don't know. It's just a lot of people. I know from my own life and the lives of others that a lot of people feel almost entrapped sort of psychologically by this question. Because inevitably, if we are going to live according to our own life script, we must disappoint people, and we must inevitably disappoint those who love us the most and have sacrificed the most for us. And, you know, I do understand that parents have sacrificed a lot, and you know, and thorny questions of like whether people should put their parents in nursing homes or not or whatever. I don't feel, I haven't gotten to that stage yet, so I don't even feel qualified to dip my toe into that. But I will say that I do not believe that we owe our parents our life script. And I don't think, and I think the tragedy of Hamlet that Shakespeare understood all too well as one of the fundamental psychodramas of our lives is this sense of obligation to the parent, and the sense that that the parent sort of looms over us, right? You know, one thing that I like to say is that, yes, I think parenthood is a contract, a kind of a contract, but I think that it's a contract that the parent makes with the child, not that the child makes with the parent. I'm sorry, but just existentially speaking, the child was not there to, you know, to determine the terms of the contract. And so I don't philosophically speaking understand. I don't understand the perspective that when you have a child, you're doing so with the understanding that child owes you something. And so again, I think there are things that a parent owes a child. I'm not sure. I think it gets a lot thornier about what the child owes the parent. But let's say, you know, in the interest of being as benevolent as possible, let's say that the child owes the parent a lot, but the child doesn't owe the parent his or her life script. And again, that's what Shakespeare's getting at. Now, what happens with Hamlet is that because Hamlet has started off from the beginning on this inauthentic road, he's going to be psychologically tortured the rest of the time, and he's going to do things to trip himself up. That is one of the other central lessons of Hamlet, is that he trips himself up. And this is something that you probably didn't get when you studied Hamlet in high school or college, but I want to let you in on a little moment in the play that's really the crux of the play, and really an interesting moment. Hamlet decides that, well, first of all, Hamlet can't decide whether he's going to kill the king or not. Like he wants to do what his father has told him to do, and he said he's going to. He gave this big speech to his dad, but then when it comes down to it, he really don't want to do it, and he's got all of these second thoughts because he knows it's a bullshit narrative that his dad has given him. It's not his own narrative. And so he dillies and he dallies and he obsesses and he whatever. And finally he comes up with this idea. He's excited about this idea, right? For most of the play, Hamlet is really like depressed and lethargic and whiny and just makes everybody miserable and whatever. But he gets really excited about this idea. And this idea is that he's going to stage a play. And by staging this play, he is going to catch the conscience of the king, meaning that Hamlet is going to stage a play in which a man kills his brother. And that, seeing that depiction on stage of a brother killing a king, that is going to, he thinks that is going to get a reaction out of the king, because the king is guilty, right? The king has killed his brother and has taken over his throne and his wife and all of that. So Hamlet, a great portion of the play is spent with Hamlet setting up this play and hiring the players and talking about it and everything, and staging it. And so anyway, the night comes for the play to be staged, and the king, you know, is in the audience with Hamlet's mother, you know, his new wife, and Hamlet's love, Ophelia, someone else who's trapped by her parents. Basically, her life is ruined by her father, and she basically has to commit suicide because of basically something that her dad has set her up for. But anyway, so so everybody's there, and everybody knows that Hamlet is putting on this play. He said to the king and his mother and everybody else, "I hired these people who are going to put on this play. You'll like it." So the play starts. Now, after a while, the pivotal moment occurs, and in this pivotal moment, now listen, this is where it gets tricky. Okay, you have to follow me. In this pivotal moment in the play, right? This man is supposed to kill his brother, right? Is supposed to kill his brother, the king, and that is supposed to make the real king think, "Oh my God, you know, this is about me," and it'll trigger some kind of guilt or whatever, right? But here's what happens. At the very moment when the killer comes on stage and is going to kill the king, Hamlet introduces him. So Hamlet's been kind of narrating this play. So it's like they're all sitting out in the audience and different things will happen on stage, and Hamlet will kind of talk to them and say, "This is what's going on here," or whatever. Well, at this moment where this character, who's supposed to represent the king, kills his brother, the king, Hamlet says something about it. He introduces this character, this killer, right? And he says, "This is one Lucianus, nephew to the king." Does anybody see the problem with this? He says, this is one, he's introducing the killer, this guy who's going to kill the king. And he says, "This is one Lucianus, nephew to the king."
at the most pivotal moment, at the pivotal moment, Hamlet commits a Freudian slip. He's supposed to say Lucianus, brother to the king, because that would make sense, right? Because he's trying to show here the brother is killing the brother. And that's what he set it up for. But instead, he has a slip of the tongue. I don't see any other way to interpret it. He has a slip of the tongue, and he calls the killer the nephew to the king. Now, here's the question. Who in the play is the king's nephew? Who in reality? Now, here is the question. Who in reality is the king's nephew? Well, the king's nephew is Hamlet, right? The new king who killed his brother, married Hamlet's mother, took the throne. Hamlet is his nephew. So when Hamlet has this Freudian slip and he introduces the killer in this play at this pivotal moment, and he says nephew to the king, he is unconsciously sealing his own fate. Because at that moment, according to the play, the king rises, is freaked out, right? And runs off. And at that point, that is when the king turns against Hamlet and starts devising a way to have Hamlet killed. Now, the way that has traditionally been read is that the king had this attack of the conscience, right? That he had killed the king, and so he had this attack of conscience, and that's why he ran out. And he plotted to have Hamlet killed because he knew Hamlet was onto him. But if we look at this as a real Freudian slip and not just as a mistake in Shakespeare's text, a real Freudian slip, what's actually happened is that the king is freaked out because he thinks that Hamlet has just threatened to kill him. He's just shown him a play where he says the nephew to the king kills the king. So from that point on, Hamlet has set it up so that he has telegraphed his intentions to kill the king. It is basically as if Hamlet were saying to the king, hey, I am going to try to kill you. It's a horrible Freudian slip. And what it indicates, psychoanalytically, what it indicates is that Hamlet is unconsciously uncomfortable with this mission that he's been given, and he's trying to fuck it up for himself. And that is what we do. When we do not deal with the reality of our doubts or our fears or our conflict, our internal conflict, what happens is when we push it away, we push it into the unconscious. And in the unconscious, it still retains power. It's just an unseen power. And so it comes out. People like Freud and others, we see this all the time, right? People behaving in little ways that betray themselves. People behaving in ways that are self-destructive. People who are not fully into what they're doing. And so they find ways to sabotage. That's what's going on here. Hamlet is sabotaging himself with a Freudian slip that is the crux on which the whole play hinges. Right? Because he knows that he should not have said yes to his dad. And then from then on, you know how the play ends. Hamlet ends up dead. Basically, everybody ends up dead. It's a tragedy. And so what is the lesson from that? Again, the lesson is that we cannot give up our life script to others, but that doesn't answer the question of what then do we owe others and what do we owe ourselves? And there are so many times in life, so many times when we have to say no to people who love us, or we have to say to people, I'm sorry, I don't have time for that right now. Or I'm sorry, I can't come home for Christmas this time because I have to do this. Or I was thinking about that because I have to work. I have to wait tables Christmas Eve and I can't get out of it. And so anyway, I'm going to be missing Christmas Eve, my family. Sorry, family. I really do feel bad about it. Tried to get out of it. But anyway, there are just so many times, and you all know what I'm talking about. If I gave you a minute and told you to write down all the times that you've either let your parents down or you've had to make a decision or do something that they disapproved of, but that you wanted to do, you could probably come up with a long list, and we all can. And it's not just our parents either. It's everyone in our lives. And the more people that you have in your life and the more quality relationships that you have in your life, the more of a sense you have of an obligation. But ultimately, I think that there is a basic obligation to oneself. And this is the kind of, freedom or an individual freedom and responsibility that someone like Nietzsche, for instance, talked about. Or if we think about the philosophy of Carl Jung, Jung said, basically, make a work of art of your life. Live life in such a way so that your life is a kind of a work of art unto yourself. That is your own individual life. Viktor Frankl, who wrote Man's Search for Meaning, One day I'll talk about it. It's a really just profound, amazing work. And it was written by a man who lost his family in the Holocaust, almost died, was at Auschwitz, lost everything. And then he was a psychiatrist. He wrote this book about finding meaning even in the midst of suffering. But one of the things that he talks about is the significance of living your life with a kind of intentionality. And he brings up at one point something I've talked about before called the deathbed perspective. I don't think he actually uses this term, but that's how I call it. And he says that we would all do well to imagine ourselves many years, hopefully down the road and on our deathbeds, and ask ourselves, what will we want to look back and see about our lives? What dreams will we want to see that we pursued? What kind of an ethic do we want to see that we lived by? What kind of relationships were important to us? All of these things, right? That can and often do encompass other people. But the point is, it is an individual narrative. And philosophers like Heidegger, for instance, understood this notion that ultimately life is about the individual and the individual experience. You know, Heidegger famously said that that our lives, that society basically determines the way that we live in denial of death. That he called it the they. The they tells us that we can't think about death, that it's not going to really happen to us, that we should just push it away. Whereas Heidegger says that, in fact, it is essential to think about one's mortality, because once you realize that you are going to die individually, you came into the world individually, you're going to die individually, and that you ultimately will have to answer for your life individually, whether you're answering to some kind of God or whether you're answering just to yourself as you look back on your life and you on your deathbed or in your last moments and you survey what you've done with it. And once you realize that your life is existentially that of an individual, no matter whether we all are one or not in a larger existential sense, and I believe that we are, I believe that those Eastern notions of everything being one and all that are true, but our mortal lives and our existential lives in this world of being and time, as Heidegger would call it, they are ordered by that kind of radical existential individuality and individual freedom. And we owe other people a hell of a lot, but we do not owe them our narrative. And so once you realize that you individually are going to die individually, and then it should give you the freedom to break away, Heidegger said, from the they. Heidegger called it the illusions of the they, that we must break away from the illusions of the they and realize that it is up to us to seize and live our own kind of a work of art, as Jung would say. And that doesn't mean that you say, oh, well, I don't give a shit about what other people say. It doesn't mean that you go through life not feeling the pain of others or the pain that others put onto you at times, or that you don't go through life feeling this angst about letting people down. You know, all of those are things that must be experienced and can't be avoided, but it is healthy. And this is what so many of the philosophers say. You know, this is why Plato wrote, the unexamined life is not worth living, because if you don't examine your life, you can't even begin to take a kind of individual responsibility for it that you should. This is my life. This is my life narrative. And again, that doesn't mean that there are not numerous times in life when you won't give up your will to someone else. I do it all the time, right? You know, I want to do something, my guy wants to do something else, and so, okay, whatever, you know? But it does take a special kind of discernment, and I think a discernment that is very important to have or to develop, to know when that ultimately you answer to yourself. You know, I'm not a Christian. I was raised a Christian. I had a born-again experience. Who knows? Maybe one day I come back to it. Maybe one day I'm on a stage with Kanye West at a prayer service. No, that's just a joke, okay? Gotta have a sense of humor, Manson fans. I actually am going to do a video very soon. It's one that I've had in the works for a while, where I talk about Christianity, because one of the things that I used to teach in college, actually, as a part of my literature course, is I would actually teach a kind of a a Christianity appreciation seminar, or I had a series of lectures that I did in class where I talked about the beauty of Christianity, the beautiful aspects of it, and the deeper meaning of it. And it's not the sort of thing that you might expect to get either in a college class or in church. It's maybe a little something in between, something that's reverent, but also secular. So I'll do that at some point. I'm trying to get that together. I think that'll be kind of interesting, since Christianity has been in the news lately, connected with the Marilyn Manson thing. But it's interesting to me when we look at the story of Christ. Christ is often held up, and rightly so, but Christ is often held up as the exemplar of human behavior. And what would Jesus do? From years ago, that really famous saying that people had on their wrists for a while. The little WWJD bracelets. Okay, this might be before some of your time. All right, I'm aging myself rapidly now. Is that still a thing? WWJD? I don't know. But anyway, one of the interesting things about the story of Jesus is that he kind of put his mom through hell. Now, don't go get all upset or whatever. I'm not saying he was like a bad son in the sense that he was like, fuck you, Mary, or anything like that. Or, he was out getting wasted every night. And I know when he was a teenager. I'm not talking about that, okay? But what I'm saying is he rather, I would say, ruthlessly abided by his higher calling in life that he knew that he was on, according to the story. It's about a guy who knows that he is part God and that he is on a larger divine mission than just to make his parents happy. If you think about it, there's a really interesting story. I tell you what, think about two things, okay? First of all, think about the fact that Christ going to the cross meant that he had to put his mother through just really the worst kind of psychological and emotional torture that you could imagine. I mean, crucifixion, it was hardcore and it was horrible. I guess the Mel Gibson film does it justice, but still though, it was a horrible way to die, and it was intentionally made horrible because the Romans wanted the ultimate deterrent. In fact, there are a number of historical stories where the Romans crucified thousands upon thousands of people at one time to really make an impression. For instance, when Spartacus and the slaves revolted, that was a big thing in ancient Rome. Well, what did the Romans do? They set up on this main road to Rome, they set up thousands of these crosses and crucified these people, right? I mean, ancient society was really barbaric. You think about like little kids and their parents, going down the road, mommy, what's all these people, right? But the way that someone would really suffer through crucifixion is through a kind of slow asphyxiation. That's the way people died. I mean, I know in the story of Christ in the Gospels, he dies earlier, he gives up his spirit. But generally, people would linger on the cross for days, and they would asphyxiate very slowly, because once they would have to inevitably sink down into this kind of position, they wouldn't get enough air. And so the experience of someone on the cross was of constantly pushing up on the nails and being pulled down back and forth in this horrible, painful cycle, trying to choose between, one kind of pain or asphyxiation on the other. Now, why am I getting all that graphic with you? Well, I just don't think that we really take these stories sometimes seriously enough. And I don't mean seriously as like it really happened, but seriously as in like really like thinking about what this story is describing. And Christ put his mom through that. He did. He could have said no. He could have chosen not to. But he knew that he had a script, he had a mission, he had a narrative to fulfill. And it was not to save his mother from suffering, or to save himself for that matter, right? But I want you to think about another story. It's really interesting in one of the Gospels. This is one of the few stories that we get about Jesus's upbringing, about the time between being born in a manger and then in his 30s fulfilling his mission and so forth. And it's this story about when he's, and I can't remember how old he is in the story, but he's older than a little child, but not quite adolescent, right? I can't remember. It was like 12. Anyway, in the story, Jesus runs away from his parents. They're on a trip to Jerusalem. They're on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. And Jesus runs away from his parents. And his parents, they search for him for like days because he's run off and they don't know where he's gone. And so his parents, they find him finally after like days of searching for him. They find him in the temple. He's escaped and gone on ahead of them because he wanted to hang out in the temple. And they rush up to him and they're all like frazzled and upset, I'm sure. And like, what the fuck? Well, they probably weren't like that, but you know what I'm saying? And according to this gospel account, he says to them, why were you looking for me everywhere? Don't you know I would be in my Father's house? He gives them this really kind of like asshole sort of response. You know, it's not, oh, I'm so sorry, or I didn't mean to make you worry, or oh, forgive me or anything. It's like, I had to go to my Father's house, dude. And sometimes I think that we would be well served in life as much as we care about other people in our lives. And I'm not just talking about parents. I'm talking about spouses, significant others. I'm talking about boyfriends, girlfriends. I'm even talking about children sometimes. And that's a whole other thorny issue. And we can talk about that in a later video. But I do think that there are many important moments in life and moments of decision when we have to say, you know, I had to attend to my Father's business. There's so many times in life when we have to say to other people, you know, I've got a different mission I'm going about right now. It's just not in line with what you want. Sorry. You know? If you've ever seen the movie Interstellar with Matthew McConaughey, it's one of my favorite movies, even though I couldn't tell you what the fuck is going on at the end. I know they've like created like a tesseract or something, and he's using the magnetic stuff to send her signals and what, but come on, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And then it spits him out at the end of the whole thing in Interstellar. He gets spit out and he just like happens to get picked up at this place where he needs to be so that he can rejoin with his daughter who's now aged profound. It just doesn't make any sense. But okay, whatever. I still love the movie. Christopher Nolan. You got to love his movies. I love Tenet. And I lectured on Tenet last semester in my college class. So I might do a lecture on Tenet. That's really cool. If you talk about what Tenet is about, it's all about faith, right? Even what does the word Tenet even mean? What is the sign that they use? It's all about faith. But anyway, but going back to Interstellar, so Matthew McConaughey's character, he knows that he's going to have to get on a shuttle in order to fulfill this larger mission for humanity. And he knows that it's going to take him away from his daughter, and that his daughter his little girl, his little child, his beloved daughter that he's so close to, that he might never see her again. He is robbing her of a father. That's what he's doing. And he knows it, because he's probably never going to come back, or if he comes back, it might be like what happens in the movies decades later or whatever. And she's missed all that. He's destroyed her, right? Life without a father. And in this scene, before he goes, he's lying in bed next to her and she's crying and she's like, I don't want you to go or whatever. And he says, you know, when you were born, my wife said to me, we now exist only to be ghosts of our children's futures. He said, when you were born, my wife said to me, your mother said to me, we now only exist to be ghosts to our children's futures, meaning that what we want is no longer relevant. It's all about creating as nice a past for them so they can look back at it as adults and look back at that, right? But Matthew McConaughey's character says to his little girl, he says, I'm sorry. I can't just be a ghost right now. I've got to exist. I've got to exist. In other words, I have to claim my own existence. I have to do that. And I just think that's a really significant and a really powerful idea. And I know that there are many times in life when we have to put aside what we want and maybe even in some of those big decisions. But I also think that the individuality of life is a beautiful thing and a God-given thing. And it's kind of like, going back to Braveheart, it's kind of like in that pivotal scene in Braveheart when he's standing in front of all the guys and he's trying to motivate them to go and fight the English, which they see, which his fellow Scotsmen and Irishmen see as futility. In fact, one of them even says, we can't fight them. They're too many. And he's trying to get them to fight. And one of them says, he says, we'll run away, but at least we'll live. Yeah, we're going to run from this fight. No, we're not going to fight him. We're going to run, but at least we'll live. And William Wallace says to him, Mel Gibson's character says to him, I don't know why I'm quoting Mel Gibson so much in this, except he does make movies that I love. You know, he might be a fucked up guy in real life and anti-Semite or all of that, right? But you have to admit, Braveheart, Apocalypto, Hacksaw Ridge, some damn good movies, right? Sometimes I wonder if there's a link between people who are, you know, I mean, I think we know there's a link between people who are emotionally unstable and even sometimes very problematic and great artists. But anyway, go figure. But he says to these guys that want to run away, they want to run away so they can save their lives. He says to them, yeah, fight and you may die, run and you'll live. And dying in your beds many years from now, would you be willing to trade all of your days from this day to that for just one chance to tell the English that they may take our lives, but they will never take our freedom? Now, what is he getting at there? He's saying there are things higher and more important than just living, even if that living is for your family. Like, he was talking to family men, right? Come on. They're having big families. Well, of course, infant mortality was pretty high, but they're having multiple children if they can, right? And so they have mouths to feed. They have women depending on them back home. They have these family lives in front of them. He's asking them to give up their obligation to others for a higher principle of freedom. And I'm not saying if what he's asking is right or not. I'm not saying if it's right to trade family for freedom or not. You know, if you know the story of St. Thomas More, that's an interesting thing. He chose to give up his family life and everything for a principle, and he was executed for it, right? There's another question. And yes, I know that he also was an asshole at times. But anyway, but this question of whether there is something beyond what we owe others, that if there is a higher destiny for us, and maybe it doesn't have to be, you know, fighting the English or dying on a cross. I hope not. But you know what? We all have our own smaller destinies to fulfill, and we're all different. We're all different psychologically, physically, in terms of aptitudes, abilities, experiences, and that difference has to mean something. And yes, while it means that we can oftentimes help others in our lives and have relationships with others in our lives, and that we owe others in our lives things, it doesn't mean ultimately that we owe them our life's narrative. That is our own. And, you know, life goes by, here's the thing, life goes by so fast. And it really feels, and I used to tell my students this all the time, because I, you know, even though I look young, I'm a little bit older. I'm not college age anymore. And I used to tell my students all the time, you know, the older you get, the more you will understand and experience life as a wind tunnel. It is like a wind tunnel in that we are trying to go from point A to point B to point C, you know, sort of walking down, struggling down the wind tunnel. But while we're doing that, while we're trying to make forward progress, life is the wind tunnel is throwing all of this stuff and all of these people by us, right? And there's people here who want our attention, and people here who want our attention, and there's this thing over here, and there's this project that we were asked to do, or there's go out with these people, and life is a kind of an art of figuring out what to grab and what to let pass by. It is. And again, that is one of the big conundrums. What do you grab and what do you let pass by? And how do you know the difference? So I hope some of that makes sense. I don't know why I'm about to cry right now, but I guess it hit a nerve somehow, somewhere with me. But that's literature and that's philosophy, right? So anyway, I hope you enjoyed this, and I plan to make more of these types of videos. And if you appreciated this, I'd love it if you'd give me a small tip on PayPal and write me a little note telling me that you like this video. It does encourage me to make more of them, because generally the videos that get the most views and donations are the celebrity videos, which I understand. But I really like doing these. All right, have a great night. Bye-bye.
there. We had dinner.
I'm going to take you to Thanksgiving 2015. Could you please just tell the jury about Thanksgiving and any altercations you had with Mr. Depp on that occasion?
Thanksgiving 2015, we had friends over. Johnny had Marilyn Manson over, and I had a few of my friends over. We had a son over, and maybe my father. I'm not entirely sure how long he was there. We had dinner together. Johnny was disappearing with Manson, doing coke.
How do you know he was disappearing with Mr. Manson with coke?
That's what I knew of their relationship at the time. So
please continue with
he got up for a longer period of time, not the normal every 5 minutes to go to the bathroom kind, but like he just appeared for a longer period of time. I went upstairs to try to figure out what was going on, and we had an argument that took place downstairs, and I said something to provoke Johnny. He grabbed me at the top of the stairs, kind of through the stairs actually, by my shirt, kind of flung me a little bit. But I just remember I went into the bedroom, kind of retreated into the bedroom. He picked up the decanter and hurled it at my head, my face. It smashed into a piece of art behind me in the bedroom wall, above the bed. I went back downstairs to the party to finish the evening out, and I put on a face, and we finished the evening with the guests, and then more fighting happened afterwards.
You're so cool. What? You're not cool. You're not cool. Snap! You don't snap. Get it, David! He's gonna
You're gonna need more than that chair, boy. It's Hillbilly Holiday.
Yeah, you're scared. Every girl's daddy teaches her how to because she doesn't want to get caught. No.
On his case is when we were at the penthouse for Thanksgiving dinner, and she claims that he hit her after everybody left on that night, and it's just like, what? Like, that didn't make any sense. We were all having a great time.
You were there the night at the penthouse with Manson and Depp and Amber Heard? Is that what you're saying? So you've met Amber Heard?
Oh yeah, at the Thanksgiving dinner. It was me and Manson, and then there was Amber, Johnny, Amber's dad, and her mom, and then a few other people. I don't know who they were. I think Raquel, she was there. And I found it strange that none of his family was there. It was just her friends.
Mm-hmm.
and then like the security guard team too. And then she was drinking quite a bit. And
she says she doesn't. She says she doesn't like to get drunk. She testified to that in the UK court. So you must be mistaken on that.
That kid was bragging about how many boxes of wine she orders and likes to drink. And yeah, so that, I mean, that's surprising.
Oh my God.
And you know, she was drinking, and Johnny seemed really sad to me that night. And I understand why. He was very somber. He was, you know, not his usual jovial, happy self. And I then later found out that it was because Betty Sue was in the hospital. You know, so I remember him being sad, and then I thought it was odd that his wife was, you know, having the time of her life, drinking and not really paying attention to her man, you know.
And is she a pretty obnoxious drunk, or kind of sort of a sloppy drunk?
Well, I've only been around her once when she was drinking.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, she seemed like she was rather rowdy and, you know, out there. And at one point, I was very uncomfortable because she sat next to me, and David, her dad, sat next to me. And they were just like talking to me, like making me feel very uncomfortable, like in a very, I hate to say it, but like a very like almost coming on kind of way. You know, I thought that was really weird. And then,
so wait a minute. So I just, people are going to freak out over this stuff. I know this seems so inconsequential, but so you're sitting here, and I guess Johnny is somewhere else, or he's at the other end of the table or something.
He was trying to deal with whatever Betty Sue issue was, I think.
Oh, so he was like not there, on the phone or something.
Okay, it was a loft, and there was upstairs. So he was upstairs.
So you're at some point in the night when he's not really around, you find yourself, I guess they kind of gravitated toward you or whatever, and so you're in between Amber and her dad, and they're interacting with you really intensely, and you're saying it's almost kind of had a weird sexual feeling to it.
I didn't like it. I really didn't like it.
Do you remember what they were saying, what you were talking about, or not really?
Not really, because I just like wanted to get away from that. So I kind of like shut, you know, my own, you know, disgust towards that.
Well, you know, it's interesting that you say that. First of all, like I said, I think you're very credible because you never overstate things. Like there have been so many opportunities in this interview where you could have said one. That was the one where I kept interrupting her. Of course, the way that I had it edited too, I will say this, the way that I edit things, it does highlight, unfortunately, it highlights the sense of interruption. Oh, 1 second, I'll turn my lights on. Be right back.
Say you could do, right? And the same thing, like dating someone for more than a month is just a serving suggestion, 100%. That means I don't remember where I live.
No, I was going to say that my interviews are they're edited or they're cut, unfortunately, in such a way so that it maximizes the sense that I'm interrupting. Reasons for that. So here's kind of something interesting about the process. Somebody commented about the short interview that I put out with Paula about her interview with the Special Victims Unit, the detective, and all that. So that interview was just under 20 minutes. It was like 19 minutes and 50 something seconds. And someone asked, why they said the cuts are too abrupt and it'd be nice to hear more of what she's saying. I totally understand. Unfortunately, on videos, on YouTube, I am really fighting with the algorithm because for whatever reason, videos that are 20 minutes or longer do get significantly fewer views in general than videos that are under 20 minutes. I found that 30 minutes is another barrier, that videos that are under 30 minutes get significantly more views than videos that are over 30 minutes. And like an hour is like a hard line, like more than an hour and you're going to really lose viewers. So I guess I like longer videos. Personally, I dislike shorter videos when I'm consuming YouTube videos or podcasts, because I want to really settle in with something and have something to devote my attention to for a while. I don't want to be constantly having to find new stuff. And so I like longer videos. In fact, the main reason why I got into the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing or started a YouTube channel was because I got really into Brian McPherson's Incredibly Average's videos on Johnny Depp, and not just the videos where he used the audio, but I mean just videos where he was analyzing the situation. And I liked that those were long. Generally speaking, those were long videos. So, but the YouTube algorithm, the shorter it is, the better. So basically, every minute that I'm adding to a YouTube video, the sweet spot is between 6 minutes and 15 minutes. So if you can get in between 6 and 15, particularly toward say the 10-minute mark, that's ideal. But beyond that, particularly if I'm getting beyond like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, then for every minute, there is a cost to that of people that are not going to see, they're not going to be exposed to the algorithm, they're not going to be exposed to the video, or they're not going to click on the video because they don't want to see longer videos or whatever. And so every minute, it really has to count. And so that's one reason why the interviews, the shorter format interviews that I put out, do tend to have an abrupt, this painting. I've been struggling with it all night, have an abrupt quality to them. And then the other reason is just I'm not a good editor. I mean, I'm not a careful editor. I don't have time to be. And the equipment that I use, I still just do basic, generally speaking. Sometimes I'll do Adobe, but generally speaking, I'm just doing basic iMovie. And that's because I feel like, even though, of course, the quality suffers to a degree, I don't feel like it suffers enough to make it worth all of the extra time I would be spending. Yes, of course, there's a roughness to what I'm doing on YouTube, and I should work on making it smoother in various ways. My God. But there's a cost too, in terms of like time and effort and money and everything else. There's a cost to making the quality of the product better. So anyway, all kinds of things always to balance. Now, the only thing that I had not talked about from I'm not going to do a marathon tonight. I mean, I've been going since I actually started on my Patreon, because I put in an extra hour at the beginning for patrons only. And so I started there at 5 o'clock my time, and now it's almost 11 o'clock my time. So I can't go beyond I don't want to go beyond another hour, but I do have some time here. And to those who've just come on, hello. And I'm going to keep this stream up. So if you joined late, you can go back and you can watch the earlier part. And as I said earlier, I meant to put my PayPal link in below, but I did not. So if you want to contribute and you don't care about the super chats, I tell people PayPal, I get more money from it than YouTube, but the super chats I know are fun. So whatever. But my PayPal link is in. If you go to my YouTube page where it says About, I think it's in there. It's also at the top of my Twitter, and it's basically under the description and comments of every video I do. But I'm going to include it one more time just so that I get that out of the way. And then I can move on talking about some things for the rest of the night. So I wanted to talk about the Cash App guy while I'm finding this PayPal link. Just a second. I want to talk about the Cash App guy. His name is Bob Lee. I don't know hardly anything about him or his bio, except I know that he was married and he had kids, and he was a successful businessman, and he had helped to start Cash App, one of the founders of Cash App. But he was stabbed, and some of you probably saw this, right? He was stabbed to death in San Francisco. He had, get this is so tragic. He had moved away from San Francisco because he felt like, in part, the crime was getting out of control and he didn't feel safe. So he had actually moved away from San Francisco, as I understand it, and was not living there. Okay, I'm putting in, here's my PayPal link for tips. If you don't care about the super chat. Thank you. He he was not living there. So he had moved away, partly due to the crime, and he was back apparently for business. And so so it was late at night, but you should be able to walk around, as feminists like to say, right? You should be able to walk around late at night and not get assaulted in some way. And so there's footage of the aftermath of it, that he was stabbed. Some guy, I don't know if they've caught the person yet or not, but some guy came up to him and stabbed him, I guess, in the chest. And there's really shocking footage of him stumbling around, clutching his chest, trying to make a 911 call, trying to flag somebody down. There's a car that stops and then it goes on. And I don't blame those people, by the way. I know that those people who stopped and saw this bloody man clutching his chest, like reaching out for help, and then they drove on. I know they're getting a lot of shit. And I just want to say, look, people, think about you're driving around in San Francisco, which is, if in actuality, or at least in mythology, is like the murder capital of the world. I'm not saying that literally, right? But like the way that it's regarded now, and there's certainly, there is certainly a crime issue. You're driving around San Francisco at 2 a.m. and then out of the shadows, this ashen-faced guy staggers out like something from a horror movie, and he's clutching his chest. There's blood coming down, and he's heading towards you. I don't know. Just call me a horrible person, but I would be scared, and I would want to get the hell out of there. Now, I hope I would call 911. I mean, seems like the obvious thing to do, and maybe he did. Who knows? But anyway, there was a car that was there. They did. Who knows? And it moved on, and this guy just kind of stumbled around and then collapsed and died. Now, there are certainly worse ways to die and everything, but what's interesting about this, aside from just being tragic, as death always is, but what's interesting about this and what people are talking about is this issue of urban crime and what is happening to our cities. And I am curious what you all think about whether or not crime is getting worse, because I've always been, as long as I've been a thinking person, I've always been skeptical of these narratives that crime is getting out of control or whatever, because to me it always had this feeling of like a scare tactic, and I never perceived in my life personally a fluctuation in my sense of safety. And I know that doesn't mean anything, it's totally subjective and could, based on where I'm living, but I'm just saying, like, personally I never perceived it. And so it was not a topic I ever looked into. I heard for a while, it was seeming like, I'm talking like a decade ago or whatever, people were saying things like the rise in crime was a myth, that actually crime was going down and it had been going down steadily. And, but it seems like the last few years, it seems like two things have happened. First of all, I haven't researched it, but I have seen coverage and reporting and articles and posts and social media and stuff about an increase in crime in America, or an increase in crime in our cities and certain key points, places. So I'm very fuzzy, not just a little, I'm very fuzzy on the reality in terms of the statistics. And that's something I guess I could look into if I was really interested in it. But I do hear more and read more now about this increase in crime, but I don't know if that means it's a reality or not. But the second thing I'll say is this: just based on my own experience, I perceive things getting less safe just in the last few years in certain places that I've gone. And so I know people talk a lot about like what's happened in San Francisco and it's to the city there, that there has been an increase in crime up until, I think the police, I think the police chief was saying the crime was actually, murders were down this year, but still a big problem. But I don't know. But I'm just saying, in the urban areas, I know that there's been an issue with crime. And I know, like, people talk about New York City and how New York City has basically, in the last few years, it's going back to a sort of like 70s, 80s era dystopic state. I don't know. I haven't been to New York in a while. But I know that just going to Dallas, Texas, it has changed so much. And not just Dallas, but other urban areas in Texas that I've been to, even some smaller towns. But Dallas, Texas has changed so much. And when I was a kid, and so we're talking like in the 80s and the 90s, but I'm talking even when I would go into Dallas, even say if I went to Dallas like 15 years ago or whatever, right? It was one of those things where you could, like, when I was a kid, we used to as a family, we'd walk around what was known as the West End, and there were these cool shops and restaurants and stuff. And it was a place where you felt safe. And even downtown Dallas, like unless you were going to be in like just some particular areas, it was like a nice, clean, safe seeming city. And I went there again recently. This was like a year ago, and I went at night. I went by myself to downtown Dallas, and I can't remember what I was going there for. Sometimes I was just kind of, when I get depressed, when I get in a really depressed mood, walking really helps me to feel better. It's one of the few things that will, and I mean, it's for obvious reasons. It's no mystery, right? You're getting a lot of exercise and stuff. But for me, like walking it's much easier than other kinds of exercise because it's not so taxing that I can't think about other things. And I like running too. But anyway, that's boring to talk about. But I can't remember why I went to Dallas. Maybe I just wanted to walk around downtown, honestly. Like, cause sometimes I like walking around urban areas. You know, it's not, unless it's like really scary, but whatever. I can't remember. Maybe I wanted to see a show or visit someone. So I went to downtown Dallas at night, and it felt like a Mad Max movie. Like I wasn't literally seeing people being like executed in front of me or anything like that, or it wasn't like going to the Tenderloin district in San Francisco where, you know, I saw people like actually like defecating and shooting up and stuff. But it was like, it was really, I was like, wow, Dallas has really gone downhill. And I'm not saying that in some kind of like a bitchy, stuck up way, like, how dare I have to see people shooting up, you know, or whatever. I mean, a lot of my friends when I was in grad school had severe problems, and like, it was not, I've been around other people using hard drugs, right? But I'm just saying, like, it's the state of things. And like, the main thing I noticed in downtown Dallas was that there were all of these scary people riding around on the scooters or whatever they are, you know, whatever you call them, and just zipping around and stuff with the neon lights and kind of like clustering at times around certain people and harassing them. And then I went to Dallas again with a male friend of mine months later, and he, for no reason, had somebody riding one of these scooters alongside him while we were walking, just harassing him for no reason. Like, it really, it just really had gone downhill, and, you know, homeless people all over the place. And again, I don't mean that like, oh my God, I had to see a homeless person. I mean, like, these people have tragic stories, and it's horrible that this is the situation that they have to be in. But I'm just saying that, like, it's indicative of something. It seems like something has changed or is changing in our society. And I'm wondering, first of all, do you think that's an accurate perception on my part? Do you feel like, do we know that crime is worse, or that maybe crime in the urban areas is worse? And also this homelessness thing. I think I see a lot more homeless people now than I used to. And I know that we've got, you know, the drug problem and stuff like that, but I have to think that that what's going on here is that we just don't have the kinds of like familial and community and church support systems for people, so that when people fall into whatever it is, whether it's addiction or mental illness or unemployment or whatever, they are homeless because they don't have anyone who cares enough, like a brother or sister, an aunt or uncle or son or daughter, to come in and say, okay, you're going to live with me for a little while, or I'm going to get you straightened out, or we're going to get you some help or whatever. That's what I think is going on. But I don't know. I'd be interested to see what other people think about that. And anyway, I'm going to look at your comments now because I've been talking for a bit. But I just wanted to mention, I thought that Bob Lee story was interesting, and how outraged, and rightly so, or concerned people are about the stabbing and what that indicates. I don't even know if this is a comment about Gina. That's funny. Gina, sometimes I forget that you're being sarcastic, and I'm like, damn, what a bitch. But then I'm like, oh yeah, it's Gina. She just says sarcastic things. Oh man. What is this? Jason just killed 4 people with a machete. Let's go investigate. I think I missed the beginning of the joke. Tinklets McGee. Oh, Tinkletus, I think that you gave me a $5 super chat up there, and I'm just now remembering, and I'm having a flashback. Just like those Manson accusers who repressed memories for many years. I'm remembering that there was a $5 super chat, and now it's gone. The moment has passed. Did you revoke the super chat? Tinkletus McGee. Anyway, well, thanks for the super chat, Tinkle Tits. Oh, I was saying Tinkletits. Tinkle Tits McGee. Lisa, yeah. My doctor is at the Kaiser in RB where the soup plantation used to. I have no fucking clue what y'all are talking about. Oh, I see now. And Lisa, hey Lisa, is that my BDSM expert friend? You can say, let me know if so. Anyway, or is it Lisa Carly? Or is it neither of those? Lisa says, in LA, the tents are everywhere. Needles are everywhere on the streets. Yeah, LA, I hear. I haven't been to LA. Well, not really ever. I briefly drove through it briefly, but I hear it's bad. I mean, Austin here in Texas, Austin's bad. Even y'all, even a place like Waco, it's like the other day. I was in Waco, and it's not a big city or anything. It's a little bigger than a town, but it's not an urban area. And I saw way more homeless people and kind of vagrant type looking people than I remembered seeing. So I don't know. Robin says, yeah, but also in LA, you have one encampment full of tents with signs saying druggies go away, and then others, huh? There's one encampment? Oh, you're saying okay, I see what you're saying. Never mind, sorry. When even the homeless encampments are separated like that, you know something is up. I see what you're saying. Hey, Lisa. Okay, Lisa Carly, what's up? I'm sorry that you and your husband are both ill right now. They're going to be all right, but that's annoying, I know. Trip Show says, I worked for 9 Inch Nails in Maryland Manson for 8 years. Hey, Trip. I'm sorry. Sorry that I don't know who you are or whatever, if I'm supposed to. I'm so not educated on any of the band stuff. But I would love to talk to you off record. So it is hard for me to filter through my DMs and stuff, but if you would DM me on Twitter or on Instagram and just put your name in big capital letters, Trip Show, then I'll remember who it is, because I would like to talk to you. Of course, if you want to share anything here, you have anything to share about any experiences you had with Manson? Let me ask you this, Trip. Did you see? Oh, this is actually really important, because I don't know if you've spoken out before. So this is your chance to go on the record. Okay. So tell us all, Trip. If you want to come on the stream, maybe you can. But tell us all. You can tell us in the comments. Tell us all. Did you see an aura, a dark aura around Evan Rachel Wood? Because Dan Cleary claims that when he was around Evan Rachel Wood and Marilyn Manson, which sounds like almost never really, but when he was around them as a guitar tech or keyboard tech, he claims that he saw an aura, a dark aura, come over Evan Rachel Wood. And that to him was an indication that Manson was abusing her. So did you see a dark aura around Evan Rachel Wood or around any women who were with Manson? And also, does Manson himself have a dark aura, or is it just something that comes over the women that he is putting his penis into? So that is the question. Let me know. But I'm also curious to your other experiences. It doesn't have to be about the auras that Manson was generating. So did you have any time to ever talk to him or hang out with him, or was it more at a distance? And what were you doing on the tour? And yeah, let us know. And like I said, I would like to talk more if you want to DM me, but just put your name in big letters in the subject line so I see it. I get so many DMs. Gina, thanks for the $1. You say I never mean ill, always good intentions. Cool. Trip says RW was way after. Oh, so you were early. So what was your time, Trip? Well, did you see dark auras around any of the women that Manson was with when you were around? AJ says, does Marilyn Manson wear a mood ring? A moody ring? Is that a mood ring? Is that the same thing? Or is that some slang for some sexual thing? I don't know. Pagan Dead, excellent questions. Pagan Dead, do you have questions for Trip? Is Trip Show your real name too? I'm so ignorant. See, this is the funny thing about I'm accused by the other side or by Manson haters or whatever. I'm accused of being. I googled you. I don't see. Okay. Anyway, I'm accused of being a secret closeted Manson fan. and that's why I'm so biased, they say. But if you notice on my show, I display a complete ignorance of any of of Manson's songs or history or whatever. The extent of it is that I liked some of his songs that I heard on the radio or saw on MTV, and I bought a bunch of CDs when I was in college or starting grad school or whatever, and there was one of them, it was a best of Manson CD, and I listened to like 6 songs on it, and I thought, yeah, this is good music. And that's the extent of it. So I don't know anything beyond that about the band or the history. Like, I didn't know, like, when Manson and Lindsay, a year ago, were started hanging out, I mean, publicly, were pictured hanging out with Tim Skold and Aaron Skold. Like, I didn't even know who that was. I was like, oh, who are these 2 random people that Manson and Lindsay are hanging out with? Because I didn't even know who was in the band. So it's funny, like, how ignorant I am about stuff. Okay, Trip is saying some things. Let's see. He says PHM is, I don't know what, I'm such an idiot about abbreviations too, so I don't know what that means. But DW I don't know the abbreviations that everyone else knows. What is PH? Oh man, this made me look so stupid. You're making me look so stupid, Trip. You're tripping me up. Oh, PHW. What does that mean? PHM, not W. Oh man. Explain what you're saying. I can't speak in this kind of Morse code or whatever. Okay. Trip says Trent couldn't stand BW. Ah, interesting. Interesting. I've heard, well, interesting. Yeah, no, so you should DM me. There are things maybe you can't say publicly, but you should DM me and we'll talk. Okay, other comments. You can keep commenting, Trip. Trip, let me ask you this. What would you feel comfortable saying publicly, getting into publicly, that you think Manson fans would want to know? Oh, and I think I might have understood your abbreviations too, maybe. So what years were you around, if you don't mind saying, what years were you working with Manson, for Manson or whatever, same with 9 Inch Nails, and then, yeah, is there anything you can share with us? But I would like to talk to you. Okay. Oh, hey, Jenny, what's up? I think probably a lot of people know who you are, but just in case some people don't, I want everybody to know we have a genuine rock star in our midst, and I don't think she gives off a dark aura like apparently Marilyn Manson does or causes people to have, right? No, Jenny is guitarist for Eagles of Death Metal, and if you don't know much about that kind of music, I'm not a huge music person. It turns out I had heard some of the songs though. But if you don't know much about it, like, they also are really famous for, unfortunately, being at that French terrorist attack several years ago at the Bataclan. And so you remember there was a newspaper, a cartoon paper that was attacked, Charlie Hebdo, and a bunch of their people were killed. And then remember also there was a band playing in France, in Paris, at this place called the Bataclan, and there was people ran in and started shooting up the place. And so anyway, definitely a big deal, and that was a big story too. Even over here in America, it was a big story. But Jenny says hi. Oh yes, hi. You're so cute, huh? My aura is so dark. I really love your Instagram pictures. People should check out, even if they're not interested in music per se, they should check out your Instagram page, just because I think that so many of your pictures are just, they're great modeling shots. I don't know if you have like a professional photographer, I guess, you use for those, or what, but you're always wearing like really like cool things, and you've got attitude, and it looks like too, what I love about it too is that you can see that you're a true artist. Like, you know how to play the guitar. Like, you're not just posing with it. Like, clearly, like the way that you handle it, and even like how it's depicted in the pictures and stuff, you can see that you're a real musician. So anyways, thank you for gracing us with your presence. I'm not going to be on much longer, but I'm going to go till midnight my time. So it's like 50 minutes from now. Does anybody want to? Oh, and Jenny, where are you right now? I mean, have you, I guess it's a weeknight, so did you have a show or no? Or she's always somewhere really interesting too. Like whenever occasionally I'm lucky enough, like she'll message me or I'll message her and she'll message back and be like, where are you? And it's like someplace way cooler than where I am. Oh man. Oh, Los Angeles. Oh, okay. Just at home. Cool. All right. Awesome. Even your like little stream YouTube photo. It's so pretty. We've got a lot of Lisas. Yes, Lisa Legato and the Noise. There are multiple Lisas in my life. There's Lisa Carly, who's on right now. She's Lisa. And then there is Lisa. I don't even know if I know her last name. But I talked to her like a pretty good bit, but she's the one who does the BDSM discussions with me. So I've had her on my show a couple of times. We did a live stream about BDSM and sexuality, and I did a couple of interviews with her, and she talked about weaknesses in the Marilyn Manson accusers cases based on her own experience with BDSM, because I don't know how many of you know this if you haven't been following the Manson cases very closely. But oops. And I'm coming back. If Tripp is still here, I'm going to come back and see what else he had to say. I couldn't decipher some of those messages. And of course, obviously, I never know if somebody's really who they say they are or whatever. Like if if he had said something like truly damaging or whatever, I wouldn't have just let that stand. But I think I think he's telling the truth. Anyway, I totally lost track of what I was looking at, of what I was saying. Oh, Tinkle Tits. I keep calling you Tinklettus. Tinkle Tits McGee says, Jenny, the mountains still have snow. Can you see it through the pollution? All right. I was talking about the BDSM thing. I don't know how many of you remember this or knew this to begin with, but many of the allegations against Marilyn Manson have a BDSM context, in that the women accuse him of using BDSM as a cover covertly, right, to hide actual sadism. And so what they say in some of these different accusations and these different lawsuits is basically similar story, just a variation on the same story here and there. But the idea that he likes to tie women up and really against their will, although a number of them don't say they actually said no. But anyway, he ties them up, they don't like it, and then when he has them tied up, then he does horrible things to them. This is according to what they're saying, right? That he beats them, that he bites them, that he actually cuts them, he whips them, he uses that violet wand sex toy to electrocute them in their wounds. Like and then of course he also, R's them, right? This is the thing I think that people aren't really getting or not really thinking about. The allegations in the Manson case, the Manson lawsuits, the Manson cases, these allegations are not limited to typical SA or typical R or just typical relationship abuse, as bad as those things would be. These allegations, they paint the picture of an unbelievable monster. Now, of course, people like that exist. I don't mean unbelievable as in like can't exist. In fact, it's very believable, right? Until you actually learn more about the situation. But an incomprehensible monster, someone who is utterly depraved and who wants to and does torture women in almost every way conceivable, or in many ways, like a walking horror show. That is what is being described. And again, we're talking about all those things, biting and cutting and electrocuting in their wounds and beating and whipping and R-ing and more. And that's what they're saying Marilyn Manson did. And so to accept that what they're saying is true, then you have to accept that Marilyn Manson is not just your run-of-the-mill, abusive Hollywood asshole, right? Or a typical DV or RSA type, but someone who is like almost like a serial killer, like utterly depraved. Now, is that impossible? No, it's not impossible. And would we think that perhaps someone who has that really dark image and has cultivated that dark image and has been interested in dark aesthetics might be more capable of doing those sorts of things. Yeah, sure. There's a certain sense that it makes. But that's basically where it stops, because past that point, you find so many things about the Marilyn Manson situation that fly in the face of the idea that he's this horrible, depraved monster. For example, Dita Von Teese and Rose McGowan, who were with him, deep relationships for a number of years in all kinds of situations, and when he was intoxicated and drugged out and angry and whatever, both of them have said and continue to say that he was not at all abusive to them. And I've had women on my channel, Pole of Ice and others, who've said the same thing. And I just think that it is, yes, almost unbelievable to think that this man with some women could be utterly depraved, horrible, demonic. And then with other women, for no apparent reason, he's like sweet and gentle. And it's not like he was one way with just the younger ones and then one way with the older ones, or it was one way with the more famous ones and then another way with the like there's no rhyme and reason to it. You just have to believe that he was just randomly this way with these women and then this way, just demonic, utterly depraved, psychotic, insane, sadistic on the other hand. Does not make sense. And Lisa, the BDSM expert that I was talking about, she's done a lot of BDSM stuff, and she's been a part of that community, and I believe she's even basically kind of like taken classes in it and what have you, and she's had a lot of experience. And she said that their allegations against Manson, the specific BDSM type allegations, that there were aspects of those allegations that just did not make sense. For example, she said that typically when someone is tied up, one will develop for an extended period, one will develop a nerve damage of some kind, either temporary or permanent, and that not one of them had claimed this. And of course, that's not absolutely conclusive, but it was a whole like hour-long interview with her where you can still find it, it's still up, where we ticked through a number of the BDSM type allegations and she debunked them and she talked about why they were not credible. So I just want to remind people while we're on the topic that one of the things that is so astounding about this case is that these women, these accusers, Marilyn Manson accusers, they really went farther, much further than they had to with these allegations. And you really get the sense that there is a kind of a crazy mind, a sort of a crazed mind at work behind these things, these allegations, if they're fictional, which I believe they are. That what is up with Evan Rachel Wood thinking that she needs to not only accuse Marilyn Manson of like Shia LaBeouf style issues or abuses, but she has to blow it up into something from your worst horror film? Is it that Evan Rachel Wood didn't think that people would be interested enough? Like she would maybe if I don't turn him into like Satan incarnate, then I won't get the full 2-part documentary on HBO. Like, I don't know, but I just think it was, as Celtic Iron would say, it's quite a reach. And it was basically like, it seemed like these women just took every kind of like horror movie cliche that they could think of and every Lifetime movie cliche that they could think of and just tried to dump it all on Manson. So he's become a kind of a Me Too cipher for like some of the worst offenses against women, against other human beings that you can come up with. And that's not even all of it. I mean, there's so many things that by the end of all of this, Evan Rachel Wood has piled on Marilyn Manson. It seems like every time she comes out and says something to the media about him, there's a new story. It's just like the abortion story. He got her pregnant, he made her have an abortion, and then he made her cook him dinner that night. Well, that's definitely not the story that I've gotten from several people who were there when the situation was going on. I've talked to a couple of them on my channel, talked to a couple of people behind the scenes as well. Evan Rachel Wood got pregnant from another guy, fine, whatever, got pregnant from another guy, and Manson supported her through that abortion and did not demand that she cook stuff In fact, I talked to some people who've said that he was very sweet and like bewilderingly actually understanding of the whole thing. Anyways, so that's enough for now. Let's see what people are saying. Santa Clarita is super kinky, but also it's where Six Flags is. I like Six Flags. So Six Flags was one of my best memories growing up. We have a Six Flags over Texas. It's in Arlington, which is near Dallas. And I believe it was actually the first Six Flags, but I loved that place. I haven't been there in a while. I went with my sister actually several years ago, and I loved that place. I was looking for a map. Oh yeah, the Six Flags. They used to do every time we'd go, we'd get one of their maps. You know, I love theme park maps. For some reason, I've got like it's not like an interest or hobby. I don't collect them or anything, but I do have like a real sort of appreciation for theme park maps. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's just the little kid in me. But anyway, so yeah, it's a Six Flags theme park map. It's changed a bit over the years, but anyway, I like rides like that. The thing is, when you start to get older, I will say this. I cannot enjoy roller coasters anymore without being afraid of what might happen. And I don't mean like afraid that like a car is going to like fly off. Although, speaking of Six Flags over Texas, okay, now we've only got a little bit of time. We've got like 25 minutes left. So let's get really like scary and depressing with the time that we have left, because I want to leave you, on as dark a note as possible. No, I'm joking, but I will talk about this tragedy at Six Flags right now. So, yeah, I don't know if you remember this, but a woman fell out of the roller coaster when it was at its highest point. So the biggest roller coaster, it used to be the biggest roller coaster in the world. I don't know if it's probably been superseded by now, but the Texas Giant, Six Flags premier roller coaster, wooden roller coaster, it had a really big drop at first. You know how the roller coasters tend to start with that incline and then the really big drop at the beginning. So anyway, you go up and slowly, and then it's a really steep drop. Not straight down, but almost basically really steep. And so apparently this woman, she was a very large woman, and this is one issue I think that some theme parks are having too. Well, I know that they are. I know, for instance, that Disney World is, but I'll get to that in a minute. But an issue with people being larger than they used to be, maybe than what the parks were designed for. But anyway, she was larger, a considerably larger woman, and she gets in, and apparently the seat belt, it didn't quite fasten, or it seemed like it did, or it was partially, or maybe it fastened and it came loose. I can't remember, but it was some combination of her being too large, not blaming her, but I'm just saying being larger than this thing was meant to accommodate. And then also the person being a bit negligent, I guess, who was, they have people checking these things or whatever. So the long and the short of it is that when she got to the very top and she starts to go down, and you know how when the roller coaster starts to go down, you kind of come up out of your seat. Well, unfortunately for her, she came up, but when she came down, like, she was not on the train anymore. And so she died. And I would assume that it would be instantaneous, I guess, I hope. But this is a random topic, but it's not random because somebody actually wanted me to discuss this idea of fat acceptance in a moment. And I want to say this. I read an article about Disney World a couple of years ago, and the article was talking about how Disney World was not built to accommodate the kind of weight that it was being subjected to, basically. And so they were having to like make these accommodations, and they were having in certain places, like there were walkways that just could not accommodate the weight. They were starting to break, rides having issues and what have you. But anyway, it was like, I think it was in The Economist. It was like some kind of business article, but it was talking about how that was an issue that Disney World was facing. And so today on Twitter, I asked for suggestions for topics, and I'm going to look over the list again. But one of the suggestions was this idea of fat acceptance. And I'm using that term not in a derogatory way, but like that's the term that activists use. That fat acceptance or obesity acceptance is it a danger to society? Is it a problem? Does it keep people from doing something about their weight or their health? Does it encourage? Does it kind of help to enable perhaps unhealthy lifestyles? I will tell you this. Some of you may be surprised to not hear me be kind of judgmental about this. Not only because I'm thinner, but also than most people. And so you think, well, someone who's thin would probably be judgmental or whatever. But also, I tend to hold people responsible for their actions and stuff, right? But I also understand that. How do I want to put this? Okay, so when I was in college, my roommate, and there's no way she watches my shows or anyone that we know watches my shows. I don't think so. She's not going to see this. And anyway, she ended up actually losing this weight, got gastric bypass surgery. Was very like public about it and whatever. Got the surgery and started exercising and eating well and lost a lot of weight. But when we were in college, um, she would eat way less than me, but it was like and she would go on diets, and they'd be, like, healthy diets, and I'm not gonna eat a lot of carbs and whatever, and she was always exercising, and she had, like, exercise group, exercise class, and she had friends that she would go out and exercise with and whatever, and, like, here we were both freshmen, first years, and we're living in the same room, and she's making all of these healthy choices and really just, like, trying very hard to lose weight and to be healthier and to exercise. And she would lose weight, but it was like she would lose it and then it would come right back on, and she never really lost very much. And then here's me, who I am eating typical stereotypical freshman, but eating just as badly as someone could eat, and gorging myself on all kinds of like food and chocolate, and not I would go running occasionally, but not getting a ton of exercise or whatever. And I'm really thin, actually, like too thin, and I have some stomach issues actually. But the point is, I really got an appreciation living with her for the way that for whatever reason, some people's metabolisms, they just don't take food in the same way. And some people's genetics, like everyone in her family was large. Like I don't think it's like an equal playing field. And it's not an equal playing field in life and in anything really. But I'm just saying that I guess what I was saying is I don't think it's just a matter of a lack of self-discipline. Now, I understand that almost anyone, unless they have a real like medical issue, almost anyone can lose weight. I know that I see all these things that you see of like people online who I was 500 pounds for the first 20 years of my life. And then I started doing keto, and now, I'm like 120 pounds and it's all muscle, no fat. Like I see these people, and I've known people in my life who've gotten really into health kicks and they have lost a lot of weight. But I don't know. I don't know exactly what I'm trying to say. It's except that I have had a number of people in my life who have tried to lose weight and seemed like they have often gone about it the right way. And yet, unless they're sneaking a lot of like bad food in the middle of the night that I'm not seeing, it seems like it's very difficult. So, and yet at the same time, I'll tell you something else. I was watching Nightmare on Elm Street 2 the other night with my guy. I was trying to get work done. And so when I'm doing work, I will just put on something mindless in the background. And so I put that on, and there was a scene it was a pool party, or it was a beach scene or something. And so it was just like a lot of people, younger people in their swimsuits. And my guy remarked, he said, everybody's thin. In fact, they almost look too thin. I was thinking, it's weird because I've been thinking to myself, why is everybody so skinny in this scene? And, but like, he was like, nowadays there would be even young people, it's depicting high school kids or college kids, there would be a number of overweight people. And it wasn't something like judgmental, but it was just like, what is going on in our society? And so I don't know. So the person who asked about fat acceptance, I guess this is what I would say is, well, let me tell you one more thing, actually. One more thing, too. A good friend of mine, where I used to work, a professor. She was a sociology professor, and her area of expertise was what they call in academia fat studies. Now, I know that sounds ridiculous. It's one of the number of things in academia that are ridiculous. But there were, because of the state of academia right now and how kind of like woke it is, that word again, sorry, but it is true. And particularly in liberal arts fields and in the fields of like sociology, people get these sort of niche topics that sound ridiculous to anyone else, but that they have a certain cachet, a certain political cachet in academia because they are politicized. And maybe too because they're kind of new and fresh or whatever. But fat studies is actually a legit topic. I'm not saying it's legit, but it is recognized in academia as being a legit topic. Just like you might, if you were you might specialize in criminal justice, right? I'm a sociologist who specializes in criminal justice. I'm a sociologist who specializes in fat studies. Like, it is what it is. I can just do a program sometime about everything that's ridiculous about academia, the things that I saw and people said to me, and that happens in my years in an English department, a university, grad school and English department stuff. But anyway, it's a different story sometime. Anyway, this woman, good friend of mine, she was very thin, but she had had eating disorders and struggled with her weight and still did. And she was interested in this idea of weight and fat and how our society looks at overweight people and the idea of fatness. And so she did all this like research or read up on and stuff. And there were some things that I learned from her, because I really am always trying to learn from people and keeping my mind open. And there were some things that I learned from her, unless it was just bullshit that she was telling me, but things that I learned from her that were kind of interesting or gave me some pause or whatever. And particularly this question of, I don't want to put this. We know that being obese is bad for your health. We know that being significantly overweight is bad for your health. We know that being underweight can also be bad for your health. And I don't remember the research or the conclusions about whether it was worse to be significantly overweight than underweight. I think it's better to be significantly underweight than overweight, but there's limits to that too. Anyway, but here's the point. You've got the ends of the spectrum, right? It's not good to be at the ends. If you're underweight, it's not good. If you're overweight, it's not good, right? But in the middle, there was this gray area, which is where most people fall, of some degree of what we would think of as overweight, but not significantly or not obese. And so the spectrum of of underweight, good weight, overweight, and then obese. And one of the things that she talked about and research that she showed me is that actually being overweight is not necessarily bad for your health, that having extra pounds, or what society would see as extra pounds or would say is overweight, that as long as if you're getting exercise, if your vital signs or your tests are all good and you're eating well, decently, right, nutritionally and whatever that means, healthfully, that it's actually fine to be overweight as long as you're not like obese, significantly overweight. And so like that was just one of the things that I thought was kind of interesting. And I did read some of that research elsewhere too. And it's, like everything, it's controversial. But I guess the point I'm making is we in society would tend to see someone who is underweight as being healthier than someone who's overweight, or like someone like me. I mean, I'm not going to stand up or whatever, but I'm a skinny person and I have to struggle to put on weight. And there are people who would see that as being great or more ideal than someone who has 30 more pounds that they don't need or whatever, right? Or if I had 30 or 40 or whatever pounds on me. And society would see the thinner as being better, perhaps, but in terms of what's healthy, it's not necessarily bad to be somewhat overweight. So I don't know. I'm kind of rambling a lot and it's getting late, but I guess what I'm trying to say to answer that question about fat acceptance is first of all, I don't want anybody to feel bad about who they are, but I also don't think that it's kind to help to enable people to be in denial about realities that are affecting them. And so if someone is overweight enough to where it statistically or in reality negatively affects their health, sure, that's an issue. Also, if someone is overweight enough to where that is harming them in terms of opportunities that are closed off to them. Like, look, unfortunately, we live in a society that, and as human beings, there's a lot of emphasis placed on looks. And so it is true that someone who is larger or significantly larger will have fewer romantic partners or romantic opportunities than someone, I'm not saying someone who's like underweight, or with someone who's thinner. Now, should that be? Is that right? I'm not saying that, but I'm saying, of course, there are realities. And this kind of goes along with the trans thing that I was talking about earlier, Dylan Mulvaney. I don't have a problem with someone dressing how they want to dress, putting on makeup, speaking in a certain stereotypically feminine way or whatever. But it's when it gets into a kind of delusion where we are all enabling someone to live in an unreality. It's not kind. Let me put it this way. It is not, having seen a picture of Dylan Mulvaney that was not put through a filter, let me just say, it's not kind for people to give Dylan Mulvaney the idea that when she is around someone, they're perceiving her as a woman, that she's passing as a woman. It's just not kind, because it's not true. No one who is around Dylan Mulvaney at any point is really thinking that they're with a woman or feeling that they're with a woman, interacting with a woman. Now, I understand that there are some trans people who can pull that off, right? Like Blair White or whatever. But I'm just saying that, like, it's important for people to understand reality. And it would be like, I saw the other day, I'll tell you this. I saw the other day, it was a radio show, and I don't know what show it was. I just caught like a little bit of it. But there was a guy, and he was interviewing a couple of women, and one of the women, kind of younger-ish, like she looked like she was in her 20s, maybe. One of the women was so stuck on herself, and I can't remember what the plot or the theme or whatever was, but or what they were talking about, but she thought that she was like the hottest thing ever. And she kept saying that I'm a 10, I'm 10. And really, to look at her, you would say, in my opinion, I would say she was like a 6, maybe. I mean, she's like, I'm a 10, and she's talking about, like, she treats guys like shit. And of course, this could all be fake, but she treats guys like shit because she knows she's a 10 and all that. And the guy was, and the radio guy interviewing her, he's like, no, you're not a 10, you're not a 10. And she's like, what? Really? Like, you could see, like, it was kind of like no one had told her that, or it was like it was hurting her, or she was disturbed. She was like, and then she starts trying to justify it, like explain like why she thinks she's a 10. And she's like, anyway, for someone to be moving around through life thinking that they are the hottest person that anyone has ever seen, when really they're just kind of like average looking or maybe sort of ugly, I don't know that it's doing them a great favor for them to be walking around with that false perception, because they're going to be feeling or facing the consequences of the reality, and they're going to be perplexed or unprepared for it if they don't know reality, what reality is. And so, again, like, Dylan Mulvaney, like, is more successful than I'll ever be, apparently, and is millions of followers, raking in the dough. More power to her. It's the shtick or the show or whatever. It's working, clearly. And who am I to say anything? But I also think that it's we shouldn't have to adapt to someone else's unreality. I don't think. Okay, I've been rambling a lot. Let's see what else on Twitter. Let's see what else people suggested for me to talk about. Thank you, Julie Moss, for publicizing this. Oh, Red Russian has a comment. Red Russian, are you with us tonight? It's my favorite. It's my biggest fan. She's kind of like Annie Wilkes in Misery, actually. But Red Russian. Okay, topic request. Let's see what we got. Julie Moss says, it's my birthday. Okay, well, happy birthday, Julie Moss. Oh, wait, was that in regard to that question or no? Oh, I don't even know. Okay, I guess nobody had topic requests. Sorry, I thought there were some. I thought there were some here. Oh, okay. I see. Gary Spence. This was the fat acceptance thing. She was showing me someone named Florio Gina, Gina Bontempo. Obesity is on the rise, and yet women are told by celebrities and the media that being obese is normal and healthy. You never see them try this with men. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Well, I think I did that. Okay. Well, that's it for the comments. Y'all want to y'all want to raise any topics? We've got like 20 minutes left. Thank you, Pagan Dead. I will, at the end of the stream, I'll put my PayPal up one more time if anyone wants to donate. But anybody? Is it keto or keto? No, it's keto, right? Keto. Does keto help? Okay, so let me tell you what I know a little bit about diet. I am not an expert, and I'm not like a personal trainer. I'm not a certified nutritionist or anything like that. But my guy was in the army for many years, so there was a lot in the infantry. So there was a lot of information coming through that direction. And then also he did get for a while, and less so now, just because he got like a little bit lazier, I think. But for a while, he was on a really big keto kick, and I've had a lot of friends try different things and so forth. It seems like if you're wanting to lose weight, I'm not telling anybody they need to lose weight, all right, but somebody asked if keto works. Basically, when you take the fancy keto label away from it, or paleo is another one, right? Paleo, primal, keto. These are all different variations on some general principles, and these general principles are sound. And even beyond the trends, these are sound. They're sound in terms of they will help people to lose weight. I was just saying earlier, I know it's hard, especially for some people, to lose weight and everything. But I am saying that given enough time and dedication, someone sticking with this for a bit, sometimes it does take longer than just a few weeks, but sticking with this a bit, there are some principles. So one of those is low carb. Low carb. It seems that carbohydrates are implicated, and gluten, but understand that something, even if something is gluten free, it'll still be, like, you can make a cake that's gluten free, but it's still going to be carbs, and it's still going to have like sugar in it, right? So it's still not great for you. But it really does seem like there are strong links between heavy consumption of carbs, high carb consumption, and inflammation in the body, and various negative things, including for a number of people, weight gain, metabolic issues, that sort of thing. So carbs, we're talking bread, we're talking sugar. I mean, look, most of us, if we just cut out a lot of sugar out of our diets, and I'm talking to myself here too, because I'm what you might call fat thin, or is it thin fat? And what that means is I'm thin, but I'm still consuming like way too many things that I shouldn't be, and they're basically like having an effect on my body, like as if I were fat in a way. You can look at it, you can look up the term. That's just what I haven't had a doctor diagnose me. I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure that's where I'm at right now. I need to be healthier, even though I'm thin. I do get exercise. But anyway, here's the point. Okay. If a lot of us, like me, consuming way too much sugar, and if we just cut that out, like if most of us, if we just reduced our sugar intake by 50%, that would be huge, because sugar is really chronically toxic to the body. I'm not saying that if you have a Coke a day or 3 Cokes a day or whatever, you're going to die or whatever. We all know people who've lived to be, there was this grandma that I saw in the news a couple of years ago, and she was 100 years old. And, they always do this thing of like, what's your secret to being 100 years old? And she said, with really out any irony, although I guess she was kind of joking, but she said 3 Dr. Peppers a day. And I'm like, oh, I love this lady. This lady and I are on the same page. But there really does seem to be, and I know things are always in flux with science, and there's fads and stuff, but there really does seem to be a lot of compelling evidence and indications that Sugar consumption is a real diet no-no or a problem, and then carbs in general, because what happens is carbs are processed by your body and basically in the sort of the same way as sugar. It basically, in a kind of a weird way, it sort of all turns into sugar. So like, carbs, even like wheat bread. Now there are some carbs that are like better than others. I'm not going to get into that, but like actual whole grains. I'm not talking about the grains that are really processed for your wheat bread, but I'm talking about like things like, is it millet? Like whole grain stuff, better, can be good for you. But in general, what you're wanting to do is you're wanting to reduce your carb intake, reduce your sugar intake for sure, and then you're wanting to eat, a lot of healthy fats and protein. Now, there's debate when it comes to the protein. I know there's a lot of vegetarians out there, so it doesn't have to be meat. And I celebrate people who are vegetarians, but you need to get your protein from somewhere, right? And so however you do that, you need a lot of protein and then healthy fats. So butter is now considered good for you. It's good to eat butter, and there's things like MCT oil that you can buy and stuff like that. And then let me say one more thing, and then I'll get off this. I know it's not the most exciting thing right now. Probably a lot of us have heard it anyway. But strength training is important, not just aerobic exercise. And so aerobic exercise, you're walking or you're running or you're doing like kicking or swimming or whatever, right? It's to get the part pumping and the body moving. Strength training is where you're doing weight-bearing calisthenics or weight-bearing exercises, or you're lifting weights or what have you, okay? And so the strength training over time, the more muscle you build, then the more calories, the faster they'll burn or increase your metabolism or whatever. So strength training may not burn a lot of calories in the short term, as many as running on a treadmill would, but strength training in the long term will enable you to burn more calories. And there's just a lot of benefits to strength training that you don't get from aerobic exercise. And let me say one more thing about aerobic exercise. You really shouldn't have to do more than taking several walks a week, especially if you're doing strength training. And people need to understand that in terms of weight loss, exercise is not going to make you lose weight, really. That's a big myth that I've seen with a lot of people. I know a number of people who they think that because they exercise a lot, then that means that they don't have to watch their diet. But think about it. Think about how many calories you burn off if you run on the treadmill for 30 minutes. You run on a treadmill for 30 minutes, and you basically burned off a cupcake, if that even. So the main key to weight loss is going to be the diet. And that's a hard thing, I know, for people to hear. But the main key for weight loss is going to be the diet. And people ask, do the number of calories matter? Should I be counting calories? Should I be fasting? Do the research yourself, decide for yourself. It is true. Calories are not totally meaningless. And there are some correlations between weight and calorie intake. But I say, focus first. Give yourself several months. Give yourself 6 months of just eating more sensibly. There's no reason to become a fanatic, because fanatics fail. All right? Fanatics generally fail. They get all revved up at the beginning and they're all zealous and everything, and then they run out of gas, because oftentimes it's not sustainable. So give yourself 6 months, eat sensibly, try to cut down on your carb intake, cut down on your sugar intake, eat lots. And I didn't get to fruits and vegetables. Eat a ton of fruits and vegetables, eat protein and good fats, and do some strength training several times a week, and then do some aerobics 2 or 3 times a week, even just taking a brisk walk. Do that stuff and get sleep, okay? Which is something else that's very important. Good sleep. Do those things for 6 months. I think you lose weight, and maybe you don't. I don't know, but those are the things. I think those are the big principles. So when you talk about keto, or when you talk about paleo or primal, all of these things basically are variations on a low carb diet. And yes, there's some differences here, or whatever, but basically it's going to still come down to lowering the carbs, increasing proteins and healthy foods, and then getting some strength training and doing some aerobics. Anyway, there's no easy answer. I guess you could get on Ozempic. I know nothing. Is that how you say it? Ozempic? Am I saying that right? I have to look it up. So the other day, I saw a picture of Jonah Hill, and Jonah Hill is looking maybe the thinnest. I think it was in the Daily Mail. Jonah Hill's looking maybe the thinnest that I've ever seen him. I was trying to find the picture, but I don't see it. He was looking maybe the thinnest that I've ever seen him, and there were comments in the comment section about he had Ozempic. They called it Ozempic face, and it was real, like, sort of like craggy and kind of like shriveled looking. And apparently it's called Ozempic face because when people are on Ozempic and they lose weight really, really fast, then there's a certain amount of that comes off the face, and so it ages them or whatever. But this article made it sound like everyone in Hollywood is doing Ozempic. So I hadn't even heard of this thing until like a month ago. It's like I heard about it a month ago for the first time, read about it a month ago, and now I'm seeing it everywhere. And I was talking to somebody the other day, and she was like, yeah, I need to get a prescription for Ozempic and get on this weight thing. I'm thinking, oh, okay. Anyway, I know nothing about it. And I remember, so the first that I ever heard of weight loss drugs was Fen-Phen. Anybody remember Fen-Phen? And that was when I was in high school. One of my high school teachers was on Fen-Phen. And I think it was basically a variation of amphetamines. I don't know what Ozempic is. I think that's something different. But traditionally speaking, weight loss drugs have been sort of amphetamine-like. And so anyway, she was on Fen-Phen, and she would have these like wild mood swings. And I just remember that someone who was friends with her son said that she was on Fen-Phen, and that's why she was having the mood swings. That was back in the days, like she would throw erasers at people and stuff. That was back in the days when you could get away with stuff like that. Now, like, the students will sue you or whatever. Yeah, Ozempic. Speaking of throwing things at students, I had a professor, and you can never get away with this now, but I had a professor in college who, when students would come to his office and would whine, or they would say stupid things, he would take this big, heavy Shakespeare book, and he would hurl it at him, tell him to get the fuck out of my office. But they usually deserved it. Like he had this one student who I know got that treatment, and this student missed the final exam, just missed the exam. Like, it wasn't even like, oh, contacted him ahead of time and it was like, oh, I'm sick, or I'm going to have to be out of town or whatever. Like, he just misses the exam. I guess slept through it or whatever. Right. And then, so he was coming to his office to beg him to not fail him. Right. Because he was going to fail if he didn't have this final exam. So you would think that coming to his office, with this issue, that he would be grateful for any kind of concession that would allow him to make up the grade. But instead, this kid was so whiny and self-entitled. And so anyway, but he came to the office and to find out what he could do to make up this exam. And the professor tells him, I want you to write a 20-page paper. I know it's a lot, double spaced, but it's a lot for an undergrad. But they do them. They do that. I had to write some in my upper level classes. But he said, I want you to write a 20-page paper, and I can't remember what the topic was. But anyway, 20-page paper on patriotism and Shakespeare, or who knows, whatever. And he said, I want it to be, I want it to have footnotes. I want it to be really, really proofread, really well polished. Like, it needs to be like a nice work of writing that you have clearly put time into. Now, if that were me and I had slept through the final exam or whatever, and I was in danger of failing this class, if I didn't do this, I would be so grateful to get that opportunity to make it up. And I would, no matter what I felt about the length of the assignment or whatever he was telling me, I'd be like, thank you so much. Well, this guy starts whining. And he starts whining, I know it's going to take so long. It's going to be so hard. Well, then this professor starts trying to sort of reason with him and say, no, don't get discouraged. This is what I'm wanting. And he sort of walked him through everything and explained and really laid it out more than he needed to. And he said, look, here's some books I have. There's some parts in here I'm going to mark for you. It's exactly what you'll need. So you'll know like where to go with this. Here are these books. Guy just kept whining. So finally, this professor had enough, and he picks up this giant Shakespeare book and he hurls it right at the student, like to hit him, not to miss. He hurls it right at the student in his office, and he says, "Get the fuck out of my office." No, I don't support her striking students, and I've never done it myself, but there was a part of me, it was like, he deserved that. He deserved that. Okay. What do we have in the topics? Hey, Scott. Scott's here. Strange History with Scott Cardinal. He said, who was the artist who designed that shirt? This shirt? I do not know. I don't think it was expensive or anything. I can't remember even who gave it to me. So someone gave me the shirt. I was saying, Scott, I don't know if you were here earlier when I was talking about it, but I was saying I like to wear this sometimes in an ironic way because it's kind of silly, I think, or it's kind of like, it reminds me of like this kind of stupid fake feminist empowerment, slogans like, I'm a strong woman, I'm strong. I don't know. Maybe I'm just way too cynical. But anyway, yeah, so I kind of wear it ironically. What else? Hydration. Yeah, I forgot about that. Drinking water is important. It's probably because I don't like to drink water. That's part of my problem. Let me say this, okay? You know how in the Bible, God appears to Solomon in some way. I can't remember exactly, but he gives Solomon a choice of, like, he tells him, like, you can have anything that you want. What do you want? And remember that Solomon chooses wisdom. One of the things I would choose would be if water could taste good to me, because I'm so envious of you fuckers who like the taste of water, because you don't have to pay for your drink and your drink is healthy and nobody makes you feel guilty about how much water you're drinking and nobody's like monitoring your water intake and you're not feeling guilty about your water intake. And yeah, and you get it for free at restaurants. Like, on the other hand, I hate the taste of water. I know I need to drink it and I make myself drink it, but less than I should. And it just tastes bad to me. And the people are like, how can that be? Water doesn't have a taste. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Water tastes like water and it's a bad taste. Now, there are variations. Some water tastes worse than others. That's true. But like, I think it all tastes bad. The only time when I don't think water tastes bad is if I'm really, really thirsty. So if I've been, if I've got like a stomach virus, I've been throwing up all night, that like awful dehydrated feeling where you're really thirsty. Or if I've been like really working out or I'm like walking around outside, whatever, I get really thirsty, then finally, it's not that it tastes good, but like I'm satisfied by it, right? But generally speaking, it makes me feel sick. And there are times when it actually makes me feel nauseated. I mean, maybe I'm mentally ill to think that. That does sound like a kind of a strange, like, idea to have. A little bit odd. But it actually, when I drink it on an empty stomach, when I drink water, it makes me feel nauseated. So someone out there, if you have a medical degree or if you're like, have some special knowledge about why it might be that water tastes bad to me, I would love to hear that. Glitter Fort. Oh, look. Oh, Jessica. Jessica says, water gross. Now bottled water tastes weird. That's exactly right. You get the point entirely. Glitter Fort. Or just come here to Texas and drink out of fire springs on family land. Jenny says, I feel really fortunate because water has always been my favorite drink. Well, you are lucky. You are very lucky. I think most people like water. So it's probably because I wasn't raised drinking it a lot. Like, we definitely were raised to drink sodas. And my mom, like, she's like, yeah, that was bad, but we didn't know any better back then. It was just like a kind of middle to lower class, Texas family, small town East Texas. Like, she was raised by farmers, so it's like not a deep education at that point when I was a kid about nutrition and stuff. People didn't used to think that sugar was bad. It used to be, it used to be believed that fat was what was bad and not carbs. And so, for instance, when my great grandfather, when he had some cardiac issues, and it was related to like heart disease and that sort of thing, the doctors advised him to get on a high carb diet and to stop eating eggs and stop eating bacon. Stop and cut back on the meat but pasta's fine and sugar's fine and all of that. Now that was like early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. And there's a whole fascinating story. I'm not going to get into it right now, but there's a whole fascinating story about why it was originally that so many people, including physicians and researchers, thought that were under the misconception that fat was the enemy and carbs were fine. But there's other documentaries about that, and you can look that up or whatever. Robin says, as a water person, I can tell you I have to buy or test my own water. My suspicion is you're drinking really bad water. It could be. It's just that I always think it's bad. So, I mean, even like the bottled water, but there are variations. Some is definitely worse. Some types are worse than others. Water cooler, yeah. Scott says tea is flavored water. Drink tea, yeah, and I do. So maybe it's all psychosomatic because I do drink tea. Well, yeah, I drink tea. I drink Coke. Like it all has water in it, but I don't know. There's just something about the water by itself. JJ Hyacinth, you get it, yeah. Everybody's giving their water opinions. AJ, it is, yeah, your taste buds are messed up. That's probably is true. And the way that my brain processes sugar, like I'm sure you all know this, but if you consume a lot of sugar, then you have a high tolerance for sugar, just like someone who consumes a lot of alcohol would have a high tolerance for alcohol or whatever. And so if I drink a drink, they say a sugary drink, and let's say then that my friend drinks the same drink, but she consumes much less sugar on average than I do, it's going to taste sweeter to her, and it's going to have that kick or that dopamine effect or whatever more heavily for her because she has a much lower tolerance. And so it is true that if you can, and I've done this before, but then I got off the wagon. If you can go through a period of abstinence with the sugar where you're cutting down a lot, then it will take less to have the effect you're wanting or whatever, right? Or the kick or the mouth explosion, the mouth orgasm from Coke. That sounds really bad, but no, seriously, like it will have more of an effect. So, anyways, RL from Froze said, no, I like your mom drank Tab all the time. Yeah, Tab. Your mom drank Tab all the time. Yeah. Okay. What else? It's midnight. I'm gonna go for a few more minutes. I feel like I should wrap up with something super, super profound. What could I talk about? What is something profound that I've been thinking about? Well, okay, I've got something to end on. I'm gonna give you the PayPal link one more time. And I do appreciate a number of you I know are patrons and stuff as well. But let me put this up and then I will tell you something interesting to leave off with. By the way, as I'm getting this, if you haven't yet and you're interested in the Marilyn Manson situation, check out some of the stuff that I posted lately, and I'm going to do a video on it about the prior custody dispute between Evan Rachel Wood and her ex Jamie Bell, because that is something that I'm realizing a lot of people don't know much about. And to me, this is as revelatory, this custody battle that she was going through, this is as revelatory about her and her character as anything in the Manson case. And to read those documents and to see her ex pleading with the court to do something about her and questioning her sanity, her judgment, calling her out for various lies, and even suggesting that she was abusive, psychologically abusive to their kid. She is definitely painted in an extremely negative light. And I know it's her ex's perspective. It's one person's perspective. But I'm just saying, as kind of a supplement to what's going on with the Manson stuff, I think that it is a really powerful argument against her to the way in which she behaved throughout that whole custody dispute. And then, of course, that's how the FBI letter got entered into this whole thing, right? The faked FBI letter that she did was a letter that she wrote to give to her husband because she had absconded or gone to Tennessee with their child. He was demanding that she bring the child back because he hadn't seen the kid for months. And she was using as an excuse the fact that she was part of this important Marilyn Manson investigation. She was an essential witness and her life was in danger. And she and the police and the FBI had advised her that she shouldn't live in proximity to Manson and that her child shouldn't either. And so that was her BS excuse that she gave to him, to Jamie Bell, as to why she could not let him see his kid and could not come back, could not move back to where they agreed. And so she literally typed up this fake FBI letter. She and Ilma Gore, her girlfriend, they typed up this fake FBI letter that basically was like an excuse letter, like, oh yeah, dear Mr. Bell, this is why you can't be around your son, sincerely FBI. And she gives this to him, and she gives him a fake FBI number to a different person that he keeps trying to call and he can't get through, making him look like an idiot, right? And she gives him all these fake stories. And so that's how all this stuff got into the court, is that she originally gave him this faked FBI letter, and then it was requested then by the court as a part of these court processes. And so then it was entered into evidence. And so it was originally part of this custody case. So I'm going to do a video on it very soon. And I have all the documents up on, there's a Twitter thread that I did, and Instagram. I have it on my Instagram. But it is really pretty astounding. And you see that this woman has a problem with lots of men in her life. Not just Manson. And I hear behind the scenes that it's not just Jamie Bell either. I hear that well, there's another ex of hers that is telling people that she was abusive in their relationship. So anyway. All right, so I'm going to leave my PayPal here one more time. Donations and tips are appreciated. And there we go. Okay, so what to close on here? I want to talk about something profound. I did a philosophy. It was sort of a philosophy video, and I did it for my patrons only. I think I accidentally posted it to Twitter and Instagram and then took it down when I realized I'd meant for it just to be a patron only thing. But if you remember my Patreon, you have access to this. It's a video that I did about the story of the crucifixion. It was for Easter, the story of the crucifixion, and 2001: A Space Odyssey. And so what I did was I actually looked at points of correlation between Stanley Kubrick's film and the Arthur C. Clarke story, 2001: A Space Odyssey, and then aspects of the crucifixion. You might say, well, what in the world? But check it out. I think it's cool if you're a Patreon person. And if not, I'll probably end up like down the road publishing it. But I'm working on actually a much larger project that is going to explore some deeper psychological themes in some of my favorite films. And so I've already put together a 2-hour reel of just scenes from all of these movies that I love, some of my favorite, most profound movies that I've seen. And some of them are like very popular films. A lot of them are like Tenet, for instance, right? Or like Black Swan and things like that. But my point is, I want to put together really a massive lecture with all these different film clips that I could post to YouTube. That'll be like several hours long for people who just really love to immerse themselves in the philosophy and the literature and the film stuff that I get into. But a lot of that is on Patreon, and I'm going to be putting more on there. But however, let me say, ooh, what is that? But anyway, let me say, one of the topics that I was thinking about getting into in a philosophy video for my channel later, I've been thinking a lot about the fact that in life, it seems like even for people who have really consistent relationships, like myself, like I'm kind of an introvert. I'm kind of a loner. I don't, and particularly recently, I've been so busy with like YouTube stuff and stuff in my life and whatever. Like people laugh at me when I say this, but I don't have many friends. And there have been times in my life when I've had more friends, but I'm just saying, like, I have my guy, and then I have, a few people in my family that I talk to a bit, and then I have a lot of people in social media and some that I talk to. But I'm just saying that, like, I'm at a period right now in my life where I'm not super engaged with people in the real world as much as at other times I have been. And I'm not alarmed by it. Like, this stuff ebbs and flows. But I have been thinking of late about the idea of relationships in general. I don't mean just romantic relationships. I mean family, I mean friends, and everything. And I look around at the people around me and the relationships that other people have and the changes that those relationships go through. And I think about the changes my relationships have gone through and everything. And I think about how many people I know in my life, they'll have friends and then they'll have fallings out with those friends. And then they're back to talking to them again, or even like romantic relationships, on and off. And I guess this is what I wanted to say. It's always troubled me that it seems like with some exceptions, but not common exceptions, it does seem like with rare exceptions that we don't really have, except for rare exceptions, or except maybe for our parents or a few close family members, that we don't have a lot of consistency in our life with friendships and with relationships beyond maybe a marital partner, our parents maybe, and maybe a sibling. But I just see that not only in my life, but I see that with a lot of people in their lives. It seems like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, it seems like every relationship, or almost every relationship, has a big component of failure at times. Times when like one person will completely let the other person down or drop off the map, or maybe another person will get really busy or hyper involved in their lives and kind of stop talking to this person, or maybe one person was expecting the other person to do something and they didn't do it, or one person pissed the other person off for this reason or whatever. But it seems like, and again, I'm not talking about my life, I'm talking about what I observe just across everyone, that in many of our relationships, like especially think about best friend relationships, there are some very fortunate people who have best friendships that have lasted over decades, and that they can look at this friend and they can say, my whole life I've been super tight with this person, and we've never broken apart, or we've never fallen out with each other or whatever, right? But in general, I think that I observe the people around me and in my own life, but in general, I observe that there is quite an ebb and flow, and that there are often situations where people can be very close to someone and then they can have a falling out that maybe is permanent. Or people are close for a period, but then they go through a phase where they just kind of, their lives change and they sort of fall away from each other. Or think about, obviously like divorces and romantic breakups and stuff. Where am I going with this? Well, there was a song that I'm sure we're all familiar with, and I find it really annoying now because it was played, overplayed and everything. But the song "Somebody I Used to Know," and the lyrics to that, "Now you're just somebody that I used to know." And the song is bemoaning the fact that that we are in romantic relationships, and these relationships can get typically so involved, and we get to know someone so well, and it gets so deep and it's so intimate on so many levels. And then when the breakup happens, unless it does turn out to be that one person that you spend the rest of your life with or whatever, but then when the inevitable breakup happens, it's so often like, okay, we cannot have a friendship anymore. It's not tenable, because usually one or both of the parties are not able to just be friends, or we ended on bad terms, or someone can't stand to see someone dating someone else or whatever. And so it's like all of that for what? That's what I get from the song, right? Is the song is almost a kind of a meditation in a way on the seeming pointlessness of any romantic relationship that doesn't end up in marriage or a very long-term commitment. Or people ask the same question when they get divorces, right? Even if it was a long-term relationship and then they're divorced, and maybe they have a child that's holding them together in some rudimentary way, but in general, that's over. And it's almost this feeling of like, as if it never was, or what was the point of that? Or how can it be, as the song bemoans, how can it be that we were so close that we thought we were like almost the same person? And now it's like, I remember seeing Bethany Frankel one time she was in an interview. And if you don't know who Bethany Frankel is, I know that she's I know she's controversial in the sense that some people find her really annoying. And I get that. She is annoying sometimes. But she was on the Real Housewives of New York for a while. And then she ended up starting the Skinny Girl company, like the Skinny Girl Margaritas. And she sold the company to Jim Beam for a lot of money. I think like, it's like tens or millions or 100 million. I don't know. A lot of money. And she ended up getting a divorce. And she'd had this marriage that looked like it was perfect and super nice guy or whatever. And then it seemed like as things progressed, he wasn't so nice. And, maybe she was driving him crazy too, or I don't know. But anyway, they got a divorce and it turned into I'm talking about Bethany Frankel and Jason Hoppy. And you can read about it in the tabloids. It turned into a really, really nasty divorce and drawn out and, just fighting on every front conceivable. And she was talking about it in an interview and she was saying, she was crying, I think, and she was saying it's just such a bizarre situation because this is someone that I committed my whole life to at one point, that I was madly in love with, that I had a child with, and now it's like not even someone that I would want to know as a stranger. And then even with best friendships or good friendships or whatever, like there's a certain sadness sometimes to a lot of these relationships at a certain point, because there's a kind of a falling away that often occurs, or people moving the other direction or getting too busy or having a falling out or whatever. And so I guess that what I'm saying is, if you made a list of all of the friendships that you had in your life and all the relationships that you've had in your life, and then you make a list of those that have persisted for a long, long time, this list is going to be so much shorter than this list. And also there's going to be so many things that were on this list, people that someone might not even want to like speak to anymore or whatever. It's like just somebody that I used to know. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. And that has just always troubled me. It's all existentially speaking, because it seems like we spend so much time committing ourselves in these relationships and getting to know the other person, and then it seems always so kind of tragic or pointless to me that so much of this just turns into nothing. And I've been asking myself this question a lot lately, maybe because I'm in a position right now where I have fewer entanglements, as Jada Pinkett Smith would say, than I've ever had. No, I don't. I'm not talking about sex there. I'm actually just literally, I am just talking about emotional entanglements of some degree or other. But oh man, Jada Pinkett, she seems like a piece of work. I don't know though. If only my if only my white furry table talk could be as lucrative or as popular as her red table talk. I need to find a celebrity and marry him and then expose all of our secrets every week with our children sitting there. At least they had the decency to not have Willow or the other one sitting there while she's talking about fucking their friend. How did that make you feel when I was having sex with your teenage friend? Well, I mean, he wasn't teenage. I don't want to be like one of these people, but how did that make you feel? Oh man, to each his own, whatever. But anyway, I don't know. So I guess I've been thinking about that, maybe because I do have fewer like real life. I have a lot of social media and online people, but fewer real life people in my life right now. And it's not something that I want to be permanent. It's like I actually do want to have more balance in my life, but I do think about that. I am a spiritual person. I don't know what I believe exactly, but I do believe in God and a higher purpose and higher purposes for us in this life. And I believe that we are here doing things that are to some degree or other of permanent value or lasting value that may have ramifications beyond what we see and meanings beyond what we see. And so I think, well, maybe it's just the idea that people are in your life for a certain season, that even if I'm not close to that person anymore or those people anymore, or even if maybe we had a falling out, I know that I learned something from the time that I spent with them, and they learned something from me, and that we developed certain sides of ourselves, and that also we helped each other in some way get through that particular time in life. And so I try more often these days to focus on that and to not focus so much on this idea of permanence and whether something lasted or it didn't. Permanence is not an indicator of value, because when you think about it, our lives are not permanent. And in fact, it is impermanence that really is the norm in life, and really almost every conceivable way. And there are relationships, rare relationships, like parent-child. I guess that's not rare, but or like best friends who really do last for decades or forever, or a romantic relationship that really does turn into a lifetime commitment or what have you. But I don't think that, and I think there's value to those, great value, but I also don't think that value in relationships is exclusive to that, or is limited to the amount of time spent with someone, or even the terms on which you ended. And I think this is such a profound thing, and it's something that I think we should all keep in mind, because so many people, especially romantic relationships, there is a kind of a sour ending, or even with best friendships, and there's falling outs, or even with parents or whatever. And I think that some people feel that because something wasn't so great at the end, or it ended on a sour note or whatever, that mars, or that basically negates or cancels out whatever they got from that relationship. And I don't think that that's correct. And I think, especially given the impermanence of life, that it makes sense that permanence is not necessarily the indicator of depth or meaning that we think it is. And yeah, so I guess that's just one thing that was kind of on my mind that I've been thinking about a little. It's interesting. And yeah, I guess I will call it a night. It is 12:20. And I think what I want to do for the future is, the way I've been handling the live streams up to this point is I've just kind of been doing sort of impulsively, like whatever I kind of feel like talking about. And I have had like some topics and stuff that I ahead of the stream, but I think it might be interesting to start trying, especially for these longer streams, more of a variety of approaches. Like, for instance, I really love film and I love literature. And I think it would be interesting if maybe on some of the streams, like I just show clips from my favorite movies and I talk about what I love about them, or some of the passages from my favorite books and things like that. And I don't know, I could even, I don't know. There's other things I can do. So anyway, I'm going to be brainstorming about that. And the next live stream I do, I might ask you actually to come up with or brainstorm some suggestions for different ways of approaching this that you might like to see, because there are tons of things I could talk about that I don't. I mean, for instance, I'm a huge history buff. I taught a number of classes in college that were history in film themes and themed courses. And so all I did those semesters for those classes was we watched scenes from different famous historical movies about, wars, about presidents, about crazy periods in history and so forth, or even, recent stuff. And we would watch scenes from those. And then I would talk about history, and so, like, just telling really cool stories from history. Because the thing is, a lot of people think they don't like history because they have never been exposed to it in a way that brings it down to the level of the human drama or the human narrative for them. And this is one reason why I think some women are more alienated from history. And I'm not trying to be sexist here or whatever, but like, my guy loves history documentaries. He's in there right now and he's watching some documentary about some war or whatever, right? And he can watch those things like 24/7. I don't know, that I think that, forget the trans debate or whatever. I know a man, I can define a man by how many history documentaries he watches. My dad watched a lot of history documentaries too, right? Is it any wonder I found someone else who does? But no, but seriously, I think that one reason why maybe women, and not all women or whatever, but maybe why women, just generally speaking, tend to be less inclined toward being interested in history than men, is because I think the way that it's often presented is alienating to women. And I don't know why or whatever, but I look at some of the history documentaries he watches, and like a lot of them are just like, there's just like these maps. And it's just like, okay, this represents this contingent of this group of troops, and here's this group of troops, and here's the Navy coming in. And it's just like these like shifting, like boats and like figures of people and stuff. And I am like one time we went to see a documentary and he was really into it, and I swear it was like nothing but just maps. And so it's like a joke now. Like anytime I see any of his documentaries, just like all these maps and stuff, and I'm just like, I can't get into these fucking maps. And I know that's not all the documentaries, all the history documentaries, but I'm just saying, like, I think to me, what's always been most interesting for trying to teach students history, even trying to teach them difficult history, complicated history, such as what were the causes behind World War I, for instance, which is somewhat complicated when you really get into it, or talk about the cycles in the French Revolution or what have you, right? Is to bring out the human narrative for them. Because if you tell people a good story about real people and what real people went through, then it really sticks, particularly if you have a scene from a film that you can show them, because there's just something about seeing a movie, it imprints on our brain more than hearing a story. I cannot tell you very much of what I remember from high school or college in terms of what I learned. I can tell you a little. I can't tell you a lot. I can tell you, though, many movies that we watched, scenes from movies I saw in middle school, in high school, in college, that's scenes that stuck with me and the points that I took from them. So I think that would be interesting, is to start, maybe even do a history live stream one day where I just do nothing but just tell interesting stories from history. And I don't even have to stick with one period, right? Maybe that would be interesting, is like, I'm going to tell you a crazy interesting story from the French Revolution. I'm going to tell you one from the Middle Ages, and I'm going to tell you one from, the Peloponnesian War. And I'm going to tell you one from, a year ago or whatever. And maybe that would be cool. So there's a lot of different things that I can do. And I'm looking forward to, now that I have broken through the live stream barrier and I've gotten to where I am somewhat more comfortable with it, I would love to actually just really start messing with this thing and seeing what it can do. And I know that like Scott Cardinal is doing that some with like his strange history videos, and he's kind of been playing with a lot of stuff outside the box, and I'd like to do some of that more. I did the other night in a long live stream, I talked about economic theory, and I discussed the differences between Austrian classical economics and Keynesian economics, and kind of getting into like what's going on right now in our economy and everything. I'm no great expert, but like I know it well enough to have taught it to college students. And so anyway, I think there's other things that I can do as well, and in addition to the celebrity stuff. And I think maybe the live stream would be a place to start playing around with that more. And so, yeah. So anyway, everybody, thank you so much. And you know where all my links are. You can find them elsewhere if you want to tip me or donate or anything like that. But make sure that you subscribe and like this video. It'd be really helpful. And yeah, I will see you all next time. Look forward to getting your suggestions. Bye-bye.